What you talking about? We got 6 seconds left, Helix. Who you calling late, son? My daughter, my friend, my lover. But most of all, my backseat Twitch chatter. The haters who sit there just being these shitty people. They say you're late. I'm 6 seconds early, motherfucker. How you doing, man? Thank you, everyone, for hanging out. Sending you all love. How's everyone's day been? I am up early today for whatever reason. Went to sleep pretty early. At least the sleep schedule's back to normal. Who's doing what? So Lambo Beyond played a finals, was it, of the Patches mod? Who ended up winning that, guys? The Roddy Patches fucking... What number was it? Was this the first one? The Roddy Patches Open? Oh, Beyond ended up winning in the end. Lambo got Old Sun and Eternity's Edge. Rainfall Sanctuary and Beyond had the advantage from the previous series, eh? Lambo win big maps. Beyond win small maps. Small to medium maps. Lambo won Rainfall in their previous series. Okay, cool. So I'm surprised more people didn't sign up, but I guess because it's a newer tournament, right? Whereas I think there's been a lot more for the... Oh, is super last minute? Yeah, isn't Big Brain Bouts normally on at this time, Patches? Did it get cancelled or something? They had an epic finale? Oh, awesome. Glad to hear it. Oh, your StarCraft stuff came, right, Helix? You got your pack of... you got a bit of everything, all 3 races, right? Bit of the Open Cup because Rainer is out of town. Ah, okay. And it's Rainer's week for Basilisk, okay. Hey, I'm looking for a place to watch some of the best games from StarCraft 2. Any suggestions? It's a very good question, Low Legends. Unfortunately not here, because this is hashtag not live, so these can't be the best games of StarCraft. For those who don't know, it's impossible for a non-live game of StarCraft to be one of the best. Now, I've got a really simple plan for today. We've obviously got a lot of Pigfest VODs queued up. Basically, if we think about it, let's say there's a patch that comes out within a week of BlizzCon. I'm just basing everything off of that right now. That's about 2 weeks away. I've already got about 10 videos, really good ones, plus Pigfest videos queued up. I don't want to cast too many series, unless they're really good series or really top players. I think there's also very low passion in the scene right now, with the patch being very much maligned and not being enjoyed by many people, as well as feeling quite imbalanced. But I was like, we could maybe skip Best Games today. And then I said, oh wait, GSTL happened. And not only did GSTL happen, we had Basilisk versus NoGG, which means we have, I think it's Percival, Solar, and Clem is NoGG, right, guys? It's a pretty badass array. And of course, Basilisk is Basilisk. So I figured, ooh, I think I got to cast that, especially since I'm pretty sure there's a cheeky Serral Clem game in here. So we got that one. There's also, I still haven't cast, even though I'd skimmed the games, but I've actually forgotten what happens other than the fact that the series was crazy. Rogue versus Serral from the upper bracket of RSL. And believe it or not, ZVZ is the best matchup right now. It's actually insane. It's like such a good matchup. It's crazy. It's you know, my philosophy for balance has always been mirror matchups are the least important. You should be okay for the mirror matchups to be a bit shit, since most people don't like them anyway, because even when they're good, they're a little bit stressful. Turns out they've gone and made it where ZVZ is the best matchup right now. Yeah, chat's pre-recorded as well, but of course. Viewer tournaments cancelled. Guys, I have not advertised it at all. I want to let you guys know. Viewer tournament's cancelled. We had low signups. I didn't advertise much due to Pigfest. Obviously, there's low passion on this patch from the community. I'm really hoping we can get back to it with the next one. But I figured, look, I realized like yesterday, I was like, oh crap, I've not advertised it at all. There's 10 people signed up. If I was going to run it, I would run it on Green Arts mod or Patches mod, one of those two. And yeah, I just haven't talked about it because we've been so busy with Pigfest. And the whole way community tournaments work is I have to advertise them. Otherwise, no one knows they're happening. So I was like, oh man, even if I advertise it all day today, we'll get like another 5-10 signups. It's just too small people. So it is what it is. I apologize for anyone who's keen for it. I know there's a few of you. But I have canceled that tournament for now. And we will do one, try and get back to it at the end of next month, as per usual. Oh, Percival Serral to start, guys. Should we get straight into it? Or would you guys like me to talk about poo-poos for another 10 minutes? While we sip our coffee. Yeah, next Pigfest will be with tabletop minis, so it's an actual balanced game. Yeah. The super secret leaked rage quit intern patch? Yeah, pretty much. Low elo, nobody. I hope it happens. We'll see what we'll see. Finally managed to get over my personal best Protoss MMR. Want to tell you I appreciate the work. Hey, thank you, Limp. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you, Limp. LK Dragon for the 2-year resub as well. Damn, dude. Thank you so much. Tier 3. 2 years. Says, show us the game, Starhead. Thank you, Dragon. Thank you, Logic Soldier, for the sub as well. 40 years of watching Pig feel stronger. Years? I'll take it. When you're having fun, I say time just expands. Totally a thing. Next Pigfest Pig Bounty mod? Heck yeah. Coffee is good, guys. Coffee is good. Okay. So we're going to show the overall score. It's 2 best of 5s. First one is Pro League format. Second one is all-kill format. If it's 1-1, then there'll be a best of 1 ace match. That's the format. I was looking at the Wikipedia for this, and I was like, I don't know what the fuck the format is for GSTL. The GSTL does not even explain the Wikipedia, sorry, doesn't even explain the format. But thankfully, Lambo explained it to me. I was like, Lambo, you played in this a bunch of games. The fudge, like, what is the format, bro? Like, I don't understand what's happening. What's with the lighting, by the way? Camera, calm down, buddy. Why are you auto-adjusting the lighting? You guys see that? It was not just me imagining, yeah? My face just like fucking lit up like a bloody light bulb. I feel like it's the scene in Terminator 2 when the nuke's going off at the playground. There's just a blinding flash of white light. Maybe it's the mug. Alright, let's go. Alright. What's going on, everybody, and welcome back. We got ourselves a big match here in the Global StarCraft Team League. That's right, the GSTL. Serral in the bottom left side here, representing Basilisk in their opening match against NoGG, which is, of course, the team that loves to rage quit. It's Percival, it's Clem, it's Solar. Who else is on this team? You guys let me know. I know these 3 are on it. A bunch of players who are either... wait. So, yeah, who's on this team? Is it... Wait, Clem's on it. Does that mean all of Team Liquid's on it? I'm so confused, guys. If anyone knows how these teams work, let me know. I should have done this research beforehand. Either way, this is Percival in the bottom right side. Now, Percival is a beast. I think it's a bunch of teamless and team players that kind of combine together to form one big team. I'm not 100% sure. Point is, Percival's down here. He is the 3rd best Terran in the world. Potentially 2nd best at times as well. He's looking amazing. And he's going to go for a double proxy marine push. That was, I think, a 12 barracks into an SCV, 2nd barracks on 13. This is going to be a really early marine push, which is going to be quite hard for Serral to defend this expansion. Of course, you can give up the expansion, go roaches on 1 base and break out. But I do think this is a build order. I remember early on in this patch, I kept saying it beyond, you know, Zergs are just going hatch first. They're not building their spawning pool till 17. Surely this is a bit greedy. And after he insisted there's nothing you can do, they easily hold it. And I was like, oh man, I wish I could see these games. But obviously you can't just demand a pro player do it 10 tournaments in a row just so you can see the games. Beyond actually started beating Solar and a bunch of players with this exact build order a lot recently. I know Rogue's been struggling against it. And that's Rogue. He beats everyone all the time right now. He's almost unstoppable. Serral, of course, is usually just unkillable with builds like this. Now, obviously, it's not meant to kill. It's just meant to do damage. Interestingly, Percival doesn't put on gas yet. Is that on purpose, guys? Oh, okay. Normally people put on gas a little bit early, but he's just mining with one worker on gas. Obviously wants the minerals for the bunker to start up, and I don't think Cyril sees him. Okay, now Cyril sees him, but the Marine's going to go for that Overlord. 2 more Marines are on the way. Bunker's already building. I like how he built a nice little choke point behind the bunker. This is clever placement. Cyril not pulling drones. Wow, Cyril's just going to go Roach Horn. He is not going to try and fight for the expansion. Doesn't want to risk pulling the drones. The big problem Rogue always has in this scenario is if he doesn't catch the proxy barracks with an early drone scout, then essentially he basically just pulls 20 drones, and if he can't surround and kill every Marine and SCV almost immediately, he kind of just dies. I'd say Rogue is the weakest against proxy barracks if it gets off without him scouting it. I think he's also the best at predicting when his opponent's going to do it and scouting it. Cyril here, he just played completely standard. He's going to have to give up the expansion, and we're just going to play an awkward early game. Keep in mind, 3 worker advantage for Zerg, but there are mules dropping. There is now a factory building behind this. One of the barracks is floating home. The other one is still building Marines to try and keep the contain up for a while longer. All right, Queen pops here. Is that 2 queens? Yeah, 2 queens. You can drop a tumor on the low ground. It looks like he might want to try to save for transfuse. Interesting. Okay, he's going to go forward, see if he can get an SCV or 2. Percival should try to keep these alive, because SCVs do very little damage, but they're great for repairing, and they're great for going home and mining for the rest of this game, which is, of course, the more important thing. Now, he's just going to abandon the position. Wow, okay. I mean, as long as you get all those Marines home, I think that's a pretty good call. It's a conservative call, but I think it's the correct one. Bunker, of course, will die. You can't sell that, and because it's taking damage. We will see a hatchery go down here for Cyril as well. The scary thing is always the counter pressure. The bunker's going to go down. Creep Tumor gets up on the natural one here in the main. And he's going to go for the tech lab as well as a bunker. That's a very awkwardly placed bunker. He's left a space on either side of it. But I guess as long as he gets Marines in that, he can hold the ramp. And he should be A-okay. Looks like 3 Zerglings ran ahead, and the Marines did shoot those down. Ravagers morphing as well. Of course, it's just 2 Ravagers. I think behind this, it'll be nothing but drones. And he might even consider a 3rd hatchery. It's a bit awkward building a 3rd hatchery. But obviously, spreading creep is really important as well. And Cyril actually takes a 2nd gas on 1 base. On 2 base, I should say. What the hell? That's an odd choice. That's a very odd choice. I mean, I know he can't long-distance mine very efficiently yet. So maybe he just wants to get any value out of it. But definitely interesting to see. These depot snipes will be massive, guys. Command Center is up for Percival before the hatchery finishes for Cyril. Cyclone comes out. He's going to lose 1 depot. That's fine. I think if you lose 1 depot, it's not the end of the world. The Cyclone and the Marines just shoving the ramp, though. Percival with some really sloppy micro. Awful micro for Percival. Sorry, guys. I normally don't use the word awful, but that was super sloppy. The way he just walked up to that ramp like that and threw away a few Marines, didn't get any kills on the units, and took a bunch of damage. His Cyclone should have already pushed this Overlord back with some lock-on micro right now. He's also trapping his Cyclone right now, so this is incredibly dangerous. Percival, I feel like, needs to be dancing forward, using that lock-on a little bit more with this Cyclone, and indeed, he's finally going to do it. He locks onto the Ravager rather than the Cyclone, rather than the Overlord. I guess the Overlord's so far back. Kind of makes sense. But if you get rid of the Overlord, that is, of course, going to shut down the high ground vision. So even that bit of damage there, you do that one more time, that Overlord's in danger of dying. Now Cyril has to pull it back to safety. And a little bit sloppy there for Percival, but at the end of the day, I think he didn't lose too much, right? He lost 1 depot, a bit of mining time, couple Marines. There's that bunker on the other side as well. He's got a 3rd command center building here. And Cyril's going to play 2 base Roach in the follow-up. He doesn't have to commit to Roach. He could pivot Zerglings. The fact that there's no Ling speed... Hold my beer. Sorry, guys. Cast a curse. Ling speed goes down seconds later. I was going to say, the fact that there's no Ling speed yet tells us he's probably going to stay pretty heavy Roach Ravager committed, but now that we see Ling speed, Evo, I mean, he can just morph these all into Ravagers, have 6 Ravagers in his army, hopefully never lose those. Going to add great support, and he can just play a Ling style. Doesn't even need to go Banelings if he wants. He could play just Lings with a handful of Ravagers into Infestors, and a quick Hive, and Ultras is actually a really good style with that early Carapace upgrade. Now, Cloak comes in for the Banshees. Of course, 1 Banshee works its way down south. No Spore Crawler there, and actually Cyril incredibly slow to react. He does morph an Overseer there, but still no Spore. He is disrespecting this Banshee. There we go. Does finally start it up. Queen moves down to the edge. Of course, Queen loses to a Banshee rather badly, but as the 2nd Queen comes in, Cyril can just swap the roles now. This one becomes the main Queen. The other one goes to the natural. He actually pulls it away. Cyril needs to wake up a little bit. Both players starting a little bit slow in this game, I feel like, but I think overall, the fact that Percival's messed the game up does favor him. Now, if you guys are wondering, how does Percival play? Maybe you're not as familiar with him if you only watch the big semis and finals of the biggest tournaments. Obviously, if you're watching weekly cups, you would know Percival. He's in the finals all the time. He's in the semis. But the big Premier tournaments, he's not made it to that stage. He is Clem. So if you guys are wondering, it's Clem, but Korean and with long hair, okay? That's Percival. I just want you guys to understand, like, what is Percival's place at multitasking? Really good, aggressive multitasking. Like, if he sees Banelings running towards his Marines, he tells the guys to, like, stop shooting, stick the bayonets on, and charge at the Banelings and stab them. The man's a psychopath. He's very good with his aggressive multitasking. He's not quite as fast as Clem. I don't think anyone is in the entire world, but he's not too far off. He's incredibly good. Now, keep in mind, guys, this is the GSTL. So the way this format works, I probably should have already told you at the start, is basically it's a best of 3. Well, why does it say best of 5? So it's a best of 3 between the teams. The first match is essentially a best of 5. So this is a bit complicated. Basically, the teams play a best of 5. It's Pro League format. So we've got 2 players, another 2 players play, another 2 players. So these are all best of 1s to see who can win the best of 5 aggregate of those. And then it goes into an all-kill format, best of 5. And then if it's tied up 1-1 between the 2 teams, then there'll be a single map ace match between 2 of the best players to see who wins the entire series. Banshees go around the left side. Marines going to the main base as well. We've got the roaches in that main base. Good micro by Cyril. Doesn't throw any roaches away. Banshees on the left side getting 3 drones. They're going to take out maybe a queen as well. Yeah, they do. No, nice transfuse. Cyril happy to lose a queen here. If he gets rid of the Banshees, it's so worth. And he does. I mean, that's so good too. Losing a queen for 2 Banshees is amazing. And the Ravager pullback as well. Percival just can't find anything. But he's got a 4th command center on the way. And that's one of Percival's main moves. He loves to squeeze in quick command centers ever since that command center buff. So he'll be kind of like extreme aggression, but then he'll just pause unit production, build an extra 2 command centers. So it's kind of extreme aggression, extreme greed. It means if he loses a fight suddenly in the Zerg counterattack, sometimes Percival just dies because he's been greedy and built so many CCs. On the other hand, it does mean if you're not quick to get back to the Terran side of the map, you might be surprised that he can be so aggressive and so economic at the same time, because he kind of takes turns doing one thing and then the other. I do love the 3 Tech Lab Marauder this early. It's going to be a very Marauder Marine heavy to deal with the Roach Ravager setup of Cyril. That's, of course, going to be great against Banelings and Ultras as well. So best of 5 all-kill guy, best of 5 Pro League format guys, then best of 5 all-kill into a final best of 1 decider if it's needed. This is, of course, Basilisk versus NoGG. Fungal only lands on 3 of those Marines. And only one of them goes down. Really nice micro here by Percy. Does save the Cyclone. Leaves a few of the Marines behind, but that's okay. 7 more workers on the way. Hive is almost there. Cyril is getting to late game. Of course, he wants this 5th base on the top, the gold. Interestingly, Percival takes this base. I wonder what you guys think about that. I always feel like as a Terran, your best bet is actually to take this command center as your 4th, and then this is your 5th, and push aggressively towards the Zerg territory. But I think what Percival's expansion pattern allows him to do is set up your defensive position here instead, and then push the north and deny this gold base. And that might actually be his game plan. Most players aim to push and deny these 3 bases of Zerg and push towards the main in the natural, but he might just be like, no, I'll do a more balanced setup, and actually I'll if you expand to the south and commit your economy, then I can pivot there. But as it is, I know Zerg loves to take the gold, and I'm going to keep pressure on this north side. You can see Cyril's not been able to get a 5th up yet, and actually he's going to take this 5th on the south side. Tries to unload up here. Looks like Fungal caught a Cyclone and a few Marines. Double drop inside the main base. What's that unit's lost tab? We've got to keep an eye on this as time goes on. That's how you really gauge how effective these sorts of moves are. Picks up just before the Fungal lands. Equal units lost tab, though. Equal units lost tab. Cyril in a nutshell, guys. Does Cyril have an amazing income? No. 78 workers only. 5th base only just started. Is Cyril in that unstoppable position? Not at all. But his trading is so much better than any other Zergs. And as a result, he's able to play on that kind of lower work account. He's able to play with more control. And I've always described Cyril's playstyle as taking the wind out of his opponent's sails. There's guys who are momentum-based players where once they get going, they gain confidence, and then they make a good play and a better play and a better play. And Cyril just doesn't let those guys get the first positive play. Good dodge on the Metavax from the Fungal Bile. Can't really land Fungal Bile as long as your opponent moves away, especially with boosted Metavax, even with the Fungal on them. Yeah, all kill means whoever wins stays in, guys, in case you're wondering what all kill means. So it means if in the second all kill round, if Percival wins this match against Cyril, he could then beat Raynor, beat Trigger, just kind of beat the whole team single-handedly. I'm not sure how many revives are allowed, since I know Not all teams have enough players to play a full 5 matches, but we'll see how it goes. My army up north. Ghost Academy's on the way. 3 more commands in his building. Remember, Percival is not a turtley player. He's an aggressive player. He will attack into the Infestor Baneling, which is absolutely suicidal. Insane move. To do that without scanning. Absolutely crazy. Drop gets in the main. He's going to pick up a few drones there. Good kiting in the north. There's a random siege tank here, which I find kind of hilarious. Does pick off an Ultralisk. A couple of the Banelings will go down as well. Good micro for him as long as he stays out of those Infestors range. Marines in the main going to start to take out some of the Queens, but of course Hungry Ultralisk comes in and says, hello. Have you heard about the great power of the love? Comes in, hugs those Marines, accidentally rips them in half as he hugs them. +3 carapace miles ahead for Cyril right now. No +3 attack on the way for Percival. Percival should be a big underdog in this match. He's putting up a good account of himself, and it really comes down to how good his late game is, right? Because he's going to be getting into Ghost soon. Yeah, his first Ghost is starting up. He's got 1 billion commands in his building. If he can get Mass Orbital, I mean, we saw Cyril really struggle with Maru in late game of this map in Pigfest. Like, really struggle. On the maps that were good for late game, this one, Rainfall, it was a really tough play for Cyril in the late game against really good top-tier Ghost play. Oh my god, Liberated Bio Mine jumps on top. Nice Biles defensively, does take out one of the Libs, uses a Microbial Shroud as he disengages, and he's got one Zergling giving the middle finger to that command center at the same time. Percival with a pretty big pre-spread, but oh god, the Fungal's going to be brutal. Wait, there's only 1 Fungal available. Okay, catches half the army on that left side. Still pretty effective, and the Arc of Tank Marauder. Not sure if you want to fight into that as Cyril, even though the first Fungal was excellent. Is this the right angle to be attacking into? Oh man, if Percival didn't get caught by that Fungal, the spread of units with those tanks behind it was really nice, and the tail end of this fight is also really nice. He now takes a 2,500 resource advantage in the units lost. Of course, Cyril's got a bit more money in supply right now, so he's got to be careful pushing right now. Cyril's so quick to remax, but the Liberator, if he unsieges that Liberator and dodges the next pile, that'd be really nice. Let's see if Percival does it. Does he dodge it? You know Cyril's coming in for another pile. Lib's getting even more damage. Oh, he's got the Lady Ghost skin, does Percival. Very nice. Oh, no! One of them does go down, though. These Ghosts, they're a bit of a skinnier model. Nothing changes in the stats, of course. They just look cooler. Liberator there trying to siege up, but it looks like he's not able to get back on that front line. I thought these... Is it? I swear those Ghost sound effects sounded like rather like the masculine Ghost scream, though. Is there not a different sound effect? Maybe I'm crazy. Massling going north. Planetary's not up. Oh, no, 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 no. The Planetary's not there. Percival. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, this is so bad for him. Oh, this is so bad. If Cyril hits the south at the same time, the only problem is Cyril's not pushing the south at the same time. I really think he should be a bit more active there, but Percival's going to counterattack, get a little bit of damage. It's a great move for Cyril. This is really going to swing things in his favor, and yeah, he loses a few workers, but look at that. Look how quick he is with the drone pool. So quick. Oh, man. Only loses 1 drone. That's Cyril handling things so nicely. Now, of course, Cyril does have a weakness in this game, guys. No Spire, no Corruptors just yet. But dual Spellcaster, 2 Ravagers, 7 Ultras, lots of Zerglings. He's not got any Banelings in his army, which will be a problem, though, as that Ghost count grows. And right now, you got a guy who's dropping you, a guy who's building quite a few Libs mixed in. Corruptors are the clear answer, and Cyril does finally drop that double Spire. Oh, Widowmine gets taken out, but it does kill an Infestor. Very high energy, burrowed one there as well. Parasitic Bomb on one of those Liberators. Medevac's up there as well. Ultraling looking for this command center. Planetary round 2 is not up, but there's Ghosts coming here. Watch out for the Infestor! The Infestor! Oh no! Is he going to get on top of these Ghosts? Cyril not really watching right now. He's kind of just A-moved, but he's right on top of it, and the Ghosts struggling to get away there. And those Ultras do get out. Command center in the top right is going to go down as well. The Ghosts come back forwards. Guys, this is an easy trap for Cyril. He finally pops up. A little bit lethargic on that, though. Took him a little while to do so. He has another Fungal available. He doesn't use it, and he lets him escape. What is with Cyril's Infestor usage? Oh, was he distracted maybe? The Liberator went down and the drop went down. There must have been something else happening. There's no way he misses such a primo Fungal opportunity and lets that many Ghosts escape. Look at how many Ghosts he let out of there. I mean, he's still way ahead. It's fine. Denied the top right. This one's burning. But that is really fascinating. That Ghost Death Sound is funny, says chat. The Ghost Death Sounds are the greatest thing in all of StarCraft 2. I always talk about the Chinese client Ghost Death Sound is actually the best. They're all very dramatic. The Ghost is a very important unit. No one believes this more than the Ghost. The Ghost will let you know when something tragic happens. Another Infested down here. Watch out, Percival. Ooh, the Infestor doesn't take the opportunity. He's waiting for the ghosts. But dude, Parabombs on these medevacs are huge. Quick split for Percival though. And he does spot the Infestor. Oh my gosh, he scans it. And he is going to take down that Infestor on the south side. Problem for Percival, guys, is yeah, he's only got 5 orbitals. And I think Cyril's just miles ahead in this game now. That moment where he tried to take the top right, definitely a little rough. I do feel like taking these 3 bases towards the center and then always pushing through this area is so hard for Zerg to deal with when you get like a tank here, put a tank on the tower, you know, you kind of spread around this terrain. It just is so hard for Zerg to find good fights there. But now Cyril's got control. He's got Dropper Lords in the south, Lings coming in the north. If Percival can cling to life, he can win, says chat. I love your faith. I think he absolutely could technically, but it's one of those things where there's technical possibilities. And Cyril has this nasty habit of course, squishing them out of reality. Any other Zerg, I would say, still a very dicey spot. You know, well, maybe not very dicey, but you know, there's a real one. Cyril is so comfortable in the patient game. I do think lacking Corruptors is a little awkward here because you want to clean these medevacs up each engagement. I also think Cyril could A-move this base. I think he could spread his army from 2 sides or even 1, smash this base, blow this up. And I think it's a good call to do so. He's got the numbers. He's maxed. He's got the resources. So he's thinking about how to do it. He's splitting his army to both sides. Counter drop goes north. Cyril, he's waiting for a few more Banes. He's going to go for a drop into the main. Whole bunch of units. Is he going to bring the Ultralisk? Come on, man. Bring the Ultra. There's only 1 Zergling in that Overlord. Buddy! As if not bring the Ultralisk. There's nothing funner than dropping Ultralisk. Cyril apparently doesn't like fun, guys. Let's be real, we knew that about Finnish people already. They're too practical as a people, you know? Just realized there's 8 Zerglings in an Overlord. Bit of a cheaper proposition, can still do crazy damage. Unfortunately, if he stops unloading there, which is a little bit of a mistake, I think. I feel like he should still be unloading these Roaches and Lings, trading them out. Dropping the top left, does unload. Ultra Baneling's going to clear that up. Percival's not watching at the same time. Ultra Bane rolls through the middle. Oh my god, sorry, a little slow to catch this one. Where are the Ghosts? I think they've pulled back to defend somewhere else. The Banelings do clear some of the SCVs, but not all of them. The Lings are still in the main base. Yeah, some Ghosts have gone into the main base. It's a bad habit a lot of players have, is pulling their Ghosts as their mobile quick reaction force, but you really need those where the Ultras are on the front line. Otherwise, those Ultras can run in snipe planetaries and then get out of there. Percival's doing a good job of gritting his teeth, hanging on. Obviously, it's pretty much a foregone conclusion. Cyril will take the gold, but if he only gets 1 base more than you, if you're efficient enough, it can be okay. Of course, right now, only a 3,000 resource loss advantage is a bit too close for comfort. He spots the extra Zerglings coming. Round 2 of this drop. You might think this is an expensive play. This is incredibly cheap, guys. Lings are basically 3 units, 25 minerals a pop. Incredibly expendable, especially in the late game when your gas starts to be more of a short resource. Going to try and burrow some things around this base. The Overlords will get sniped. Using Ghost Snipes on Overlords, I would say, is a very bad move right now. You got to remember, guys, Ghost Snipe now costs 75 energy. It's incredibly expensive. You've only got so many Ghosts, but then again, 14 Ghosts, maybe it's okay. The problem right now is that Cyril's playing a tempo style. Percival wants to slow things down. This base up here is a disaster. I really like the way Maru played this map. He took this base early, mined out a bunch, and then once it got to the later stage, he just abandoned it, ran his SCVs down, took these 3 bottom bases, and he just looked to deny it from the Zerg, and he only was going to take it in ultra late game if it really went to the whole map being mined out. And it's just too easy for the more mobile Zerg to attack that northern angle. Fire Ghost there. Marauders in the south side pushing into this base. Ooh, snipes coming down on some of these units. Ultra does get more than tickled. Lingbane Ultra in the north, though. Cyril realizing Percival's answer to defending is always to attacking. This is not a bug, guys. This is a feature of Percival's play. If you counterattack him, he will always shove into creep and attack you on the other side. Like I said, he is Clem in a nutshell. Korean Clem with long hair. 100% is his entire playstyle. He loves to just attack, attack, attack. Loses a lot of Marauders on the south. He does snipe 2 Zerg hatcheries, but he loses a bunch of SCVs and command centers. And generally, the more chaotic the action like this, the more that favors the Zerg, usually. 5 Marauders get caught in the corner. Remember, Marauders are very expensive units. First time, still 5,000 in favor of Percival, but that is not a massive advantage. $300 mineral command centers all Terra needs to succeed. Yeah, I count this as succeeding as well. I agree, Twitch chat. Never change. Remember the way we commentate games? We just point out the change we dislike. even when this is a bad, not the right time. Don't be wrong, I hate that change. I think it's a terrible change, but now's not the time. You gotta wait for your moment when you're balance whining, guys. You gotta wait for your moment. Oh, he pops up, lands a fungal. He lands a fungal, but runs away. Dude, Serral's fungals have been a little off in this game, not gonna lie. He keeps landing fungals at awkward timings, not using the chain fungals. Serral a little slow on his fungals. Everything else he's done has been perfect. So, I mean, I keep nitpicking the one thing that he's not been perfect on. But he's rebuilt these bases. This base is always hard to mine out. He's mining the gold. And he says, look, if Percival focuses so much on denying my middle base, that means he probably can't pressure the top. And this is absolutely what you want to do as a Zerg. You want to take speculative hatcheries where you say, look, I'll try and put some workers up here. Maybe put a Nidus Worm as well to evacuate drones. But if you deny that, I just give it up. It's just a hatchery. It doesn't cost that much. But if you don't, and you're so focused down here, denying my middle base, I get to mine out that top corner base. So it says, look, as a Terran, you need to spread across such wide areas if you really want to win the super late game. Siege tanks are building, but only a few of them. He's only got 3 with a 4th on the way. Fusion Core second starport's coming in now as well. Of course, the army is 18 ghosts, 15 marauders, 12 marines. Remember, those ghosts are only 2 supply now, and they do have a lot of energy built up. Marauders and Widow Mines doing really well against the Lingbane. He's got to repair these medevacs, does Percival. Percival's got 9 medevacs, but these ones on the front incredibly damaged. 12 corruptors finally building. They've been necessary for such a long time, and I think that's I really do think corruptors this late is always a mistake. Even if you've just got 10 supply, 5 corruptors, I think they're so good. Nice fungal. Can't pick up marauders when they're in fungal. Cleans up all those. Biles the Liberator. This trade's not quite good enough for Percival. He needs to be like sniping and stuff, but oh my god, he's on the front. This is so dangerous. He's gonna snipe all the overseers. Oh, that's cute. Oh, he's got so much energy. Why not? Why not? Oh, man, that was sick. Saves some marauders on the south side. Does try to pick those up and pull them away. This is an orbital. You can run the workers away through these minerals. Widowmine's going to burrow and try to get a nice shot off. Doesn't quite manage to fire, believe it or not. Even though Drilling Claws was made in this game, it's going to take big damage there at the same time. Got to be careful about getting jumped on the front. Widowmine's trying to run away. Some of the medevacs getting taken out, as are the Liberators on the front by those corruptors that have now joined the mix. Ship weapons has come in. Only 50 workers for Percival. He's got only 5 orbitals, guys. He doesn't have the Iron Bank. If he had the Iron Bank up, this would be a very different game, but with only 5 orbitals, it's really hard for him to replenish. Any fight's a good fight for Serral, as long as it's not disastrously bad on the trading. Few snipes land on the corruptors, but only a few. Serral, if he gets 1 good fungal on these ghosts, this is lights out. Percival will be removed from the game. Now, one of the things I noticed with Percival, I was casting him the other day, he was getting walloped by Solar in late game, and he refused to die. So I'm actually not that surprised he's able to hang in here. Serral's a very patient guy, looks to build advantages slowly over time, and you can see in the bank, he's building that advantage. He lands 1 fungal, but it only gets 5 of the ghosts. Some of the ghosts get hit by the Banelings, so about 6 ghosts go down on the front line. That is a very good move for Serral. Does lose 1 Ultra on the retreat there, gets sniped in half, but that is still a very costly move. Because for Percival, he lost so many ghosts, guys. Yeah, he gets a hatchery. He's lost 12 ghosts now. Let's keep an eye on that counter. He's ahead 9,000 in the trading. And Serral's actually made a bit of a mistake. He's not been mining the top right. He's mining the gold out really well, but that top right and this base, remember, that's the push and pull. Percival's so focused on the south. Serral's meant to be punishing him by mining the north, and he's finally sending those units forward. That Marauder goes a bit too deep. It goes down. We've got more Biomine, Tank, Lib, Medevac building. Unfortunately for Percival, the Broodlords are coming. Now, remember, you cannot interrupt the snipe of the ghosts. When you could do that with Infestor Fungal Micro, it was really hard to kind of have the ghosts counter the broods. You really wanted Thors and Vikings. Nowadays, the ghosts can do it. They still need an immense amount of energy. If you think about this, guys, it's going to be 11 Broodlords. With 9 more building, that's 20 Broodlords. This is uncounterable. He's done it in secrecy. Percival has no idea. Now, why is it uncounterable? Because you need 40 snipes. So you need 20 full energy ghosts to land every snipe available to deal with 20 Broodlords. He's only got 14 ghosts. And there is no way he's going to have full energy or land all the snipes without losing a bunch of the ghosts. There is so many Broodlords coming. This is an avalanche of Broodlords, guys. This is a ridiculous number of Broodlords. He uses some snipes on the Overseers. Percival not quite realizing just the depths of the unit count coming his way. He's building Vikings right now. I think that makes sense. Even Thors are going to struggle because they're going to get one shot by that many Broodlords. Now, he does try to use the Healing Shrine. I do love that move. I think that's a pretty cool move. But this is such a scary Broodlord count. Caduceus Reactor only now coming in. That's double Medevac energy regenerate. And he's only got 1-1 on his Vikings, guys, with 3-3 coming in for the Broodlords, which means Vikings, units that have a dual attack, are going to be really hurt by that massive armor and stat increase for Serral's Broodlords. Banelings rolling in, as are the Corrupted Broodlord. The Ghost trying to pull back from the Banelings. There's not much answer to those Banelings. The Medivacs, Vikings, Libs all struggling right now. So many units going down. And you can see after that first big skirmish, one Broodlord has fallen. But a whole lot of units went down other than that. Ghosts also used a bunch of snipes by the looks of things. Command Center is trying to float forward, but Serral's mining that top right. Serral mining the center base and the top right. This is really big. Percival needs to remove these bases and steal them off of Serral. He's up to 5 Vikings right now, but there's still 7 Corruptors. And those Corruptors, especially with 3-3, are going to murder. So he's got to kind of snipe the Corruptors wherever possible with the Ghosts. Let the Vikings finish them off, as they'll be just left on 30 hit points. And obviously try and avoid the fungal parasitic bomb combo. That's the real issue. Command Center is going to snipe this top right side. He's got to send a few Marines. He's got to send something. Even if you just grab those Marines and just stim them in the mineral line, he's got to go get rid of that. Does Percival, but he's bringing his Marines and Vikings to the front. He's very worried about these Broodlords. He's got Marauders denying this. He wants to take this Command Center as well. This Command Center up top takes a few spore hits, then does fly away to safety. Vikings are there. One of the siege tanks close to getting picked off. Broodlords, oh my god, look how many Broodlings come out at once. Watch out for the fungal though. The Vikings get hit by the fungal. That's very dangerous. There's a red hit point Medivac with 4 Ghosts inside. That has to be a misclick. You can see the panic here for Percival as he does unload those units. Now, thankfully, these are the modern Broodling. The Broodling, guys, compared to its pre-2021 era, the Broodling was an absolute beast. But it's had its movement speed, its duration, its attack speed, all nerfed over the last 5 years. Even though the Broodlord itself fires instantly at max range now, which is a massive change to even its best ever form back in its peak when Serral was winning BlizzCon, it is still the Broodling itself on the ground, not as strong. That first volley comes out almost instantly. Fungal goes out. Can he land another fungal on the Vikings? Oh, Percival, he's taking some fungals, but the Corruptors don't want to overcommit. The Corruptor Viper goes in. Fungal Parasitic Bomb does land on top of those Vikings. Quick land for Percival. The Ghost backing away. But Serral, once again, he's still got 20 Broodlords, and so many units go down. He's lost 1 Broodlord. Guys, 1 Broodlord. What in the world? How? Oh, the Marines do find the top right. That's a good move. Probably should have done that a little bit earlier, but better late than never. But dealing with several Broodlords is harder than anyone else's Broodlords. Generally speaking, a few Thors can do well. It goes forward for the snipe, but the Spore Crawler's there. Ghost gets killed by those Broodlords before it gets the shot off. Vikings poking in and out. Those Vikings are deep in the red. He's going to have to repair these as well if he wants the efficiency, and Percival desperately needs that efficiency. Serral still has bank. 3,000 gas, 5,500 minerals. He's got a little bit of minerals here, a little bit of minerals here, a little bit of minerals here, and gas. He can't mine much more. Percival, on the other hand, guys, goes up north. Nice drop, but a bit slow to pick up. He's still got a bunch of minerals and gas there, a little bit of minerals and gas there. Yeah, I mean, basically this base and then these 2 bases are absolutely crucial. Serral's holding the bottom 2 bases while denying the top right with Zerglings. I think that's a smart way to play. Broodlord's poking. It's all about the fungal parasitic. If he lands those on the Vikings, what do you got? You've just got Ghosts other than the 13 Vikings. Fungals aren't landing. Normally you want Libs to zone out the Infestors. There's no range Libs. He's just got a few siege tanks. This is super dicey for Percival. He's going to go advanced Lib range right now as well as +2 ship weapons. But normally you want to have like 6 to 8 Libs sieging so the Infestors die if they come in range. You want Ghosts. You want Hellbats to one-shot the Broodlings on the ground rather than... You don't want siege tanks because they friendly fire. And you want some Vikings, potentially Thors as well, but some Vikings up front to like 1 or 2 shot the Broodlords as well. At a certain point, there's a critical mass of Vikings where it becomes detrimental because you have too many. They're overkilling each Broodlord, number 1. Number 2, they're a bigger clumped up target for those Zerg spells that do so much damage. And that's what's so incredibly scary. Percival hasn't lost any Ghosts since the Broodlords come out. Yeah, he's only lost 1 more now, and that was the guy that ran forward, which I was kind of shocked by. I was wondering if maybe he lost a few to friendly fire, because that didn't seem real. But yeah, his Ghost retention has been fantastic. A few more Ghosts do go down there, though. Oh, okay, now he's lost 4 more Ghosts from that earlier 12 Ghost checkup that we kind of found. Now, obviously, Libs can't clear spores. The problem with Libs is they can't clear spores. So often having a few tanks just to push back their territory very slowly is very nice. These Libs still, they've got Lib range now. So now he's able to set it up. Still no +3 like Blue Flame Hellbats. Doesn't have the mech upgrades to really go into that. This is not the perfect late game for Percival. It's a pretty good late game. But he's, of course, doing it on a budget. Meanwhile, rich man Serral, guys. Now, a lot of people will say, you got to invest your dollars. You got to invest your dollars. Oh, you should be trading. A move. Little does he realize Cyril is the, I don't know, man. He's like, he's Warren Buffett on steroids, man. He's just like, he's actually, I don't know. Is he really? I'm saying he's patient. He's slow. Inevitably, he will find the efficient trade. Other people are out there like, put it all on AI. It's going to go up to $1 billion tomorrow. You know, other Zergs would Leopold this. They'd go all in right now. They'd A-move the Broodlords, remax on Ultras, A-move with that. If it doesn't work, they throw the game. Cyril's just like, I'm going to wait for you to make a mistake. You know, he's waiting for the market to move in the right direction. And that market always does move in the right direction. It's called Terran walking into Zerg, Banelings or Infestors, and getting hit by Fungal, getting hit by a Broodlord volley, letting the Spore Crawlers get some shots off. Trying to EMP those Infestors, but you see, Cyril's pretty good. Even when he gets clipped like that, he's still got a few Fungals available. And I'm telling you, one Fungal Parasitic Bomb combo on those Vikings, the game ending. Lings deny the top right side. It's a very budget army he's got up there denying that base. And he's still mining these bases every second that goes by. Percival's mining down here as well. Percival's going to have one maxed army. Cyril's going to have the ability to fully remax. Percival's units need to be efficient. Oh, look at that, guys! Siege tank's getting wrecked by drones. Ghosts do come up there. Oh, gets a Liberator. Look at that. Catches Percival. He distracts him on the north with the drones. And, oh, the Ghost actually pulled... No way! No way! Chadhammer with 52 kills goes down. The drones take care of it. The Planetary will get revenge. But, don't know if you even really wanted that Siege tank too much at this stage. That is hilarious. Very rare you see a drone take care of those. Got any mods on? Please snooze the ad breaks as long as possible. I think you guys might have already been doing that. Sorry, I should have realized I was game one today on the stream doing an incredibly long one. Should have realized Cyril versus Percival I thought would be a 15-minute barn burner. But Percival's just trying to kill him all game. But I forgot that Percival builds like 50 command centers as the game goes on, and we'll go to this stage. Nice snipe on the Ravager. Ghosts looking for those trades. The only time I ever felt really good in this late game as Terran was way back on like the King's Cove map pool, circa 2017, 2018, whenever that was, the really big map pool, where I would do the innovation meta, where basically what you would do you would just get to late game, and instead of attacking, you'd just set up your turtle, and then you would make 8 Ghost Academies, Innovation style. Think of Innovation versus Scarlet on King's Cove, and all you would do is queue Cloaked Ghosts to run around the map and nuke everywhere. And you'd throw random nukes like in the middle of the map and just hope the Zerg would walk into them. Like, I'd call them fishing nukes. And that was like, like my TVZ late game is garbage, but the one time I felt really dominant in this matchup is when every late game was just, you know, there was just this smile on my face because I knew from the Zerg side that just hearing nuclear launch detected every 6 seconds is incredibly stressful. But I don't think Percival can afford that, sadly. He does get a few good snipes, but then, oh, Cyril answers, gets a few ghosts with the fungal. He was sniping a few of Cyril's important spellcasters there. Vikings, careful, parasitic bomb does land. Okay, he does split very quickly. He's got to repair these Vikings. I really feel this is Percival's weakest part of his game. Is like, you got to have a bunch of SCVs near here repairing these guys, or never mind, Percival's a genius. Percival is actually one of the best players at using the different funky map features, guys. Not gonna lie. Now that's an air blocker, so when they transform, they all just get glitched out of that zone where, of course, air units can't exist. Nice fungal Lingbane counter. It is a planetary. If he targets the Banelings with the planetary, which he does, he gets one pack. Oh, I don't know if he'll be able to get. No. Lingbane clears the top right. Cyril is one of the best players. He does this against Protoss as well. Maxes out on the slowest, most immobile, kind of old school Protoss Deathball, but it's Zerg Deathball style. And he always leaves like 20-30 supply free. And just when you think the game's fully static about this front-on spellcaster dance-off, he just arrives with a bunch of Lingbane, smashes through one of your key expansions, denies it, and it gives you this feeling of, oh god, I'm losing the game. And he's like, yep, I'm going to take this base eventually because there's still heaps of resources in that top right. Like, this has a little bit of minerals and gas. That's almost gone. Cyril's almost mined everything. He's got 300 minerals there. That drone's slowly mining it. Oh, another parasitic bomb landed, guys. These Vikings desperately trying to get back to the healing shrine. Sorry, I missed that. Dude, I've missed so many of these spells. It's just been constant poking and prodding and looking for those big spells. The Vikings need to get to that healing zone. Planetary on the north there. It's basically mined up. You don't want to lose the map control that it gives you. The Vikings, they're going to get... Oh, dude, they transform and it actually dodges the fungal as it glitched them out of the healing shrine. Do you guys see that? They actually dodged. There was a fungal landed in the middle at the exact millisecond they lifted off, and they all glitched to the outside, thereby dodging the fungal. That was amazing. That was actually hilarious. That's a very rare interaction, guys. Using the movement glitch of transforming on an air blocker with your Vikings to actually glitch them out of position, dodge the fungal. Long distance mining in the top right. Drones coming across the map, going to start to clear turrets, try and deny these gases potentially. Serral's making another Broodlord, 21. Does Parasitic Bomb infest other units? So it just does AoE damage, and it sticks to the unit that it's on. But if the Viking lands, becomes a ground unit, because Parasitic Bomb's only aerial, it just stays where the unit was flying. So that's why you'll often see Percival split the Viking away from the pack and then land it. And the kind of bee's nest, the Parasitic Bomb, the nest of parasites, the beehive just kind of stays on location for 7 seconds. Beautiful Ling run by the Sandpaper Zerg's at it again, guys. This is very solid play by Percival. And I feel like a Zerg who doesn't know 100% what to do at every single moment with 100% confidence, they have a lot of chances to throw the game. Unfortunately, right now, Serral is like an old man just sitting there carving wood, just whittling it down. You know, he's just like, oh, now time to get a slightly finer grain of sandpaper. And you're like, oh my god. But it's just so much more patience. So many Zergs, we're rushing to the finish line. We see that inefficiency in the top side. And we think, I gotta go, I gotta go, I gotta go. And the funny thing is, we've studied Serral for years, and we've tried to emulate what he does, and we can't do it. Most of us, even the top Zergs in the world, you'll never see Raynor play quite like this, right? He's like, I know I can't, like, that's not my style. Like, you have to have an otherworldly level of patience to pull off such a slow, methodical picking and poking and prodding and refusing to take inefficient fights and kind of just applying pressure and forcing the Terran into these bad situations. And look at this, still, even then, doesn't overextend. Every unit, he only commits if it's efficient. And look at how efficient this is. Drones are killing a command center down there. Zergling's clearing this. And meanwhile, while you're distracted, another Parasitic Bomb, Corruptor, Fungal Wave comes forward. Massive damage on the Vikings. They're all getting blitzed. And it's his ability to distract you elsewhere, which opens up these amazing angles on the front. He's looking for another Fungal. He's kind of skirting the lib zones. He's always pulling back, spreading, and then if you overextend even a little bit, then he goes for it. Corruptors come forward. He walks right through there, but the Siege Tank shot does take out an Infestor or two. He quickly pulls them back and then continues forward. Corruptor's taking care of all the air units. Orbital goes down. You can just see how many of these Parasitic Bombs he was getting. And I'm sorry I didn't catch too many of them when he initiated. Like, let's watch this last one here. So, those Lings are distracting. Goes in, picks off a Lib or two with the Ducks. And then he goes in, and he goes and actually A-moves the Corruptors, throws a Power Bomb. He doesn't even have many Corruptors, guys. He's got only 13. But look at that. And he's moving in and out, dropping Fungals. And these Vikings were just struggling. This is why, generally speaking, because Vikings are so weak to these spellcasters, a lot of players prefer to have Thor, Hellbat, and Ghost as their anti-air, where if you've got a bunch of Thors, they outrange the Broodlords, they do massive damage to them, they can do really well. Hellbats can kill the Broodlings the moment they land. Use Liberators to stop the Infestors from getting in range. And then you can add some Snipes and potentially EMPs as well. The problem is, like, even that can be a bit dicey when they get to 20 plus Broodlords, because they can stack all the Broodlords together, one shot of Thor. Like, maybe 3 or 4 shots to answer that. But if they're only getting a few Thor shots, because the Thors can't stack on top of each other, you're getting 20 Broodlord shots off. You can actually outtrade the Thors, so that adds a bit more pressure. That's why often there are 8 Vikings. I'd say 8 Vikings. I've talked to us about Serral with this many times over the years, and he says, yeah, enough to at least 2-shot, maybe 1-shot Broodlords is the maximum number, because you want those to kind of poke in front. So when the Broodlords are trying to stack up and pick off a Thor like that, the Vikings can kind of poke just in front of that Thor, Lib, Hellbat line, pick off a Viking or a Corruptor or 2, dance in and out, but it's also not such a big number that they're overcommitting and overkilling units, but they're also not as weak to Fungal Parasitic Bomb, and you're relying more on the more solid kind of Thors and on the ground with the Ghost and Hellbat support to deal with it. But that's a very expensive army. Percival had no chance to get there in this game, and it's really, really difficult to actually make that happen. But hats off to Serral once again, playing a very efficient game, only down 4,000 resources at the end of what is a very good late game turtle map for Terran. GG, well played. Serral takes Basilisk to a 1-0 lead. My man. You should still be able to powerbomb ground mech units, says Broken Controller. You think it should damage them, or it just sticks to them, but only damages the air units above them? Thundercat, thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. How are we doing? I think that drone pack actually kills the orbital in the end, says Ratjar. Oh, it did? Oh, nice. That's actually really cool. My man. So who's in NoGG, guys? It's Clem, Solar, Percival. Who else? Is it all of Team Liquid? Or just Clem? Who else is in Team Liquid these days? Is Cure on it as well? I imagine Cure is on it if Clem's on it. Classic's on it as well. Team Liquid is split? It's so odd that Team Liquid is split up. Maybe Clem hates Cure. Or Cure hates Clem. He's like, why'd you pick Protoss, race traitor? Clem's like, what? I just like lasers, man. And Cure's like, fuck you, I'm not on your fucking team anymore. Wouldn't it be cool if Cure was like the most unchill guy? The pro gamer who's like the calmest and most chill? How he plays? Seems like such a nice guy, but like outside he's like, no, Clem's a scumbag. I hate my teammate. Wouldn't those run into Neural? Ah, yeah. You've got to have libs covering them, Bulgarian. You can have a few siege tanks covering them early, but the tanks are going to friendly fire units really bad when they don't have anything else to shoot at and they're not targeted on them, so yeah. Yeah. Like, why would Cure be on it if Clem is... I don't know. That they're both on Team Liquid, so they're both Team Liquid players, so you would expect two players on the same team to be on the same team in a team league. Wild, I know. Wild, I know, chat. It's totally fine. I know you just said you're like, oh, I'm kind of confused. So I'm not sure why. Obviously, there are some players who are teamless. So I think with the GSTL, they're just kind of letting some teams join together, or people who are teamless just kind of join in alliance. StarCraft 2 is not as professional as it once was, obviously. You know, it's not like there's all big sponsors and stuff. But it's still odd to see Clem and Cure not together. And I don't know the backstory on it. Yeah. Cure's a Sabbatarian who doesn't eat spreads because he sees it as creep. So like he won't eat a peanut butter sandwich because he's like, that's fucking creep spread. I'm not a fucking Zerg. Instead he like grabs peanuts in the shell and he just like crushes them between two pieces of bread and starts eating it. And he's like, I'm not a fucking Zerg. Fuck you. He like eats a peanut shell in his mouth and shit. And he's just like, you're like, this is a weird fucking behavior, man. Oh my god. Yeah, drones killing the orbital. That's revenge, man. Don't smirk like that, you fucker punchable. Oh, we got big words on the internet from Django, guys. Big words from the internet, man. Go in the chat. How you doing, Carl? Yeah, it's good to be back on the normal schedule. It's a big disruption, I know. Still a better sandwich than ice cubes? It probably would be. I mean, peanut shells are fine to eat, right? Are peanut shells safe to eat? You should not eat them. They are hard to digest and can cause stomach blockages. Okay, so what this tells me is there's soft cocks out there. Pussies. Bunch of cowards who don't eat them because they're afraid of blockages. Fucking losers. How about you fucking toughen up? If you're not ready to eat nails, at least eat a peanut shell sandwich. Yeah, apparently you're not meant to, guys. Apparently you're not meant to eat a peanut shell sandwich. I mean, that's not surprising. I figured it would be like, you know how there's like a lot of fruit and vegetables where you Google it and they're like, you should absolutely eat the outside. It's packed with micronutrients, vitamins, and fiber. And you're like, but it's like disgusting, you know? Like, it's like, how do you guys feel about a hairy kiwi fruit, you know? Like, I don't mind eating the skin of a kiwi fruit, but the really hairy ones especially, I'm like, get out of here, man. That's so... My mom always tells me, apparently I would eat them as a baby. I would just like eat the whole fucking thing. But I'm just like, just the texture. I can do it, but the texture's like a bit yucky, you know? I don't mind a gold kiwi with like the smooth skin. that's like a little bit nicer. There's just something about the hairy, rough texture on like a green kiwi where I'm like, You blend them into smoothies. It's pretty nice, man, in smoothies. I feel like a single kiwi, you put that in a smoothie, you can have like a ton of carrots and kale and random garbage in there, and the single kiwi will make it taste delicious. I learned this when we were at Katowice one year, and Demu just rocks up to breakfast. He's got this fucking glass of like mystery juice, and he's like, "Did you see? They've got so much kale and fresh fruit and vegetables. I've made myself a delicious, healthy kale smoothie." And I was like, oh my! I've never been into juicing shit and stuff like that. I'm like, whatever. But yeah, then every day, me and him would just like, I was like, this. I realized I could put in like a bunch of carrots, all the kale. It was great as well because you guys know kale, right? You can take like a mound of kale, you put it in a juicy thing, and you get like this much fucking juice, right? So I would just like be like, oi, person who works here in hotel, there's no more kale, bring more kale. They bring out another fucking mound of kale. We like put it in the juicer. We get this like dribble of kale juice. And we're like, more, bring us more. We have already exhausted your kale supply. They're like, Jesus, we're spending 6 times as much on breakfast because these people keep eating our fucking kale at our stupid buffet, man. It was good fun. Yeah, it was actually really nice. The kiwis made it delicious. A single kiwi in each one, and it was like really I was played with a guy who ate kiwis like apples. It made me gag watching. There's someone who shaves them first. Oh my god, that's. If you have to shave your food before you eat it, you're doing it wrong. Just missed the sauna, missed the beginning. Epic game 1, Cyril Percival. Cyril kind of played really well, got in control. Percival did a proxy 2-racks, which is such a good way of messing up the Zerg's build order, but I think he took a bit extra damage from the counterattack than he should have, the Roach Ravager counterattack, because Cyril just gave up his expansion. Made Roach Ravager, did a little counter. I also think the Banshees didn't do very much. So it felt to me like, took too much damage on the counter, committed to Cloak Banshees, which Cyril shut down, partially because Cyril went like very heavy tech on 2-base, Roach Ravager Carapace, and just did like Cyril is so good at just denying the standard forms of harassment with like Medevac Marine and stuff with Roach Ravager, and he just kind of defended with Roach Ravager Queen really well. Got to a good spot. Percival dragged it to late game, but I think the expanding to the top right corner, and that first time the top right corner got caught by Zerglings when it wasn't a planetary yet, I think from there it was all the momentum kind of was gone, and it was Cyril's game to lose, and he never really gave up control of it from there. Were you actually in the sauna, Merlina? Are you Finnish? Sauna in summertime? Oh my. I went in one of those infrared saunas a few weeks ago. It was actually pretty nice. It was good. I got so sweaty. What side of the game was not salvaging the bunker? Yeah, I think if he stayed to salvage the bunker, it's pretty dicey. Because you need to, if it takes damage, it interrupts the sale. So he would have needed to hop out of the bunker and guard it for like 10 seconds to sell it and then run home. Infrared? Yeah, is that not what I said? Infrared? I think that's what it's called. Infrared sauna, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's just like you don't have any actual steam or anything. You just turn it on and it just fucking shoots rays. It's like you basically just in a microwave, and it just makes you sweat. It's good for you. Yeah, just like sitting in a microwave. Very good for you. Estonian, very nice. For those who don't know, guys, in Estonia, it's actually named because that's actually the origins of the David Goliath story. The people there are famous for being very good at throwing stones, skimming stones, throwing stones, stoning people who cheat in their relationships, if you're, all that sort of stuff, just standard stuff. It's a good thing. We love Estonians, and we love people who are very good at stoning. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. Give me a 3-minute break. Game 2 is going to be Trigger versus Solar. Ooh, let's see if Trigger can do something, maybe some blink aggression or something like that. I think he'll do some blink aggression. Trigger's a bit of a blink fiend, but I realistically feel like against Solar, you need to go Glaive Adept to throw him off balance, and then you need a very good mid-game plan because he's always going to all-in you, and it's nearly impossible to stop. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Oh, the Zergling couldn't fit inside. He's like, I want to be one of the boys. Please pick me up. Please, can I go? Please, can I go? Mom. She's like, no, Jimmy, you're too young to kill SCVs. You can't come into the Terran base, not until you're older. It's like, oh, I just want to go fight some Terran, man. Round 2 behind it, though. Has Creator chased too far is the question. His Oracles are derping out here a little bit. One moment, guys. Dot just locked herself out. She has to go to a doctor's appointment. She both didn't bring her referral and locked herself out without keys. Lib range before? Wait, what? It's so... Guys. Can you imagine being so well endowed you can't see the end of it? That's insane. I've heard of like really obese people not being able to see it because their view's blocked. But imagine looking down and it's so far away. Like, Terran players need glasses to see the tip now or something. What the hell, man? That's so fun. Oh. Let's get him. Oh, where'd your mineral line go, Clem? Where'd your mineral line go? Oh, were you not looking? Were you not looking, bro? You weren't looking. Oh god, guys. I forgot to buy range on the tower you guys are pointing out. Yeah. I don't have the range upgrade available on my overlords. Please kill the tower, guys. Please kill the tower soon. We need to kill that tower right now before I lose any more overlords. Otherwise, we're dead. The wasps are on the wrong side. They're not protecting me. The wasps aren't protecting my overlord. Oh no! We're gonna lose another overlord. Oh, we got the tower debuff. Perfectly timed tower debuff. Perfectly timed tower debuff. I was never stressed. I was never stressed. I am so good. My first tournament win. I knew it. These were strategies I practiced. Steps of War was an awesome map. Like, having to go to school every day as a child was fucking amazing. So much fun, man. Oh. They're like, we're going to add numbers together again. That thing you did yesterday and the day before, we're doing it again. I'm like, whoa! I got it the first time, guys. I got it the first time. They're like, no. The number's slightly bigger today. I'm like, we've been doing this for fucking 7 years. I actually want to kill myself. If you guys make me stay here for one more day, I fucking want... To be fair, when I think about that, Steps of War actually seemed like a good time in comparison. Sorry, let me just get in character here. You hate yourself, runt. You hate yourself, you dirty runt. You cook. I don't know how people enjoy the sauna. Unbearable to breathe scorching hot air through your nose. You get used to it, Greek Scavenger. It's an adjustment thing. It's very uncomfortable when you first do it, especially if it's too hot. So it's best to start not quite as hot and build your resistance to it. But if you hop in for the first time, especially in a group sauna, and there's some old guy there that's been saunaing his whole life, and he's just like, fucking chuck all the water on the rocks, and it's fucking crazy hot steam going, and you're like, ah! It's probably not the easiest to get used to. It's probably easiest if you're able to control it yourself. Likewise, with an infrared one, you can actually just set the exact temperature or whatever setting, and it's really nice to find the good thing. But yeah, no, it's good for you. You've just got to remember it's good for you, and then you do feel really good after. Obviously, if you have like a health condition, it might kill you if you go too hot. But yeah, so yeah, be careful. All right, guys. Well, they're down 1 game, NoGG. Solar in the bottom left. Trigger coming in now for Basilisk on the right side. Underdog in this game, that's for sure. His first chrono boost does end there. Looks like he did that perfectly on time. 12 pylon, and he's going to go for a no scout opening. Solar is almost never going to early pull, and I think a no scout opening is actually the best way to play here as Trigger. So I love it. He might gate scout. I mean, I guess on a full player map, maybe in case it's pull first, you want to check for that. So obviously, it's either cross map or horizontal spawn. Horizontal spawn is not what you want as Trigger. You'd much prefer cross spawn because you know Solar's going to all in you in the mid game, and it's of course very hard to respond to that. It's going to go for the second chrono here. Look at that, 50 energy, guys. Instant chrono. Very nicely done. And Solar, of course, moving down. He's going to go 16 hatchery. That's interesting, guys. Normally people play 15 hatchery, so I wonder what the mindset difference is. Why 16? Is this because he's going to go gas before pool? I think it is. I think he was prepared to get blocked, and he was like, yeah, we'll just go 16 hatch, maybe 18 gas, 17 pool. as opposed to the 17 pool 18 gas. But no, he's lined up for a 17. Oh, no, yeah, it is gas pool. Yeah, 18 gas, 17 pool. Okay, that makes sense. So Solar's going to go hatch gas pool for the early link speed. This is Nexus before gas. Oh, you know, I was experimenting with this at the very beginning of the patch, and I've not experimented with it since then. I think these might be the best openings, the Nexus before gases. So it's Nexus, then gas, then Cybercore. This is actually a really cool build order. I really was surprised not many people have experimented with this that much. I kind of just ended up going back to the other path because I was like, it's a bit more familiar, a bit easier to kind of handle and figure out. We should be seeing a second pylon soon as well, of course, and you'll see he drops that right on 100 minerals. Nice play for Trigger. Love to see it. Now, of course, Solar does get a free scout. Trigger also knows that Solar is down here as a result of that. Now, regarding how do you beat Solar, I think the best way is to potentially do like a glaive adept pressure to make him build roaches. Problem, you're not going to do damage, or very little. Like, you do not want to commit a lot. You probably only want to do it with 2 gates, at most 3 gates. You don't want to transform into warp gates because it costs money to transform. And you want to make sure all you're doing is trying to force or funnel Solar into roaches so that he's not getting away with his really greedy +1 melee. Because if he gets away with greedy +1 melee, Solar has a few pivots that are very hard to deal with. He can go straight into Mass Muta, unlikely to do that in these spawns, or straight into really greedy Hydra Bane, which is a bit more harder to counter, a bit deeper in the tech tree, I would say, than if he just does one of his Roach Queen all-ins. If he does Roaches, he's almost always going to make an Overlord into a German taxi. He's going to send it across 4 Queens in an Overlord, bunch of Roach Ravagers Zergling, and just all in. That is Solar's build order. It's what he loves to do. And by doing some sort of heavy adept pressure, you kind of almost funnel him in that direction. So I'd love to see Trigger do that and then have some really good plan for dealing with that Roach push, because that's what it's all about. So if you want to play Gateway Man style, obviously you need to not use Warp Gates. You need to stay in Gateway form, stay on a low Gateway count, produce frequently. The real challenge is securing a 4th base if you're playing Mass Gateway. If you're not playing Mass Gateway, you're just defending with like Blink Stalkers, you can go Blink off of just 2 or 3 gates. Non-stop produce Stalkers once Warp Gate's done. And of course, use the minerals you save. Normally players, you'll see them go to 8 gateways. Old style, a lot of Protoss players still do that because they haven't really adapted to the new patch, haven't had the interest in it because the new patch they dislike, as do many of us. And they go, F this. That's going to shade in, he's going to get 2 drones. But yeah, save that money and go for splash damage a bit faster to finish that thought. Adepts are going to get 4 drones. You know, that's not a bad play, 4 drones. My own experience tells me it's better to keep the Adepts alive, though, because if you lose those, you are now in big trouble, especially with such a greedy 3rd Nexus. Dude, he needs to wall off. Oh, God. Okay, he's got to turn the Oracle on. Does turn the Oracle on. Scares those Zerglings away. And he will have an Adept in the wall off soon. I mean, he's gotten away with the greedy build. He's done a bit of economic damage. For me, personally, I feel like losing Adepts can be very dicey in this matchup. But he goes Twilight into 3rd gas, which I think is one of the smoothest ways to play. And he's building a Stalker just to deny a bit of vision. Does take an early 4th gas, so it looks like I think Trigger might be playing fast Storm style. Problem is, with no glaive adept pressure or anything like that, he's got to figure out, is this +1 melee, which we know it is, or is this like a Roach style, Hydra Bane, Mutas? He's going to have to do that, but doing that while securing your 3rd and probing it up with so few gateway units, very difficult. So we'll see what Trigger goes for. He goes for a very early 3rd and 4th gateway and Blink. This looks like an old school build order. This looks like a pre-patch build order. Because you don't really need the 3rd and 4th gateway this early. Don't get me wrong. It's not the worst just yet, as long as he stays 4 gate and just pumps units. He is starting to build a few more Stalkers now. So it does look like a defensive Blink Oracle. Defensive Blink Oracle is at its best when you take 6 gases and rush either Storm or Colossus. I think Colossus is better than Storm. Storm got nerfed this patch, and especially if he realized that this is a Hydra play, then you know that it's even better against Hydraling Bane. Does he see the... He hasn't seen the Evo, though, which is unfortunate. Oh, he goes for a follow-up stasis. That's a really nice one. Big freeze up there. He's being really annoying to deal with. He hasn't seen a Roach Warren yet. He doesn't know for sure what he's up against. He's like, what are you doing? He's missed the Evo. Hasn't seen a Roach Warren, though. So I think he can surmise this is a greedy boy play. Got plenty of Stalkers. He's going to go for Forge now. But no gases just yet. I do think Trigger needs to get a move on. He sees the Evo. Okay, now he knows 100% what's happening. He knows this is going to be a Hydra Bane. Could be a Muta pivot. And Trigger's going to need to tech on up. 6 gas goes down. Really solid build order. Trigger's looking really good. He stayed Gateway form. He's going to go Templar Archive. So he's going to play Stalker Storm. I think it can absolutely work. It's just obviously those Storms, even lower damage this season than the last. And the previous season, their damage was already nerfed. Now, Solar's got double... he's got, sorry, drop a Lord over there. So he's going to go drop Lings in the main. There's no pylons on the edges, though. There is a Stalker nearby. Hydra then gets spotted. Trigger sees the timing. He knows he's safe for quite a while here. One of the problems on this map location is where do you take your 4th as Trigger? Probably up here. If you go here, it's kind of towards the Zerg, which is possible. Solar expanding away from the Protoss. Very logical there. Stalker pulls away from the main. Surely... Wait, Trigger! He wasn't watching! He pulls away from the main! What the hell? No! Oh, wait, no, he does realize? Oh, that was a bit of a weird response there. At least the Stalker tanks, which means a lot less probes die. Better lose a Stalker than the other units there. Oracles are going to take out some of these guys on the front. Storm's on the way. Robo, a couple cannons going down. He's going to take a 4th Nexus at the front as well. All off just 4 gateways, which is absolutely correct here. I think this is a really solid play for Trigger. And it's going to be Hydra Bane against Cannon, Battery, Blinkstalker, Storm. Cannons are decent. You don't want to go too heavily on them because they're not as mobile as more diverse fighting units. Immortals building as well out of double... Oh, he's gone double Robo. Wow, that's an odd choice. Immortals aren't very important against Hydra Link Bane. They're tanky, of course, but they're incredibly expensive. I think you'd rather spend those minerals on kind of having Zealots ready to counterattack up the north. When the attack comes to hit you, you want to really be fighting for a little bit of map control. Because he's so defensive as Trigger here, you can see he can't really get out to counter pressure. So this is all going to be about Solar picking a big timing, trying to bust him. And it's essentially a defense simulator for Trigger. Very pre-patch style of playing, but I think adapted with the lower gateway count to the new patch in a way which makes a lot of sense. I think this is some of the best defensive Oracle into Blink Storm PvZ I've seen from anyone so far. Really impressed with Trigger. I haven't watched a lot of his play, and I'm kind of sad about that because I'm like, damn, he looks good. This is really nice. He's got to be careful on his Storm usage, though. Yeah, you can't waste too many Storms, but he does the right thing by intercepting the army in front of your base. You've got room to stutter step back, layer Storms. You can't get caught behind your base. Otherwise, your Storms don't do anything. If you let the Hydra Bane spread a giant concave, he can pull in and out as he wishes. This is a good movement by Trigger, but his army needs to be further north. He's way too far south right now. Here we go. Nice movement, though. Good Storms. But a few too many of them. He's got to keep energy recharging. It's about to come off cooldown. He's only got like 2 Storms available. He needs to energy recharge right now. He's going to start splitting his army, trying to move north. He's got a stasis trap there. Will it do much? I think it will. It's going to be a massive one. No! Okay, it does get a decent one. Here we go. He's going to move north. He's not got many Storms here. He's getting attacked in 2 places at once. Oh! Beautiful spready here for Solar. Stasis trap in the north does hold him back for now. Trigger should have the supply to hold on, but you can still see his armies are just a little bit too small. He's only now starting charge. Got that Storm on the north side. Over here, Hydra's coming in for the flank. Beautiful move for Solar. He's surrounding the southern army. The Immortal Stalker trying to come south from there. The Oracles as well. Solar with some devious positioning. The Cannon's trying to hold on. That Archon getting picked off. This has been brilliant movements by Solar. I feel like Solar, head-to-head, gets wrecked by that army. But he comes around, and he's going to get the high-energy Templar almost with that Hydra, really avoiding and baiting the Storms out. And this has just been such excellent play. And you can kind of see, I'm looking at this, and I'm immediately going, I think this is maybe why Colossus is better. Look at how low impact the Storm is. If the Zerg's able to spread you thin like this and move in and out of the Storms and bait them at such a high frequency, suddenly you find yourself so low on Storms, whereas Colossus would just have such consistent output, and Colossus are much better against Roaches now. Lings do get us around in some of those Immortals. That is actually really scary. The Immortal core to the army is very powerful. Great Storm on the Immortals, but that means he just used his energy recharge, and he had to morph an Archon, and 2 Immortals almost went down to those Zerglings alone. Oh, these Immortals on the front are going to fall as well. One of them goes down. Bane Hydra forming a big battle line. He doesn't have any Zealots here. If Trigger just had like 10 Zealots maybe to help jump on top of these Immortals and Archons would be good, but the red hit point Immortals, they're starting to drop. The Archons are starting to go down the probes as well. Solar just barely breaks through, and I can't believe it. I thought Trigger had such a good opening, but Solar is Solar, and he is a master of breaking you down in the mid-game. He also had 84 workers behind it, so his transition, I mean, it wouldn't have been great because he's not got an infestation or a hive or anything, but nonetheless, a very, very good play by Solar. He does take care of it. GG, well played. This was actually really cool, guys. I'm so excited to see a player who's clearly practiced the build order and adapted it well. I think Trigger looked really nice. I do still prefer if the Zerg Protoss is a bit more active in the mid game generally. I just feel like if you've got a bit more map control, you can make things more awkward for them by doing forwards pressure. But I think if they've gone upgraded Zergling and you've already committed to Blink, it's very tough. You can kind of push out there and bait some more Zerglings, but it's so dangerous that you might just get surrounded, lose a whole bunch of Stalkers. I think in hindsight, though, if this was Robo Bay, obviously this is amazing. What's the downside of going Robo Bay, guys? So I feel like if you go Robo Bay, you go Colossus. It feels worse against Mutas, but is it actually that much worse than Storm against Mutalisk? So either way, you have Blink. I feel like it should still be fine. Like, you can still have 1 or 2 Colossus with your Stalkers. As long as you know, don't get completely... Even with this build, if he got blindsided by Mutas, he's going to struggle to deal with it. It's not like Storm really helps against the Mutas, right? I feel like Colossus might just be the best play. Hats off to Solo, though. Really good positioning, moving up here, threatening this ramp, and then darting those Hydras through here to surround the Southern Army. Like, this was a real beautiful engage. I do think Trigger was a little wasteful on his early Storms. I also think this army positioning was poor. I think this army should have stayed up here, a bit further forward, and just been ready to, like, kite backwards and drop Storms from that angle. You know what I mean? Also, a bit too cannon reliant. Cannons are so nice. It's always one of these things where I'm like, I love cannons, but also they're just not mobile. And there's part of me that says at this stage, should Protoss just be making more like Stalkers instead? And then I go, well, no, because you want to spend your gas on High Templar on Immortals, right? You don't have a lot of gas bank. And you've only got 4 gateways, so you can't really make a ton of Zealots. You also don't have charge yet. Zealots will become really good eventually, but you're not there yet. You're not at the point where Zealots are good yet, right? Zealots will be good a bit later on once you got charge and this sort of stuff, and they're good for counterattacks and running around the map and all this sort of stuff, but we're not at that stage. I think this is just Solar executing really well. I think Colossus would do really, really nicely, though. But GG, well played. Very nice game 2 for Solar. Ties up the series 1-1. Yeah, I mean, it's not a priority. I think you just kind of delay it on purpose. I agree. You delay charge on purpose. It's not high priority in frontal fights. It's good once all the Banes are gone. If there's a pitched battle going on, your Zealots can like warp in and jump on top. But he's only on 4 gateways. He's not got 8 gateways warping in. So charge is just not important there. I think it was absolutely a conscious decision. How would I delay Raynor? He might have not gotten... oh yeah, Storm having such a low impact, sad, yeah. As before, Colossus seemed not to be good, apart from early in PvT against Marines, so interesting change. Yeah, no, Colossus are a bit more versatile now. They're really good. Alright guys, tied up 1-1. Clem in the bottom right side of the map for NoGG and Raynor for Basilisk. Not sure why. If anyone knows in the comments, let me know why Clem and Cure for Team Liquid are on different teams in the GSTL. Really curious. I think maybe it's kind of clans and friendships a little bit more with some of the teams rather than just pro teams. Obviously, Basilisk is the pro team itself. Do you guys know though? Does Basilisk have anyone else on it? Like, is it just the 3 players? Raynor, Serral, and Trigger? Is Roddy having to step in if they need a 4th player? Are they using Showtime like they have in some of the World Team League in the past? And like, have they got like any mercs? If you guys know, let me know. I'm just kind of trying to stay spoiler-free-ish, so I'm kind of loading the games up as we go. Obviously in a best of 5, I'm not sure if you're allowed to just resurrect the players that have been eliminated. Because if this goes 2-1, I mean, who's going to come out in the next match? Can they resurrect a player? Does Roddy have to play? Do they get Levy in? Mr. Gotham Chess? Apparently, yes. Basilisk, Raynor's team, did just pick up Levy. Gotham Chess, which is cool. It's fun. Maybe maybe he'll finally get GM, yeah? Like, get GM. No, I don't really follow chess much, but I do, of course, know the name. Barracks Gas here for Clem in the bottom right side. So Raynor, Clem, it's a good matchup. Clem historically is favored, but Raynor, even when Clem was like kind of unbeatable for Serral, Raynor was the guy who could always win matchups against him and would always make it messy. Raynor is not a perfect player, but he'd be very good at kind of finding Clem's weakness, and I think the big problem Raynor has had when Clem is dominating him is that Clem just gets ahead and then runs with it. And Raynor is very good at playing dogged from behind. And suddenly you'll see Raynor play like the best player in the world, but he's so far behind against Clem when he starts playing like that you're like, it's just irrecoverable. Like, he'll make Clem have to work so hard to finish him off. But at the end of the day, Clem will still win because, you know, he got a friggin' worker lead at the 5-minute mark, which is just an insane lead in this matchup. We'll see how this goes. Is this live? Is the GSTL live on the Best Games of StarCraft stream? 100%, guys. These are always live games. That's how we know they're the best. My man. 2 queens building 4 zerglings. Pretty standard opening. Reaper comes forward. SCV is going to block the base on the right side as well. These games were from, I think, two days ago, I believe. 2 or 3. Marine pushing back the Overlord on the pillar. It's hiding there. Good micro on both sides in the midst of this. 1 zergling already going down. Serral does not like to build the 5th and 6th zergling. Neither does Raynor. And it does cost Raynor 2 zerglings there. And he now has to build 2 more to make up for that. Though he did get 1 extra drone out mining a little bit earlier. Now, guys, does Clem bother lifting the command center to snipe the guy? I feel like Clem just wants to play efficiency. The Marine goes back to the high ground. But he's played double gas. Well, that's interesting. So Clem's going to go for a quick, probably Hellion Banshee or something like that. He could do an early Hellbat timing. Something like that could be nice. Hatcheries on the right side. It's just started. 16 drones in the main, 11 in the natural. Reaper's going to rotate. Raynor seems a little less mechanical, but really fast. I don't know, scrappy and adaptable, I guess, is cool. Yeah, I mean, he is very mechanical, but he's not as precise as Clem. Like, frantic micro, but he likes the tunnel vision a little bit more, Raynor, on like ling run buys or this or that or a certain tactic. Whereas Clem is more like perfect, where he's like, no, I will in the middle of microing my Marines in 3 places, go home and build depots and drop mules and build engineering bays, and like, he's just like, he's pure multitasking perfection, you know? Trigger kind of fits into that same category. Trigger and Clem both play this style where they are kind of always trying to manage everything at once. Whereas Raynor has just a little bit more, even though he's very fast, just a little bit more of an old school RTS gamer to him in that he's like insanely quick, but he's very willing to just like stare at 1 or 2 things, over focus on them, and won't care if he doesn't spread creep for like 3 minutes straight in the later stage. Like early on, creeps his focus, some of the best creep spread in the world. The game gets later, and he's like really focused on like crazy backstabs or infestor ambushes. He just ignores creep spread for 3-4 minutes at a time, and tunnel visions on that one thing. And I think that's perfectly fine. I mean, I remember back in the day, people said Life's the best player we've ever seen. He's so good. Banshee spots the zerglings. That's very nice for Clem. Yeah, and a lot of people didn't realize just how kind of weak things like Life's creep spread were. Like Life would just be doing the craziest builds. But like, yeah, he wasn't macroing perfectly during it. Clem is really the first player we've seen hit a level of just multitasking perfection, or as close to it as players can get. And obviously, he still makes plenty of mistakes because the game is lightning fast. 2 drones go down, very nicely done. Warlock comes up. Zerglings take out 1 of these SCVs. And looks like they might cancel another 60 hit points, 50, 40, 30, 20, and he kills it. No cancel. Hellions continue across the map. He has to rebuild it. Very good play here for Raynor. He's got Carapace on the way. Laz already finished. Oh, the Banshee goes a bit too close to the Spore, but now it gets out of Spore range. Hellions microing really nicely. 1 Queen does go down. Banshee's adding some really good damage. This is very well done, man. And look at that. Now we can engage the Zerglings because the Queens aren't there to shield it. Beautiful. Banshee runs away. Clem's multitasking exceptional. Banshee defends the wall off as well. That unit's lost tab 950 to 250 in Clem's favor. Second Evo Chamber's on the way. Raynor's going to drop an Infestation Pit. He needs a 4th and a 5th base desperately, though, if he's going to play this Massling Infestor style that it looks like he's going to. This looks like the greedy style. Raynor loves to play the greedy style. Couple of Infestors and a quick hive is usually what comes down next, but that 4th base feels like it's being delayed a little bit. For a style that really depends on your mineral count more than anything, and getting that 4th mineral line mining, it's crucial to it. I think Clem has done enough damage to throw Raynor's build quite far off. That being said, third command center got delayed a little bit to get these quick banshees out. Doing a bit of damage is kind of necessary with this sort of opening. That infestation pit and fourth gas are on the way for Raynor. Runs forward, gets himself one Hellion. Continues to fight here. I guess he says, hey, these Hellions are damaged enough. I can just man mode this. Sometimes man moding a fight is another way of saying headbutting into your death in StarCraft. But at the end of the day, cleans up the Hellions. Those, of course, could have either transformed and healed from medevacs once they're in Hellbat form, or repaired up to full life. So I think that's an acceptable trade. +2 carapace on the way. Fourth base on the left side. Raynor does not have a fifth base up, which means he has to defend this base. Otherwise, he'll be stuck on a very low income. His first infest is building his hive as well. It's 6 queens and zerglings, nothing else for Raynor. After 3 players have played, any member of the team can play, either someone who's not played or you can resurrect, says Don Raynor. Okay, very nice to know. Of course, the format accommodating to teams that only have a 3-man roster. Oh, Siege Tank getting some really nice shots on that right side. Who's on team NoGG? We've got Clem, Solar, Percival, Classic. Not sure if there's a fifth or if it's just those 4. Leave this base. You can't lose this. Raynor needs to defend. He lands a fungal. Beautiful fungal. Oh, the Siege Tank friendly fire does a fair bit as well. Things will take out one of these tanks, but I think Raynor has to disengage after that tank kill, and indeed he does. Hive's almost finished, but he's stuck on 64 workers. There's a Chad Hammock guarding the high ground. Second factory on the way here for Clem. Massive lead on +2 carapace. Look at this, guys. 1-1's not even done yet for Clem. Clem's playing a momentum style, but even though, I mean, Raynor's in such a fragile spot. Every fight matters. He's got 40 Zerglings, 2 infestors, 7 queens, but catches the rally. Every Marine is sacred. Gets him just before combat shields is ready. There is a few queens, Zerglings, and infestors at home. Things try to run in. They see the 2 tanks, and these guys will come back. SCV was trying to repair the Banshees. Of course, they cannot defend it from the swarm of Zerglings that find it in the open ground. 12, 15 more drones and an Ultra Cavern on the way. But his 5th base is in a really, really compromised position. His 4th base looks like it's probably going to go down. And that 5th base is not far away for Clem to rotate to. If you can't get this base up or keep it up, you're kind of screwed long-term as Raynor. Wouldn't mind Raynor sneaking a few lings in here, like 8 Zerglings and a bit of a spread to get the Siege Tanks to friendly fire their own SCVs down. Might be a good move. 4th command center goes down for Clem. Banshees move to the right side. Marines dancing back and forth. Lings are going to try to run in. Siege Tanks and Marines guarding the wall, though. And interestingly, guys, he's building Hellbats. Is that a misclick? Or is he going to actually go Hellbat Marauder? Because he's got 3 Marauders building. Does Clem? And 3 Hellbats. Oh, we're going to see Blue Flame next. He's going to go Blue Flame. Guys, we're going to see Blue Flame Hellbat Marauder with libs as well. Oh my god. Clem is such a cool guy. +2 carapace is done for these Zerglings, though. Clem does need to pick up and get out of there. Oh, he goes for the infestors. He damages them, but does not kill them. They are prime transfuse targets for Raynor. If Raynor doesn't transfuse those, he's crazy. He does indeed transfuse them. Here comes the Hellbat Marauder. There's no Blue Flame, but does he really need it? He's got a really nice position anyway. Unfortunately, Marauder gets caught out in the open. Mass Link counterattack could do really well. Hellbats are good against Zerglings, but they are so caught out there. First Ultras entering the field. They don't quite have Chitinous Plating yet. Attacking into this, I think, is a bad call. Raynor should just give this base up, rotate to the right. But he's getting baited right now. You can tell Raynor's shocked that Clem's here this early. He's going to fight into it. He lands a massive chain fungal. Absolutely massive chain fungal. But the infestor runs a bit far forward. It will die. Even with the transfuses, it does go down. Cleans up all the Marines here. Zerglings get rid of the Hellbats and tanks on the high ground. The Ultra is still alive with 10 kills on that left side. The libs go down, and that is an exceptional hold for Raynor. I can't believe he stood his ground and fought. That felt like such an unnecessary risk. And yet, that's Raynor to a T. Unnecessary risk, dangerous, kind of edge of your seat play. And when he pulls it off, he just takes away with the game. And that's where he is right now, up 30 supply. That was an incredibly committed timing that really wanted to do big damage. But the early +2 carapace advantage for Raynor, meaning that he was up 1 upgrade there. Great fungal usage because Clem kind of was taking damage to the link counters and knew he had to shove in and force Raynor to commit to the fight. Really cost him. Beautiful lib micro. Comes in with Libs from both sides, guys. Ling's running on that base yet again, doing fantastic damage. Lib on this side does a fair bit of damage as well. Lots of SCVs going down. The Bio on the front dancing here. The Ultra's very damaged. Can the Ultras take care of this? The Bio has to pick up. Ling's come in from that side. There is still a Lib active on the right, but it's not killing any more workers. And Clem overrun by Raynor. Raynor plays one of the highest risk styles. He loves this style. I've loved this style for years, but if you guys think it is solid, yeah, it's greedy as all heck. There are periods where Raynor does this every game in a row, and he very quickly starts getting massively punished. You could tell Clem had a really good idea, kind of held that timing that hits before Ultras are ready. Should be able to do really well. But because Raynor was so good with his Ling movement and so good with his early defense, I felt like by the time that attack hit, it was kind of a bit rushed, and then the Fungals were just a bit too good at clearing it, right? Like, if we go forwards... Yeah, so there was only a few Hellbats. Like, it's like the army wasn't quite together, but because he knew Ultras are going to be coming out, he's like, I got to commit. But timing-wise, +2 carapace is done, so you're down an upgrade. The Lings are catching your reinforce, and then you get caught by some Fungies on the front as well. The first Fungies didn't look that good, right? Just a few guys, good spready. Let's watch that second Fungi, because I think this one was really good. Raynor did attacking into Ultra Infesta, guys, is so hard. So hard, but he's like, I gotta kill this hatchery, I have to force him to fight. And then that Fungal there was monumental. And there's not that many Marauders for the Ultras. The Libs are just sieging up. And once the Marine count goes down, you can't even deal with the Zerglings, bro. You need a heavy Marine count to deal with the Zerglings and the Queens. You need the Libs and the Marauders to deal with the Ultra, but then the Ultra gets through. Marines are all gone. You can imagine if he's still got an extra 15 Marines here, it's a very dicey position for Raynor. But I think that Fungal really saved his bacon. He takes Basilisk to a 2-1 lead. Okay. Take a look. Excuse me. Fun style, man. It's so cool because the way, you know, I was doing this Ling Infestor style for a few years there, and I was like, man, this style's so underrated. And I'd messaged Cyril about it a few times, and kind of like, I saw him experimenting on stream once or twice, and I was like, oh, if you do this adjustment, that adjustment. And I really thought Cyril would be the guy to like become the Infestaling guy. And he does mix the build in, but it's so funny because it is a gambly build. I love playing it almost every game on ladder when I'm feeling it, when I'm in practice with it. Raynor loves grinding it every game if he feels he can get away with it a fair amount. And Cyril will do it like 1 in 86 games. Because he's like, it's weak at this timing and this timing, you know? Cyril likes to mitigate risk. Raynor does not give a shit. Raynor, like me, prefers a dicey style that has some really like fun, fast-paced brutality to it. It's such a stylish style, you know? All right, guys. Solar in the top left. He's going to come out, and Raynor in the bottom right. So after your first 3 players, you can resurrect any of the players that have already played. Could have been Cyril versus Clem here, but it's Raynor versus Soul in a big ZVZ, and Soul's going to go 10-full. He loves his 10-full, man. He used this so much in Pigfest as well. Raynor really struggled with it. He defended it quite well some games. Other games, he really struggled with it. And eventually, over time, between both Solar and Cyril, and also Solar and Raynor, we saw more and more pull first come out to try and be safe against it. But even then, Solar would sometimes win against pull first, because the player wouldn't realize what he's doing early enough. If Raynor goes hatch first, of course, that's going to be the hardest to defend. It will be a big old micro war. We'll see what happens. If he goes for one more drone, that's probably good for Raynor. So the lava's going to pop out now, guys. What's he going to build with it? He does build another drone, which tells us he's probably going to go spawning pool. So I would expect Raynor to pull that drone, build a spawning pool, and that is best case if you are a Basilisk fan. Remember, this is only the first of 2 best of 5s. So it is going to be, even if Raynor wins this match, we'll activate another best of 5, which will be the all-kill format. We could have Clem, Solar, Serral, Rainer, Trigger. Any of these guys could just kill everybody. They could take out the entire opposite team, which means I wouldn't be surprised if both sides put out Serral and Clem first and just say, kill the ball. Going to be a very tempo swingy match. But if Solar wins this, we've got game 5, which also will probably be Serral Clem. I think either way, we get Serral Clem next map. Whoever wins this. It's going to go for a hatchery behind this, guys, is Solar. He's already got 10 Zerglings on the way. Hatchery not started yet. He's kind of focused on non-stop lings. Builds another. Wow. Okay, so he's going to go 12 lings before hatchery. Send that drone down way too early. Is what it is, I guess. Now, of course, Rainer sees what's happening. He's building 2 Zerglings. He's building a Queen. Going to take another gas to squeeze out another 2 Zerglings with that extractor trick. Defending this hatchery is incredibly tough. It's not finished yet. Going to pull out 2 Zerglings and a pack of drones to try and fight. Going to be a total of 12 Zerglings. Drones and just 2 Zerglings. Rainer already loses one, though. He goes for a very aggressive surround. Does trap some of the Zerglings, but he's not got the numbers for such an aggressive maneuver. Rainer, wow, good pullbacks on his weak drones. If he saves all these, that is like the most stylish play ever, but he's not going to be able to, I don't think. And it will pop out as Solar. Very well done. Times that perfectly. Does get 4 kills. He's doing more damage on this hatchery. He's still got 3 Zerglings here. They are all in the red. And you can see, probably doesn't want those on the exposed side, but he's actually missing out on a lot of damage here. The red point Zergling still microing the main base at the same time. Rainer's drone finally does deal with it. These Zerglings, careful. Queen takes out one of them, and it looks like Rainer's going to stabilize here. He's got a second Queen on the way. Equal drone count. Of course, there is a gas for Rainer. Solar doesn't have one, which means he's effectively a drone ahead or so. And you are going to see those Zerglings trade, but Rainer comes out on top. Behind in the units trading. And he did lose 4 drones. But I think he's definitely in the advantage with that hatchery being up so much earlier. Injecting it. The gas comes down now for Solar, but an exceptional defense for Rainer. And I think, honestly, it's been really cool to see that the 10 pools come back as a build order to punish hatch first. It's really hard. I think it doesn't necessarily straight up win the game, but it usually puts you in a good position. Sometimes a game-winning position, depending on the micro. But it's kind of forcing Rainer and Serral both to play a lot more pool first. And I think Solar just needs to adjust the numbers. It kind of feels like Solar's playing he's playing like a card game. And he's just, it's a little bit obvious whenever he's got pocket aces, you know? He's like, he just gets this big grin on his face. And then Solar and Rainer are like, I'm going to fold now. I'm going to play 16 pool. You know, it's like he's used it too much in the last week. So I definitely want to see him ease off the 10 pool frequency to increase the chances of it actually finding a weak mark. If your opponents are going pool first more often than not against you, I think you've already done the damage. That being said, shockingly competitive situation. So, I mean, if he's won games, like I said, from this situation before. I wouldn't be surprised if he wins this anyway. He's going to go Evo Chamber. Link speed, similar time. Worker count's almost dead even. Dude, I mean, he's even up 2 workers now. How is that the case? Shouldn't he be a little behind? Like, I get it's not like a massive hard counter, but damn, dude. I guess there's a lot of Zerglings building. He sees a few Lings, though. He's going to build 14 Zerglings of his own. Third hatchery does come down for Rainer a little bit faster. Carapace in the back for Rainer versus Carapace in the front for Solar just seconds later. And that's 10 pool. It's not 8 pool. Back in the day, players micro was a bit weaker. And the equivalent of like 6 pool, 8 pool these days. Definitely had some very brutal endings one way or another. These days, people prefer a more measured approach. That Link Flood. Link speed kicks in, and it's a go time. Mass Lings on both sides, guys. Problem for Solar is, honestly, Carapace being just a few seconds ahead for Rainer might make a massive difference. Like, if we look at that, guys, it's 50 seconds. This one, 43. So it's about like 9 seconds difference. Like, but 50 to 43 is 7 seconds. But yeah, it takes me a second, 2 seconds to swap between the 2 Evos and hover over it. That's why, guys. About 9-second difference, which means if Rainer can force a fight directly when the upgrade finishes, that'll be great. But better angle for Solar. He's got more of a concave here and a closer rally. That was not a good fight for Rainer. Bit cocky to commit into that one. Archhorn on the way, as well as a lair for Solar. Now, one thing I've noticed with Rainer is when he plays these Carapace styles is he cancels his lair, as he gets way too stuck on Mass Zergling recently. But look at this. Solar actually lets him surround the third base. Few Zerglings come down. Oh, he should be able to trap him. There should be no escape here for Raynor, but he could have spread the Zerglings. Honestly, I think if Solar split half of his lings to each side of the hatchery, I don't think Raynor escapes. I think he loses almost all of his Zerglings there. That was a missed opportunity for Solar. Raynor way too aggressive, but he gets away with it. Now Solar's going to spread some lings out. Can he wrap around? I think he once again there could have wrapped through and caught at least some more of those Zerglings. It's an all-in Roach Ravager Zergling for Raynor. 41 drones, guys, and 2 gases. Meanwhile, Mass Zergling's building, but there is a lair on the way for Solar. Solar goes to the surround of the Roaches. Got to be careful. Ravager Morphs could potentially save some of these. The lead is pretty far away for Raynor. This is such an ambitious engagement for Solar. But as the enemy lings come in, it gets very dicey. Clears a lot of the Roaches. Units lost tab is almost 200 in favor of Raynor, so I don't know if that was any good. I think it was not terrible, but was it good? Raynor's been up a few workers. He's just committing everything right now. Roach speed +1's on the way. Solar's trying to go to the next step, but Raynor is keeping this so basic. And this really hurt him when he was playing Serral over the weekend. But against Solar here, it seems like it's the perfect play. He's massively committed to tier 1. If these lings get inside that main, he could absolutely smash. But the ling's a little bit slow to go in, and he now turns around and pulls away. No, Raynor! He's pulling away. I mean, I guess he's only got a 5 Roach advantage, similar Zergling count. But he doesn't have any tech. He builds 8 more drones, but he's not got another step. And this is kind of the problem when Raynor's been playing these Carapace styles, is it feels to me like his follow-up to the early Carapace just feels a little bit stunted. You know what I mean? Economically, Solar's in a weak spot, though. So Solar's massing Roach Ling. I don't know why Solar's still making Zerglings when he's got +1 range and Roach speed on the way. That does seem like a crazy choice for Solar as well. Everyone's committing to these mass Ling styles right now, and I think there's a reason Serral's unstoppable in this matchup. He just doesn't do this. He doesn't commit to this many Zerglings, or very rarely. I don't know, it seems crazy. Raynor gets an amazing fight there. The top side of his concave does crumble, though, so a little bit of a mini good fight for Solar within the bad fight. It's lost have 400 in favor of Raynor. He's got to run away from the Roaches now. Roach Ravager moves to the left. Remember, he doesn't have Roach speed. He doesn't have +1, the 2 upgrades that are about to kick in here for Solar. But a lair is finally coming in, and the fact is, Solar's been building nothing but Roach Ling for like the last 3 minutes. His work account has not changed in, what, 3 or 4 minutes? I feel like Raynor's tech may be arrested, but Solar's economy is worse. And that means, long term, especially with Solar massing Zerglings, despite having gone Roach upgrades, as long as Raynor can defend this attack, he will be in a good spot. Files do take out the Overseer that's morphing. What a bizarre game this is, guys. I do love ZVZ recently. I think it's so diverse, so chaotic. There's a lot of adjusting, a lot of adapting, a lot of variety between the players, but this has been such an elongated mass Zergling stage. So prolonged. Very weird to see. Queens and Zerglings on the right side. A few Roaches there as well. You can see the Ling Ravager joining on this left now. Solar's on 39 workers. He is all in, man. Biles coming down defensively for Raynor. He's coming with his own Zerglings as well. Biles landing across the front line. Beautiful pullback there for Raynor. He's only got 2 Ravagers, but his Biles are still forcing Solar to dodge. He's dodging the Biles that are landing on him for the most part. Dodges them at the last second. These Roaches going forward and kind of getting isolated, though. Raynor might just be barely getting overwhelmed. Then again, the supply tells us a completely different story. Remember, there's only a trickle of Lings and Roaches having to come so far across this map, whereas Raynor's got Roaches popping out by the dozen into the fight. And it looks like Raynor will hold on. Both sides getting addicted to the mass Carapace Zergling. Because there is not the early fall-off point, where +1 range means Roaches 2-shot them, people just basically have more faith in the mass Zergling to last longer in the game than it otherwise would have. But you know what was kind of funny there? Raynor, his tech was so bad for so long, but because he had such big armies, that scared Solar enough that it actually paid off, because Solar went, dude, I can't drone past this. This guy has a crazy number of units. If I drone up my 3rd right now, I might just die. And yet at this point where Raynor droned up, started the latest lair I've ever seen, didn't even have +1 range, melee, any other upgrades on the way. This was actually the big economic transition that allowed Raynor to win this game. Goes up to 50+ workers, while Solar just never made it past 39, and massed Zerglings, I think, for way too long. That's going to be a 3-1. Basilisk win the first series, and are going to activate the second best of 5. Woo! Yeah. People keep leaving the mirror? Oh no, Vice Fins. Cowards! Dude, they could play anything they want right now. They could play 2-base Muta, they could play Carapace Rush. Silly Billies. 2-base Roach Wall off. Yeah. Ma man. Guess what, ladies and gentlemen? If you guys want to see more of the best games of StarCraft, please put your dollars where your eyeballs are. We really need donations, tips, subs, support, anything you can do to help us out, fill these bars up, help the best games of StarCraft be a success so we can keep on streaming this show every week with the wrap-up games of the biggest highlight series from StarCraft in the last week or two. You're a poor May. I don't know what a poor May is, Drake Dog. Pour May. I imagine that's French, or is it a Pormet? Pormet? But yeah, click the sub button, click the tip button. Don't forget to use your Amazon Primes. If you guys have Amazon Prime, you get a Prime Gaming sub for free. Make sure you use that every single week. If you don't, you are missing out. Let's say we went over to special stream. Just to show you guys how that works, you click the sub button. Oh, we are subbed to his channel right now. Let's go to Grubby. He's playing Star Wars Zero Company. Oh my. Nice, what do we call these? Horns? Ear nodules? Very nice. Let's say you wanted to sub to Grubby, guys. Make sure you click the button here. Get a monthly free sub with Prime. Sign up. That'll take you over there. You can link your Amazon Prime to your Twitch account and get a free sub every month. You will still get replay packs, access to emotes, instant rewind abilities on the stream, and a whole bunch of other perks. Costs you absolutely nothing. And it'll allow us to continue supporting StarCraft. Kitty Cat Attack, thank you for the $25 Tipperino. Vice Fins with the 2 gifted subs. Thank you very much for the love. Thundercat, LK Dragon, Logic Soldier, and everybody else. We appreciate you very, very much. Thank you. I appreciate your support. And to say thank you, Handlebars, School, Bad. Handlebars, that's very naughty. Not Handlebars. Star Wars characters aren't here for your weird fetishes. Yeah. If only SWZC. What's SWZC? Oh, that game. Is it a good game? It wasn't a slideshow without a $10,000 PC, really? Dude, I hate that all the new games are just like, we need to have photorealistic graphics that strain your computer. I don't know, man. There's so many games from 2006 that look so good. 2007, there's so many games that look amazing from 20 years ago. And they're like, no, we need to make something that makes your computer shit itself unless you have the actual latest GPU and CPU. I agree, so dumb. Anyway, we love you guys. Did I hit Prime sub? Yes, you did. Thank you, Pippins, for the Prime sub. We're going to say thank you by playing the ad break and going straight into the next game, guys. Thank you for your love. Appreciate the support. But yeah, please keep those subs rolling, those tips going, the cheers going. We are very close to a hype train. It will just take... There's hype train incoming, but it doesn't tell me what we need to start the hype train because it's a stupid drop-down menu. Probably just one other person to sub, I think. Sub, gift, or cheer to help start. Oh, it's because I'm not logged in on that one. I see. If I click it here, it still doesn't tell me. That's so stupid. Anyways, quick ad break. We'll be right back, guys. Next up, started the second best of 5. It's Solar Serral. They're putting Solar out again as the Basilisk Slayer. We'll be right back. Saved.
Probes under attack.
They called me Mr. Ghosty. Do you guys think I could have done that? Which was coming in. Oh! That's a GG. It's too much. Oh, I'm sorry. A bacon meal? I'm sorry. I don't think you're allowed to eat bacon. Mr. San Diego, Mr. Broccoli Pizza, Mr. Vegetarian Vegan Cooks.
Take your social justice and get out of here, Mr. California. You coming in here for the bacon? You know I cause heart disease. You're gonna eat one strip, and you're gonna fucking fall over doing America's favorite pastime, heart attacks. That's right, you're gonna join the statistic of how most people die in the United States of America from goddamn heart disease after eating one little fucking bite of my bacon strip, mate. You're gonna put your tongue on that salty pizzazz, and you're gonna be like, ugh, fucking, ugh, and you're gone. You're out of here. You're out of here, Estrella. Estrella, more like Fear Estrella. You're fucking dead.
Mineral cluster expended.
So guys, straight out of Home Story Cup, we do have, here's Eon Blue on the left next to the DJ. I don't know why, he just looks like he just came out of a fucking, like he's been in a little fucking gimp closet or something. And he's just being let out. He's grabbed a beer because he's like, this is the only time I'm allowed to drink. And he's coming over to try and be like, can you please call the police? Dennis keeps me locked away. He's going to just try and hold his natural. He might have to pull out of his main. Ling's going into the main. Mass, Ling, Queen, all in. If these bunkers get up, it's game over. Oh, the wall off! The wall off's so sick! Maru! 300 IQ Maru! Double eBay wall off. He knows if he gets these bunkers up, he's fine. Raise the depot as well. Anything you can do to survive. Pull every SCV. Pull every SCV right now, Maru. Maru's pulling every single SCV. The Marines are going to get inside one bunker. The other bunker, they will not be able to get inside. The Queens are unloading. They transfuse. Nice transfusers going down. The Lings doing great damage. There's not enough damage for Maru. The Lings are going to work. It's going to work. Even with that, because he broke the wall off. There's no firepower left. He's into the main. The depot doesn't go up. Oh my god, the gamble. The crazy gamble from Raynor pays off. Oh my lord. What? Wow. GG, well played. He's going to do another zoning nuke. Oh, good storm. That was actually a big, juicy storm. They're morphing Archons on top of the nuke. Probably not the best. Classic. Classic. He didn't see it. He didn't see it. He hasn't seen it. He hasn't seen it. Oh my god. That is the pressure of playing Maru right there. Against any other opponent, in any other situation, Classic notices that nuke. But Maru puts so much pressure on that you lose track of what's going on. Let's rewind that one. Some guy at university many years ago, a vegan, tried to tell me cucumbers have more protein per 100 grams than chicken breast. Well, they do. If you just take the water out of both and you only weigh the protein part of them, then that's almost true, Greek Scavenger. So. Sounds like you're just talking to someone who is out of your intellectual depth. Didn't quite keep up with their genius. Low IQ Twitch chat, as always. Yeah, cucumber literally has nothing. It's just water. Dehydrated cucumber sounds like a decent snack. I don't think it would be, but maybe. Sounds like they were having a good time. That sounds like someone who would basically be starving to death. But yeah. My gut thinks people take the volatile reputations EVZ has that it's literally a coin flip with no skill. Yeah. But it's just too fast, so people just get like thrown off. It's too hard for them to manage. Like most people never learn how to manage Lingbane. That's the problem. What's almost true? It's almost true that if you just look at the protein in cucumber and the protein in chicken, the cucumber has more protein by weight than the chicken, almost. That's like almost true. Yeah. Very, like a real intelligent story that Greek Scavenger was saying up in chat. And we're just weighing in and saying, you know, what they were saying might sound stupid, but it's pretty stupid, to be real. Yeah. All right, guys, into the second best of 5. Solar in the bottom left side, Cyril in the top right. Both players bringing out the big dogs. I said it would be Cyril versus Clem. But alas, no, it is Solar versus Cyril. This is an interesting one. Obviously, Solar would be crazy to 10 pull again, and so he's not. And yet, I think Cyril 16 pulls anyway. Solar has done so many 10 pulls in a row. I feel like it would take extreme confidence in his drone micro to play hatchery first right now. And I say this, and I'm really wondering if he's going to hatch first. Remember, the next lava, if it pops out and he turns it into a drone, then that means he's going pool first. But it looks like he's not going to. He's already rallied this to the natural. He's not. He's going to go hatch first. Cyril is a brave boy, guys. Cyril is a brave boy. Now, obviously, he's not facing an early pool. This just shows the confidence. A guy, he's playing Solar, who over the weekend in Pigfest played so many 10 pools against Cyril, against Rainer. He's just played a 10 pool against your teammate Rainer just before this, and you still play hatch first into 17 pool. I love it. The confidence of Cyril knows no bounds. I was just trolling my chat there a little bit. Yeah, I was just obviously, yeah. There's an argument, guys. Apparently, someone had a genius tell them cucumber has more protein in it than chicken does. It's a genius comment. Honestly, I think in 2026 standards, that just sounds like very low-level rage bait. It's not even rage bait. It's just purposely saying things that are wrong. Engagement bait, I think? It's not even rage bait. It's just, you know, you just clearly say something wrong so people correct you. Similar build order. I would say almost identical. Solar's a little slower on gas, though. I think Cyril's going to do a Ling Bane pressure. Usually when you pull off minerals onto gas like this, it's either Ling Bane pressure or you're skipping the Baneley Nest. You're just going to flood Zerglings early. Try to get the aggressive position with Ling Speed so you're not defending, and then you can be greedy behind it straight into Roach Warren. You know what I mean? And he does pull one off gas a little early. There we go. Ling Speed does start up. A couple of queens are building on both sides. Ling Speed, it's not a big advantage, but when you've both got Lings in the middle of the map, if your other opponent's Ling Speed is like 7 seconds faster than yours, suddenly your Lings just get wrecked, right? They just get surrounded and jumped on and stuff, so there will be that little advantage. See how much Cyril commits to that. You could just play it defensive. It's a pretty minor difference, right? Being a little bit ahead on the gas. Third hatchery going to go up for both sides at identical timings. 31 supply. Overlord starts there for Cyril. No Overlord for Solar just yet. He built his... I don't know. I guess they both built their Overlord before the hatchery. Never mind. They don't call me slow brain pig for no reason, guys. It's a name I have earned for myself over many years of dedicatedly missing things on the production tab. Extra Overlord on the way for Solar. Cyril's just droning. Okay, this looks pretty chill from both sides. No sign of a big aggressive commitment just yet. This looks like a very balanced opening. Both going to wait for the other player to make the misplay. You can still, off of 30, 32 drones, do a massive Ling Bane pressure, but it's nowhere near as kind of committed as a 26 or 27 drone timing. Alright, Zergling pulls to the left. That earlier Ling Speed pays off as Cyril gets a single Zergling kill and then sneaks into the base. Sees a lot of drones on the natural. He sees a lair in a second gas. That tells him Solar is playing Mutas. Solar, having this scouted, needs to drop a Roach Warren. I believe being scouted this early, you need to go Roaches now, because there's a high chance your opponent does a Roach Bane to try and kill you. Cyril is indeed going a Roach Warren in a second gas. He knows you're trying to go Mutalisks. I think you pivot to Roach players Solar, just to be safe. You can still add a Spire later if you really want to, but I think by default you want to be playing Roaches here. Sees the Evo in the front. That's a fake. He sees the Roach Warren. Ooh, sees Roach Warren, sees no lair. Cyril being scouted this early may not commit. I say that, he still builds 7 Roaches. Cyril lets him scout it and then still commits. Solar is building Lings right now, which I kind of disagree with. I think he should be building Roaches once the Roach Warren finishes instead, but I guess a couple more Zerglings is fine just to defend this third base. He's up 6 workers right now. Starts 6 of his own Roaches. Solar needs to build 2 Overlords, or actually no, another Overlord just popped, never mind. He can just build nothing but Roaches from here, and he should be fine. Every Queen pulls to the front as well. He's got some Banes guarding them. He should be spreading those Banes out though. Not the best Baneling micro here for Solar. You want to keep these Banes alive for when the Roaches come. 6 Roaches building an Overlord. I'm surprised the extra Roaches are so slow here for Solar. Does feel a little lazy. Oh, no. It was another 6 roaches. Never mind. The first 6 popped, and then he queued up another 6. Defense so far for Solar. Solar's looking really good, man. But, oh, one of the queens goes down just before he gets transfused energy. The second queen dies before she has a chance to transfuse anything because she got targeted first. Solar a little bit too far in front of his base. He really didn't want to lose his 3rd base, but it means he loses a few queens there. And he's not been injecting this whole time, so he's got to be a little careful. Like, fighting very nicely, though. He's shoving Serral back. Serral takes a pretty bad fight. Now, Serral's massing Zerglings behind this. Solar's got to be careful about chasing. That is an immense amount of Zerglings. He's only got 1 Baneling. It's pretty far back. He's got to go home. Solar goes for a Spire. Solar needs to go home. He's gonna, yeah, if Solar goes home, he's up in workers. He's going for a Spire, 4th gas. Roach speed's on the way, and he's droning up. He's doing a really good job. Roachling Bane is here. I block Serral's Zerglings from getting in. Serral has a massive army. Serral knows right now that his position could best be described as Dicktown. Now, if you guys have never been to Dicktown, it does smell a little, yeah, it's reminiscent of a lot of gym change rooms is how I would describe the smell. Not a fun place to be, but Serral is very good when he's in a bad spot. He's one of the guys who's very good at just digging deep under pressure and finding ways to do damage. Solar, Scouts, he sees, oh yeah, you're taking a 4th gas, you are droning, Ling's going to get in as well. Doesn't have any units guarding that 3rd right now. Solar's got to stay split up. A few roaches go north. He's starting spine crawlers. Oh, because he sees no lair. Solar sees no lair. He starts spine crawlers because he's like, oh, Serral's all in, man. He's not got a lair. Now, Serral starts the lair after the Zergling Scout comes in. And he's going to go back to economy now. Remember, Serral, from almost any position, is always capable of going back towards a macro game. Solar is miles ahead right now. He's got Mutatech out, equal workers. He's got a bigger Roach army on the map as opposed to the Zerglings. Cancels the spines, which is excellent. And the only problem is he doesn't realize there's Lings up north and down south. There's like 50 Lings on the map that could do game-ending damage. Okay, these Roaches are going to deal with it. Lings are going to run in on the other side as well. As long as he holds the drone key down, he's probably okay. But this is the real damage. This is where the real damage could come. Uh-oh. Queen pulls to the choke point along with those workers. Going to try and distract her. This is actually really decent Ling run buys for Serral in terms of massive disruption to the economy. I don't think it's enough damage, though, to make up for the fact that there is Muta map control for Solar. And Serral doesn't even have spores up yet. He's got to squeeze them in, but his worker count's so low, he feels like he's in a really awkward spot. It's only 5 Mutalisks to start. Serral's trying to defend with mostly queens and just building a spore in the main, a spore in the natural. He's skipping a spore on the front. He's going to try and use the mobile defense of the queens. You know, you might think, isn't that greedy? Yeah, but if he's not greedy, every drone he kills ruins his economy. Solar is ahead on everything except the upgrades right now. +2, of course, miles ahead for Serral. It's a full upgrade ahead, which does make a pretty big difference. Solar, he's got control over this game. I think if Solar played Mutiling Bane from here, it would be amazing. But he's actually going flyer attacks, but also mass roach, which is an oddball mix. He's also not got a 4th base, so it does feel like Solar's just going to all in here with 3 base roach, which is normally very powerful because usually you can catch the opponent going for a mass of drones, a few spores, a few queens, a few infestors, a few hydras. If you build nothing but roach off 60 drones, it's one of the easiest all-ins behind a Muta play. But it's also one where if there's anyone who could stop it, maybe Serral could. He's down 20 army supply. But he's ahead an upgrade. I think Solar just wants to attack before the +2 finishes, but just after your +1 finishes. Mutas get 6 drones. Yes, he's lost 1 Muta, so he can't one-shot those anymore. Starting to fight the Queen. A little bit ambitious there. Solar will have to move back to this 3rd, but there's Queen's there as well. He's got to get back. Let the regen do its work. He's continuing to fight there. Bit of a wild decision. The Muta activity rate very high, really trying to force more anti-air. But here comes the real attack. Massive Roach Ravager. +1's not finished. He's attacking too early. He's attacking too early. He's 15 seconds before his +1's finished. He's down an upgrade right now. He walks into a massive concave. He does fall back. He's up in roaches. He's got to commit. He's already overcommitted. He's not built a 4th. He's not built anything else. He has to go. He's going to move to the right side. Serral sees it with the Changeling. A few bios on this ramp would completely stop his advance. Solar's wasting too much time. Solar starts +2 flyer attack. For God knows why. I don't know why he's making +2 flyer attack right now. Solar overthinking it a bit. He's missing his timing. Serral has the defensive numbers up and his +2's about to finish. The +2 flyer attack is an absolutely wild decision.
It's like he's thinking about swapping back into Mutas, but that is such a crazy choice. The +2 attack is what he really desperately needs here. The Roach attack does not work out. Solar could have taken a big economic lead here, but instead he masses Roaches into a situation where now his opponent has a massive Roach army with an upgrade advantage. He's going to go back to mass Muta now. Is Solar, but that means he doesn't have any gas to get +2 for an army of maxed Roaches, which is really awkward. He's going to have to play from down 1 upgrade here. Tries to defend this side. Does do a nice bile spready across, takes out a few Roaches, but Solar, he's losing these fights to Cyril, it feels like, who's already ahead on the resources loss. Now starts to take down some Overlords as well. He's going to move some Overlords forward. He's got 9 Roaches building. Hydra range, Carapace on the way. Cyril is the best at just hanging on, gritting his teeth, and trying to survive. You're seeing Solar now go mass Muta Zergling with Spine Crawlers, trying to take the gas on the 4th. You can tell this is not plan B, it's plan C or D. It's a very late transition into heavy Mutalisks. And the fact that Cyril's still building Hydras right now, it seems to be that he realizes what's up, especially with the Zerglings now coming in. Sees the Zerglings with the Tunneling Claw Roaches. He's there to respond. There are still Roaches on that right side. If they ran in, they maybe could have got some damage. The Lings get caught out. Uh-oh. Lings not being watched. Roaches aren't burrowing. Solar's got to be careful. Cyril's all over him right now. Okay, does just burrow. Starts to move away. Overseer's not ready. You need Overlord speed to keep up with that. Solar does start it. His +2 flyer attack's almost done. It's not quite there. Let's start to pick off these Ravages, which is a pretty good move. But Hydras and Queens do take out one of the Mutalisks. Roaches in the south side getting jumped on. Cyril still Tunneling Claw running around left, right, and center. Solar's economy is so weak at just 54 drones. But now he's in an awkward spot because if there's enough Hydras to push through his Mutalisks, he's going to be in a really bad spot. Yeah, his economy is so low, and I feel like he needs to be building up to 70 drones. 57 workers, not enough, especially with these Tunneling Claw Roaches coming in and picking off little pieces of workers here and there. And the army's a bit too F2'd right now. Solar really needs to keep his army spread across his bases with multiple Overseers. You can see he's starting to do it now. But look at the way Cyril is sharking around. Solar had such a good lead in this earlier stage after defending Cyril's initial attack, but Cyril just doggedly hanging in here, trying to go higher than Lurkers. He's got Roaches set up on both sides. Mutalisks. He goes straight past some Roaches there, does miss them, cleans up a few Overlords.
Thanks for the Bezos box.
Cyril wants to wait for Solar to overcommit. He doesn't want to send the Roaches up until after Solar overcommits, and now Solar's... He's got some Roaches and an Overseer there. Oh, look at that. These guys are going to pop up. Oh, man. That's really annoying. These Roaches will run over. At least they're close by. He's making Bane speed at the same time. It feels like Solar's maybe F2ing just a little bit here in the chaos. So hard to play against Cyril because he's just so good at splitting his army up into multiple pieces and very tactically picking at you. But the way the Mutas just got sent home, he's hunting for these Roaches, doesn't see them, and he's still only at 61 workers. Now the Infestors are coming out. You add Infestors plus Hydras, and Banelings and Mutas are going to be absolutely trash. He's kind of in a weird... It's not Roach Bane, it's not Mutaling Bane, it's Mutaling Roach Bane. Solar made a very peculiar playstyle here. It's created a weird situation. And yet Cyril, he's getting his 4th back up here finally. And he's trying to get towards Lurkers, at which point it's checkmate. Even before then, the Infestors will be really good. They're waddling out to the front. You good Fungals could be game-ending. These Bane's very clumped right now. Roach is tunneling to the other side. I'd love to see those unburrow in the midst of this. Here comes the Roach Muta attack. This is a really hard spot. Solar needs to get out of here. He does engage on the Hydras on the north, but he eats a massive Fungal. Banelings roll in from the south. They do take out a few of those Hydras. There's a Spore Crawler and a few Queens, though. The Roach Ravager gets overwhelmed. The Lurkers are there. Solar gets shredded in the early late game by Cyril. He's got all the pieces together. Mutiling Bane's very nice at certain moments, but once the Infestors come out, once all the Carapace upgrades, the Queens, the Spores are all there, it just falls off a cliff in terms of efficiency. Keeps going back in looking for trades. Looks like he took out the Spore Crawler there. He does have 13 more Mutas building, which will bring it up above 30. But the Tunneling Claw Roaches getting into every single base, and that's enough to just fight the Spine. He doesn't even need to just focus drones. He can just fight the Spine Crawler. Indeed he will. It does take out one Roach, but that's okay. Both Spines go down. Main and natural not mining. Solar trying to focus on the aggression. He's sending a few Roaches back to defend. I don't think that's enough. He's going to lose so many drones. Mutas need more damage. There's 3 Spores here with the Hydra. The Mutas still fighting into this. He does take that out, but he's got to be careful. So many Hydras come over, and these Mutas, they do have 2-1 upgrades against the 2-1 Hydras. The Lings get in the main as well, which is doing good damage. But look at that. Roaches on the other side are tearing up his economy as well. Lings focusing down the Spore Crawlers in the main. Roaches doing what they can.
Roachling trying to clean up the main, but he's lost all the mining on his 4th base as well. He's going to engage one more time, but those infestors now have fungal energy. It's just ticked over. Queen Hydra Spore in the north as well. Notice at no point is Cyril left toing. He's keeping his army split in multiple squads. He's been really good at divvying them up, trying to defend separate areas. And the Mutalisks, even though they find pickoffs here and there, in the midst of it, there are Tunneling Claw Roaches on all sides. Against Cyril, you always need to overcommit to defending the Tunneling Claw Roaches. If you don't, they find massive damage. If you do, you feel a bit awkward because you've got like 20 supply of army that is just purely at home chasing roaches down the entire game. And then Cyril will pivot out of the Tunneling Claw Roaches and focus more on the main fight. But he just forces that flexibility out of you, pops up, snipes the hatchery, and this is a nightmare for Solar, man. Had control of this game earlier, but the big 3-base roach push, Cyril was so safe against it. Mutas going north, fungal landing. Oh my lord! Massive fungal Hydra spready. Those Mutas were not going to be able to get on top. They get shut down. And what an odd build for Solar here, guys. I was a little surprised that he went for the fast +1 air weapons from the position that he had. He was doing essentially a big 3-base roach all-in, wasn't he? But yeah, after a chaotic early game, he comes out on top. He does go for the Mutas. And I wouldn't have minded roaches as a style if he took a 4th base and played macro roach. I think, as always, the problem is, do you really want to go into a macro game with lurkers and vipers and hydras against Cyril? A lot of players say no, so he picks the simpler option. This 60 drone 3-base roach all-in is almost always a killer. I don't think Cyril even saw it. He just said, this is Solar. Solar almost always goes for aggressive options. I need to be safe against this. I'm just going to make Roach Ravager queen. Like, he replaces a few drones that die, makes 5 queens, but all he makes is 2 spores. He doesn't rush for Hydroden, doesn't rush for Infestation Pit. Cyril is just so safe. He masses Roach Ravager, and without even seeing it coming across the map, I think he's in a really good spot. He does send a Changeling out here at some point. I think he's just like, bro, I know who I'm playing against. This is Solar, and I know there's a very good chance that he plays this way. If we rewind even a bit earlier, yeah, I think he did a good job with the Lings as well, buying a bit of time. But this was just very smart play and very safe play by Cyril. Remember, it's the all-kill format, guys, so this is a huge win. He knocks Solar out of game 1. He stays in. What's up, Rufus? The game's amazing today. There's been some solid games. There has been some solid games. Always good when the Basilisk boys are playing. Do you know that a cooked chicken breast has more bacon grease than bacon? Hashtag real facts. That's true, Mr. Pippins. Something about that comment, like, I read it and I just see it on like a Facebook background, you know? I'm like, why does that comment just vibe with Facebook so much, you know? Oh, so happy to not use Facebook ever anymore. Not in, but thank you for the 1 bitty cheer. Tripper with the big 26 months. Great to see you casting this. Thank you, Tripper. If you guys want to support the channel, please help us out. Subs, tips, cheers, anything to help keep the channel focused on this sort of stuff. We are going to continue doing our Pigasaur weeklies and the best games of StarCraft every week. Hopefully that patch comes out sooner rather than later, but are relying on you guys for the love and support to keep things going for now. Big G Daddy Bros Road. Now for the truest of facts. P is stored in the balls. Well, everyone knows that. Yeah. Everybody knows that. I don't know why, man. It's just, I think a lot, like, they should know it anyway, just people don't learn their anatomy as well as they should have. Alright, guys. Clem's coming out. It's very important. They put the brakes on this Cyril train right now. Clem up against Cyril in the top right. NoGG being represented by Clem, the amalgamation of players from different teams and backgrounds. Cyril, of course, up 1 game. Putting out Cyril first in an all-kill format is evil, some would say. Very smart choice. Clem's going to come out to try and stop him. Blackrock's a really interesting map. Cyril and quite a few players have said, hey, if the Terran can get over to this side and take these 3 bases in a straight line, they kind of have this layer of tanks and libs and whatever behind. It's so hard to ever break that angle once it's fully entrenched. And there are enough like sight blockers and ledges and things that create some pretty nasty choke points for Zerg as well. So really curious to see if this one goes to late game. I think it's not bad for tempo either. I think just tank pushes is really powerful as well. This is actually a map. We saw Raynor recently go for Carapace Lings against Maru early on this map. Flooded in, got big damage. I think if you're expecting a 2-1-1, that can be quite good. Trade on the Marines before he's ready for it. Clem's been so Hellion Banshee focused, though. I wouldn't be surprised if you don't need to do that. Now, interestingly, Clem does go for an SCV. I've not seen a lot of pull first from the Basilisk Zergs recently, so I feel like this is unnecessary. I do think Clem could be doing a more efficient build. I really am a little surprised that more of the Terrans haven't experimented with not just command center first, but like barracks, marine openings, deny the overlord, and then go to the next step. Because that I think would be so fascinating to see how that plays out. Is this patches mod? No, this is GSTL's run on the live game as far as I can tell. What are these Serral goats all hanging around the map? I guess they're rams. They're not really goats, but you know, close enough. Related species. Factory goes down. Single gas. So it's going to be a 3cc. Obviously, guys like Serral find ways to get super greedy if you don't go for the Reaper. I mean, the Clem Reaper is famously annoying. Serral's Fallings do come out. He's ready on the ledge. And that grenade goes down. 3 of the Zerglings get bounced. Oh, that drone out in no man's land. One Zergling does fall. The Clem Reaper getting work done. 2 Zerglings. Not to mention a couple buildings. Serral finally cancels the Spore Crawler. Gets some creep down. Tries to escort that drone to that 3rd base. This Queen hanging out in the middle. 2 Zerglings backing it up. Clem causing a bit of a ruckus already. And that 3rd hatchery does go down on the left side. 3rd command center started at about 305. Not the fastest 3rd command center, but pretty good. I think Clem should be happy with what the Reaper's achieved so far. Oh, look at that, though. Serral's already in the back door, hanging out above this campfire. Sees the 3rd gas timing. Guys, that's a very fast 3rd gas. That's because it's a 2nd gas pig. I was like, what? Battle cruisers? Like, what could this be? 2-port? Like, no, it's just the 2nd gas. He obviously, that's completely standard as well. Players are already rallying to the natural at that point, so they tend to take that gas first and then saturate the main a bit later. Often it can kind of time out where some of the SCVs building buildings can go back on this gas in the main as well. Works out pretty nicely. A couple Hellions building Banshees as well. 3rd hatchery on the left side. Now, the weird thing that I've noticed on this map, guys. Oh, man. Serral, what is this, brother? Serral with some sloppy openings. The pressure's getting to him. He's taking some damage unnecessarily. I'm surprised more people don't just put tanks behind these ledges, guys. Especially you break these rocks, you put a tank behind it. Like, I feel like early committed marine tank timings are so hard on this map with all the ledges for Zerg to deal with. And that's why I feel like Link Speed is actually an inferior opening. If Terrans hit really good tank timings, I think Zerg should have to play Ravagers to deal with those nasty tank spots behind rocks and ledges. And yet we haven't really seen that meta shift, and that surprised me. I do think perhaps part of that is because the Reaper openings are maybe not as efficient as they could be. See how we go. I mean, if you just skip the Reaper and go Marine first instead or something like that, I'm not sure. Definitely feel like the very early gas for the Reaper has cost you a lot of your income momentum. Ooh, Banshee already takes a lot of hits. Sloppy for Clem. Gotta keep his focus up as a 2nd factory and a 3rd factory go down its mech. He's gonna make it happen. Against Raynor, I love the call. Against Serral, could absolutely work, but man. Nasty tank pushes on this map. Really nasty tank pushes. On the other hand, all the sight blockers are terrible for Cyclones. Like, this map is legitimately awful for Battle Mech in many areas. You have to use so many scans and either Banshees or floating barracks to keep vision. And he is building Banshees, so if you were going to play Battle Mech on this map, you can't just go 3 factories straight. You've got to play Banshees. I think, okay, Clem's playing the correct way to play it. I guess I've just seen so much of the other style recently that I was kind of a little surprised. Jeez, they do both cloak. Pick off a bunch of creep tumors on this left side. Hellions, they're in. Where are the Zerglings? Okay, the Zerglings were waiting for it. The Hellions fall back. Unfortunately, they all decide to shoot the Queen. Clem's got to be annoyed at that. He A-moved the Hellions and they all shot the Queen rather than the Zerglings, which is unfortunate. Loses a few Hellions there. Really good positioning by Serral to defend. He's got the Baneling Nest up. Spire building as well. Serral thinks this is a bio game now. He could scout this, guys. Early 4th gas. Is that a tell? I don't know. At this point, I think he'd have 4 gases no matter what, but he should be scouting. With this Overlord, he's not done it. This is a big oversight for Serral. Let's go to Serral's camera and get inside his mind.
Creep tumor under attack.
He's going to take a 5th base on the left, 4th on the right. He's already got Carapace up really early. He's not thinking about the follow-up at all. You can tell after losing those early drones, it wasn't that many, but it was a few, right? Early Zerglings to the Reaper, a few early drones, and only now he sees the Cyclone and he's like, whoa, what the hell? That's his first sign that this is a mech game. Go back to everyone's camera, guys. Otherwise, it's going to be a bit jagged. Oh, Ling run by. Clem, though, the Cyclones kind of hold the choke point pretty well. That actually could have been much worse. The Lings weren't able to get the wraparound. Alien Cyclone on the right side, though, goes a little deep. Clem's going to get those units surrounded if he's not careful. Blue Flame's not quite ready. The units try to juke this way, juke that way, but Serral's too quick on it. These guys both, of course, playing European server. No lag between the two. Bunch of Cyclones and Hellions get picked off. 3 Banshees come forward. Fighting the Queens here is super dicey, but the Cyclones get some lock-ons, which does do a fair bit of damage. And if those Queens fall, the Banshees will reign supreme. There's 4 Banshees here, but Mutas are now on the way. And that's a really big problem because Clemmy's seen Ling Bane. He hasn't seen the Spire. I don't even know where the Spire is, guys. I guess it's right there. He's not had vision that deep for a long time. SCV's coming in on the 3rd. Engineering Bay is building. It's not ready yet. There's only 4 Cyclones. Oh, God. These first Mutas might be game ending because that distracts Clem. Luckily, the eBay didn't get interrupted. But I'm telling you, man, that's a really scary position to be in because the first Mutas are coming across this map soon. There's already Banelings on the left side. Mutas are actually waiting to ambush the army. He just wants to jump on the Cyclones. Clem doesn't see it. Clem doesn't see it. They're coming from the left. They're coming from the left. They're coming from the left. Here come the Mutas. They're diving on top. 1 Cyclone, 2 Cyclone. He's going to take out a 3rd and a 4th. And that is massive. That's his mobile anti-air going down. Banshees will take out the 5th base on the left. At the same time, Banelings clear 12 SCVs on the 3rd base. Serral with some nasty ambushes. Man saying, who cares if you're playing mech? Mutiling Bane ambush. Let's go, son. If the Terran doesn't realize they're playing against Mutiling Bane, it can be really hard for them to get ready for it. The Banshees kill a hatchery, but of course, Clem's taking way more damage. His turret's not ready yet. His command center has to lift off, and it just feels like Serral all over this series. And you know what? They really should not type GG, just for the team. And the team name is NoGG. Obviously, it's tongue-in-cheek, but I really don't want Clem to GG here. I want him to go say, no GG, because that would be adorable. I think it just goes with the team name. Lings and Bane's pulling back. Honestly, it's always tough in games like this where the Mutas spring out, but I think good counterattacks, good kind of wraparounds, very good defense of the early Hellion dives. Serral pulled away with this one, and he's got a massive advantage now. A couple drones go down in the Queen, but the Banshee's got to be very careful. Mutas are a little faster than him. Obviously, they can't like easily catch you. I think you can outrange the Overseer, maybe? I'm not sure. Ooh. Alright, 4th base trying to land. 3 of the Banshees will escape. There's not enough Cyclones to fully chase this off. Same time, Hellions have to go to the left. Oh, the Banelings! Hellions don't do bonus damage to Banelings, so you can see they struggle there, man. And that is so much damage. Lings coming on the right side as well. Cyclone Banshee goes right. Hellions go left. Where are the Mutalisks? They are rotating left as well. Cyclones are way out of position. Normally you want to have some Widow Mines scattered everywhere. 1 or 2 Thors by this point. Clem does not have any of that. Man is desperately trying to survive. His Engineering Bay goes down. He can't build missile turrets in his 3rd right now because the Engineering Bay has been sniped multiple times. 4th base under assault. Banshees will deal with it at the same time. Mutalisks dive the turret in the main. Libs trying to be built here. They do a little splash damage. It's not really going to do that much. The Libs and Cyclones will lock onto these Mutas. He's going to kill a few of them. Very cute micro there by the Terran player. Clem hanging on by a thread. Now, Serral has not gone Hive yet. He's not gone for Lurkers, Hydras, anything like that. It's just Mutas, Lings, Banes, and trying to drown the Terran. There is a chance for Clem to come back. It relies on epic Widowmine shots. He's only got one Widowmine so far. I don't really know if he has any other comeback plays that could keep him alive. He's building 4 Cyclones at a time, which I guess with the Banshees, he could just micro around the map quite well. Army supply is pretty similar. He doesn't get hit by Banelings, maybe. Hellbat's morphing this far forward on the front is a little bit of a crazy call, though. Where are those Cyclones? Here we go! That's a lot of Mutalisks. He dives on top. Cyril the Mad Dog. Yes, he loses like a bunch of Mutas, but he kills all the Cyclones as well, and that is super worth it. Clem tries for one last desperate push, and that is, of course, 11.5 minutes. No armory upgrades. His +1 armor was only now coming in. Cyril just ran away with that game, and he is taking Basilisk to a 2-0 lead. My man. How are we doing, guys? Oh, what was Hepatitis doing? Hello, Emma. Thank you for the follow over on YouTube. I appreciate you. Did Hepatitis need a timeout? I didn't say anything bad. Were they abusing you or something? In DMs? Payback, what's going on? I didn't even. Yeah. I think we can unban that. I know it was just a timeout. Yeah. Where is Payback, by the way? What's going on, Payback? I haven't seen you in chat for a while. Sometimes we have old mods. So I don't know if that was a misclick or could have been opened on the phone or something and accidentally just dragged. Because I haven't even seen Payback in chat. Weird moderation one. Yeah, they're not in chat right now. Alright, I'm gonna unmod Payback just in case that was a mistake. Just because I don't think I've seen them kind of hanging around the channel that much recently anyway. Wait, what did I do? That's what I was saying. A mod who's not online timed you out right now. So I'm just like, I don't know if they opened an app and swiped some shit accidentally or what went on. So yeah, I removed the timeout. You quoted parting? What? Fuck you, NoGG? Fuck you, NoGG. Alright, guys. Cyril's on a roll, man. And this is why it should be illegal to let Basilisk start an all-kill format. Guys, did you see that wind blowing past on this map? That was cool. This is, of course, Cyril. In the top left side, it's going to be cross-map Fear and Faith Percival. Well, I hope you're playing the greediest build of all time into Mech Percival, because cross-map Fear and Faith is nasty, my friend. And you try to do just bio timings, it can be hard. That being said, it's really hard for anyone to get a +4 bases. Your 5th base is really exposed. Your 6th, like you kind of try to expand to a corner, but then your main is really exposed to drops. This is a map that really, it rewards multitasking and stuff. Like Maru looked god tier on this map against Shin, for instance, recently. And that was cross map as well against Mutiling Bane. Depot placement always looks a little janky, doesn't it, guys? But it's going to be a 14 command center first. Percival, a big fan of shift clicking his workers so that he has minimal mining downtime here. Slightly slow on starting that one, but that's okay. That's going to be a 15 hatchery into 2 drones behind this for Cyril in the top left. Question, guys. Does he go barracks into 3rd command center or barracks into gas? Or barracks into 3 barracks? 3 barracks would be pretty bad on cross map. Gas or 3rd command center, both good options on cross map. Of course, it's a 4-player spawn. It's only a 1 in 3 chance you get cross map, so sometimes players just assume that it's not cross map and play to that situation. No gas, no 2nd barracks. You know what that means, ladies and gentlemen? It's 3cc. Sexy build. Very beautiful build, man. Wait, Parting specializes in bird lore? Yeah, he does. I don't think that was the Parting quote, guys, in the chat. It was FU NoGG. That seems like so funny, like parting in his broken English. He's like, I specialize in bird law, like screaming into his mic, Shiba! And you're like, what? I don't understand what's happening right now. Command center's calmed down, guys. That's 3 command centers, 2 orbitals. This is the greediest build you can do. And does he go 3 barracks now? Or does he go, he goes gas. So it's 3cc. The greediest 3 command center into mech. This is a super mech build. And we're going to see just 2 Zerglings for safety for Cyril. He's playing a little greedier himself as well. Second barracks does go down. Oh, so it's gas in a second barracks. It's interesting. Maybe, well, I guess it's not mech, guys. I guess it's not mech. Overlord on the right, Overlord on the left. 2 Zerglings sneaking through the middle of the map. Cyril looking poised for a normal game. Percival, by having a few Marines, does that give away what you're doing? I don't think so. Third barracks does go down. Second gas. I'm so curious how this works because Percival has no scouting, no idea what's happening, but if he can just maintain his army and roam the map, the fact that he's got triple mules dropping now, guys, like his economy is looking really nice. And he's going to take a quick third gas. He wants to go very quickly into medevacs. He doesn't want to just get stuck on pure ground-based army for too long. Yeah, third gas is up. He's got the tech lab, the reactor there. Going to wait for 100 gas and then stim will start up right now. Beautiful timing on that one. Now, interestingly, Cyril is playing 2 base Mutalisk. He's going to go 3 gas, Lair, Baneling Nest, probably a 4th gas as well. So 2 base Muta against the greediest 3cc Marine build. The 3cc Marine build should be fine against this on paper, but the problem is always the information gap, right? Link speed's done. This is a terrible SCV scout, by the way, guys. The SCV can scout from the main, go through the side tubes, and they can't stop you with a Zergling. So if you want to scout with an SCV at this point, you take a main-based SCV and you click around the edges. So they can't really stop that because these are worker-only paths, these tubes on the sides. Combat shields. Stim. Third command center floating down. Only a 5-worker differential, and you can see the minerals is ahead for Percival here as he goes for double engineering bay as well. Ooh, I like this. Overlord comes in on the high ground. Percy has no vision of it. And he leaves with his Marines just as the Overlord goes in. He's going to go back, send 4 Marines to deal with it. That's a full scout. 4 Marines will deal with it. But he sees the starport timing. And that, he says to himself, okay, I've got a minute and a half. That's when the medevacs Marines arrive. Cyril should know from that. He has time to get out 6 or 7 meters, fly across the map, and then make Ling Bane to shut down the drop while the mutas harass. And he can drone up pretty hard as well. He could also just hit a Bane speed timing, stop at 50 workers, make nothing but mutas, Lings, Banes, and go, go, go. I think that would be a bad call against the 3 racks. Stim and shield being pretty well timed for the Terran player. Zerglings gonna come in here. They got 2 SCVs for 2 Lings. That's great. Really good trade. Marines are moving forward. First medevacs have not started building yet. Uh-oh, Percival. Wake up. Gotta get these medevacs building. Got 1 on the way. 4th and 5th barracks going as well. Gonna arrive. I don't think he needs to do any damage. Now, he did end up sending an SCV around. He sees the main base guys with this SCV. I think a corner base is not a terrible idea for Terran. Obviously, it's a big risk. I think if you're going to do it, you probably take bottom left. I don't know why. It feels more likely for Cyril to expand to the top right corner. Well, these Marines, way too deep in enemy territory. Where are those medevacs? 6.5 minutes, they're still not out. He's got a 4th command center building. Oh no, Percival's being way too greedy. He's not even on the high ground. Now he is, but oh god, Percival! Oh, he's going to get jumped on. The Marines, good starter step. Got to focus the Banes if he has any chance. He gets himself a Mutalisk. And he's going to try and focus down another few Banes before he loses every single Marine. But that is an exceptional trade for Cyril. Takes a massive amount of kills. Siege tank's going to siege up. He can use that to clear the Banes. Maybe the Marines can defend. No turret here though, no bunker here. Tank does fire, turrets are up. Percival does have a very early 4th command center against the Zerg who's just started his 4th hatchery. So It still feels like it's a very playable position for Percival, but by being so greedy and then losing those Marines, it puts him in a position where he kind of has to play very clean. One or two small mistakes could be game losing. Second Evo on the way over here for Serral. +2 armor starts first for Percival. He needs to realize and start +2 attack. It's the more important upgrade. I also think floating the 4th out now is insane. I don't think he can defend a 4th command center right now from Mutiling Bane multi-prong harass, but Percival seems dead set on just racing ahead in this game. So he's going to put a siege tank at each base. Not a bad call. One in the high ground, one there. So he's got 2 tanks laid on the natural and 3rd. Still no +2 started, which is the really important upgrade, and that's where his big early economy advantage lies. Serral's not done enough damage. As the dust settles on this early game, Serral's not done enough damage. He is behind in this game. Like, yes, he has a good work account. He's Serral. He's got a bit of map control. It's cross map. For those who don't know, you cannot spread creep through this middle area. Apparently, it's unspreadable for creep tumors. I didn't realize that until recently, but basically this creep stops here. You can't spread across there. So you have to spread around this middle plate, which is a weakness for Zerg, especially here on cross map. Unfortunately, no +2 attack. Still, Percival's upgrade advantage. Finally, he notices, but Carapace is already almost done for Serral. And the big upgrade advantage that he should have been sitting on doesn't really exist. He's also only got 1 medevac here. So this is a bit of a mistake. This should have been 2 medevacs probably. Gonna lose all of those. Unless these reinforcements can get over there. It's a very dangerous call. Marines are just gonna stand their ground, focus down what he can. Tries to focus the mutas, but he's not able to. Ends up holding his ground on the ramp, which is actually really cute. But he gets baited to the low ground. Does focus 1 or 2 Mutalisks down. At the end of the day, units lost time, dead even between the two. You've got a 4th landed. Percival's in a very playable position. The problem is, I think he could have had more impetus. Losing that first Marine army in the middle of the map, forgetting the upgrade, it means he's kind of just not as far ahead as I think he could have been off such a sick opening. With command centers coming in as well. He's got sensor towers. Beautiful setup in terms of 3 Widow Mines building at a time. So many Marines. There's Marines and Widow Mines here. And Serral's trying to expand to both sides of the map at once, but you can see how difficult that is. I think Serral should probably be trying to go for the main base in the corner. Hard to defend, but also hard for your opponent to attack! Borrowed Banelings take out a bunch of the Marines there. Nicely done by Serral. Takes out the Widow Mine before it can fire. Percival's Marines still dancing around, but Mutalisks are in the back of his base. Missile turrets are going to take out one of these Mutalisks. But the leaders group up, go back in. Of course, the turrets do change targets while Percival's busy microing elsewhere. Turret's going to go down in the natural as well. This is really frustrating damage going in. Percival's answer is always to counterattack. We talked about this at the very start of today. If you attack him, he will always attack you and dive on creep. He will never play the safe defensive, pull the whole army home. So by doing this move, this kind of forces Percival to lean into the aggression, just because that's Percival's MO. It's answer aggression with more aggression. He denies archery on the right, gets a couple drones on the left. Mutas will clean this one up. Mutas in the main still doing crazy damage here. Serral just dancing around very nicely. +2 infantry attack still has not started for Percival, and these Mutas have a clear path out of here. He's winning the trading so far. Not enough Marines to deal with this. That starport, you do not want to lose that starport. We go to that left side. There are 2 turrets there. That looks like Serral, as his muta count has been diminished a bit on this side. He's going to have to group them all up before diving more turrets. Hive has now started. There is a 5th command center floating out. Percival's going to try and cover the whole map. Not a bad play. So Widow Mine here will deny this expansion going up. Love to see it. Very smooth move. That was a Mutalisk corpse as well, perhaps. 8 mutas have gone down this game. 24 SCVs to 4 drones. Now, Percival's going to expand to that top right, which means Serral is going to get a 5th up on the south right now. And these Marines and Widow Mine trying to defend here. Trying to pick up. Does get a shot. He's going to go boost into that main base. Keep these guys alive for a little bit longer. Got only 2 tanks here defending. Nothing else at home. As I said, Percival's answer to offense is always to attack himself. It's never to go home and defend. I think in a game like this, that might really cost him. He does pull the SCVs away. He's going to deny this hatchery, but this is not the important hatchery. He gets a kill. Does lose this army up here. He's losing quite a few depots there. Chadhammer on the high ground is murdering these Zerglings, but they are very cheap units. Serral can somewhat afford it. Borrowed Banelings are scattered around this map as well. Needling Bane gathering in the north side. Ultra Caverns on the way as well as Adrenal Glands now. Serral wants to finish off this series for Team Basilisk. Percival had such a good start, but is it going to be enough? Takes down a lot of Banelings. The Medevac's trying to pull away. The Mute is dancing backwards on the south side. Link's coming in again. Depots are getting torn down. And you can see Percival's going to get supply blocked, which is so unfortunate. Chadhammer's on 42 kills, which is nice for her. And Serral, he's only now getting his 5th really mining. Problem, as always, is the trading. Serral's simply winning the engagements this game, and he's winning them decisively. This is very, very confident. To be ahead, 1,400 resources in the units lost is astounding in this matchup. If you're even, you kind of consider that as Zerg winning the fights pretty decisively. To be this far ahead, that is very dominating. Widow Mines are damaging Serral there. He does turn around, punishes that Widow Mine at least, but few Mutalisk kills. Not going to be too bad. A couple Banelings get caught by the bio. This is not that big of an army for Percy, and his Widow Mines weren't borrowed. Oh, he doesn't get any of the big shots on the Banes he was looking for. He gets ambushed by Serral, not ready to fight. And that's potentially a game-winning fight. He needed those Widow Mines to be scattered around, but you can see how hard it is contesting such a big map. On paper, it is massively Zerg favored despite creep not spreading in the middle. Yet somehow, we saw Maru dominate with this the other day. And that's just a testament to Maru being Maru. He was often spread across 3 or 4 screens with his army and bringing them in from every angle, just like near perfectly. It's so hard to do that. You can see Percival struggling with controlling such huge amounts of space. Serral just sending small tactical counters in. And now the Ultraling Bane is going to find that 5th base on the right side. Serral's finally got bases 6, 7, and 8 up now, but he's not actually committed to mining from them yet. I love that the SCV is escaping the worker-only tube. You can see, look, he's just got his first few workers on a 6th and 7th base. 8th base in the corner. Percival's been so competitive economically. Trading. Just out of this world for Serral. Do we need Fusion Core here? Why not Ghosts? Honestly, I think it's been more about just basic bio mine versus Mutaling Bane control so far. Definitely you want to add Ghosts against the Ultras as time goes on, but even Heavy Marauder can do it. The problem is, he's been losing fights where he's had an army that should be capable. Just Serral's been taking much better fights than him. Unloads in the main, the Marauders and Marines there get cleaned up by the Ultras. Turret's trying to hang on, mass repair is good, but it's not good enough. These are 2-1 Mutalisks, and they are shredding that main base. Percival's going to try and defend. He's got a double drop coming up here. Tries to unload some Marines. The Mutas snap one of the Medevacs. They will take out another one. Almost. No, they do not quite finish it off. On the south side, Widow Mines getting jumped on here. Burrowing the Widow Mines when the Banes are already in front almost never ends well. You've got to have that pre-spread going before the fight. Because Serral's one step ahead all game long, momentum-wise, Percival's had a good economy. He's had great numbers. His macro is impressive. But because he's not got as much map control, as much control over the pacing as normal, things are really tough. Good retargeting of the Widow Mine there. It was going to fire on the Overseer and do big friendly fire, but even in the midst of that, Percival does retarget it. And you can see, even with his 5th base going down, Percival can keep maxing and remaxing there. He's still got many chances to take good fights in this game. Serral's economy is rather precarious, being exposed in this bottom left corner. Marauders Widow Mines doing their best. And Serral get the 3-0 over team NoGG. Muta Ultra Bane counter on this side. Banes go in with the Ultras behind. They do get distracted, but the Planetary doesn't target those Banelings very well until they clear most of the SCVs, which is really rough. SCVs will not be able to out-repair that many Mutalisks. Turret not going to do enough either. The Marauder Widow Mine does take out a lot of the Banes. These Marauders, though, not being microed, there's just too much going on at once. He's got to save what he can. Nice hot pick up there for Percival at the last second. The Mutalisks are tearing up the main base yet again. The Ghost comes back. He's going to snipe down one of those, but dude, the Ghosts are getting one shot. Yes, they're one-shotting Mutas. They take a few seconds to do those snipes, though, and there's just so many Mutalisks, man. I feel like Serral's only lost about 20 Mutalisks this game. It's probably more than that. But he's just been getting so much damage, it feels like it's been very worth it. Ultra Bane finds Percival's new 5th base. I love the choice of expanding towards Serral's kind of most committed economic side. And the Mutas once again pull out of the main. 31 Mutas have gone down this game. He's killed 74 SCVs, 158 Marines, 3 Ghosts. He's also killed 23 missile turrets. Nothing to sniff at. That's a very impressive amount of damage. The Adrenal 3-3 Zerglings tear down another missile turret. Finally getting taken out there by the 3-3 bio. Command Center getting sent away by those Mutalisks. Barely hanging on by a thread is Percival. You can see how difficult playing Fear and Faith is. And this is why I was so impressed by Maru versus Shin on this map last week. It was just some of the best control across such big areas I've seen in a long time. Ultras are going to get taken out there, but they are trading decently, and Serral has the bank. He's also got the income, 1,000 minerals ahead in the mining per minute, not to mention 700 gas. Gas mining, of course, running dry right now for Mr. Percival. Some of the gas is not even dry yet, but he just had the workers die on it or haven't been put back yet because there's too much chaos. He's lost too many workers, and these Mutalisks just finding so many. How many Widow Mines is he at? 41 Widow Mine kills. We've not seen that many big, brutal shots, have we? Gonna be GG. Percival getting run around. Unfortunate that he had to play cross map there against Serral. I think if it's horizontal spawn, for instance, very hard for Serral to deal with such a greedy opening. But as it was, it just felt like Serral shut down those Marines in the middle of the map early, had map control, was picking and choosing where the fights happened, and there was too many times these Marines were just getting caught off on their own. Percival was not able to control the map. It's very hard to do against Mutiling Bane. I'm always impressed when a Clem or a Maru or a Percival manages to get map control on cross map, but Serral was always trading either evenly or slightly positive throughout pretty much the entire game. GG, well played. Hats off to Serral. Fantastic Mutiling Bane play. Down on economy, up in tech and map control, and he used that tech and map control advantage really well. GG's. All right, guys. Well, that seals the deal. That there means there is no ace match because Basilisk win 3-1 in the first best of 5, 3-0 in the second best of 5, shutting down NoGG. And to no one's surprise, in this GSTL format, especially with the all-kill format and Serral going in first, Basilisk looking like the guys to beat. GG, well played. Serral is a freak. Oh, the first two games, he caught Clem's Cyclones. Clem was playing Cyclone Banshee Battle Mech, and he caught all the Cyclones with surprise Mutalisks and killed them all. Ran away with the game from there. Solar got ahead of him in game 1, but tried to finish it with a really simple Roach all-in after his mutas, and Serral just played so safe. Most players wouldn't play that safe, but it's Serral. Played so safe, shut down the Roach timing, and then it was back to being pretty even game, except you can tell Serral was more comfortable because Serral barely surviving in games, hanging on, getting close to equalizing. He's always confident in those games, whereas Solar was like, oh crap, my timing didn't work, what do I do now? I don't know how I think Lib Range and Fusion Core versus Zerg and 20 Mutalisks and Aspire seems not the right order. Oh, was someone suggesting that? Definitely not Lib Range. No, Lib Range only helps them siege up. You can go Libs against Mutas, but that's a bit silly. You submitted a replay featuring Gargamel Assault Mines. Very surprised I got to play him. Oh, that guy's crazy. Yeah, SK Trash Can, Gargamel. That guy's played like 1 billion StarCraft games. Did he call you a Smurf, mate? Sure, he called you a Smurf. He calls everyone a Smurf. Unless you lose, then maybe he's like, good game. You're a good guy. Yeah, you don't want to end up in an end game with him? Yeah. Fear Dragon says, I think Percival has this game. Great contribution from the Fudge Dragon. How you doing? What's going on, gang? Whoo! That was a really intense long series, man. I think, what would you guys say was the biggest lesson we learned from that series, guys? What is there like a learning? Is there a sentiment? How to count to 3? I think that's one of them for sure. I think there's another lesson though. I think there is another lesson. Don't verse there. I think that might be it. So this was GSTL, guys. This was Basilisk versus NoGG. And it featured the format where Serral is disgustingly OP because he can be resurrected like 4 times. Like 3 times, right? 4 times if it goes to an ace match. How do you... I mean, Rainer destroyed Clem. He played like some of the smoothest Infestaling in that first series. But if you think about it, right? If it goes like 2-1, they're like, we could bring Cyril back to life. And then the next set, Cyril goes out, and then it's like, oh, it's 2-1 again. Okay, we'll bring Cyril out again. Then like it's both series go 1-1, and they're like, oh, we'll bring Cyril out in the ace match. I'm like, you can play Cyril 5 times in a matchup. You can use Cyril 5 times in this broken team format. Lol. 5 times per match. Cyril plus team league equals not fair. Maybe the South Korean birthing crisis is really showing its effects. The lack of new talent coming in to challenge non-Korean talent with higher birthing rate countries. It's true. I honestly think the worst thing, though, Fear Dragon, like, because we know that that's how talent comes up in every competitive activity, and yet somehow, Nigeria keep having their players shut out of the big tournaments because it's a disgusting scene that refuses to let them come. Are they the highest birth rate? I think they were a few years ago. What is the highest birth rate country in the world? Oh, no, it's Niger. Then Chad, then Somalia. Oh, dude, Nigeria's not even top 5 anymore. Must have dropped. Oh, dude, Nigeria's nowhere near the top. I'm way off. Maybe I was just thinking of Niger. Nigeria's ranked 16. It's way lower than I thought. It's crazy. Oh, guys, guess what rank 1 is, actually? It's the AI response was wrong. It couldn't read the response. Guys, who is it? Because we're incels. We play games, right? So we're all incels. And who is it that steals all of our women? And why do we need court-appointed wives to breed with us? It's all Chad's fault. That's right. Chad, the country, has the highest birth rate, fertility rate in the world, apparently. So maybe that's why the incels referred to him as Chad. Maybe they were just demographics nerds. It all makes sense now. Of course, Chad Fox. Jesus. Oh. Sarah practiced on stream. He complained about everything the entire game. Went late game versus Max Pax. Narrowly won the game. Rewind. Max is broke. Sarah is 5k. At that point, you know practice is paying off. Yeah. My man. Finland's birth rate is 67% higher than South Korea. That's why Cyril's 67% better than Korean players. That is how it works. Yeah. Your mom? Yes, indeed, Madison. South Korea makes Japan and China look like big birth rate countries. They're the lowest in the world. Yeah, I've heard that. Nigeria is the richest African country. Usually rich countries don't make kids. They make money instead. It's got a really big population, though. I didn't realize they were the richest. It's 242 million people. People don't realize how big the population is in Nigeria. What's highest population African countries? That's got to be the highest, right? Yeah, next is Ethiopia with 140, then Egypt 120. I didn't realize Egypt had so many people. Wow. Then DRC, 116 million in DRC. Dude, there's just more people in Africa than I realized in general. 73 million in Tanzania, 65 in South Africa, Kenya, 58.5 million, Sudan, 53 million. Wow, it's way more than I realized. Yeah, most are in the Greater Cairo area. Damn. It's like a mega city, is it? It just like sprawls. It's like 50 million people living in one big sprawl. Crazy. All right, guys, how are we doing? We have... I know you guys love ZVZ, and I know you want to see more of it, right? Now, I really want to cast that Cyril Rogue series from RSL. I've not cast it yet. You guys okay with me doing more Cyril today? I just feel like the best games are coming out of the two guys who are really motivated to win all the money right now, and their names are Cyril and Rogue. This is like unironically the best matchup right now. It seems like the fairest matchup. Has the most diversity in it. The two guys who are really motivated to win all the money right now, Serral and Rogue, seem to be playing it a lot against each other. I think we're going to cast Serral versus Rogue. I think it's a really good match. I skimmed the game a few weeks, like a week and a half ago when it happened, 2 weeks ago. It happened just before Pigfest, of course. So I'm casting this one a little bit late because of that. Pigfest taking our attention. But, yeah. Rogue, when he sees a prize pool, is so funny. Never has a man been more clearly motivated by cash. The moment Rogue feels balances in his favor, the man plays every tournament ever and wins them all. And he's just like, yeah. Yeah, Rogue is a beast, man. When Rogue sees an advantage, he jumps on it, dude. He jumps on that shit. Yeah, we'll never forget that one when he was at his peak MapleStory addiction and he hadn't really played StarCraft for quite a few months in 2019. And then he just like poked his head out and won GSL. And they're like, it's good to see you back. Like, what motivated your return? He's like, oh, I saw some Zerg players like having bad performances and I was curious. So I went and played some ladder and I was like, wow, Zerg's really broken. I can't believe these guys aren't like winning everything. And I thought there would be some free money. So I decided to sign up. He just like destroys GSL with like, he's just like, I just spam Niduses every game. This is so obviously broken. Are you guys stupid? Like Rogue did the like looking around. He's like, are you guys low IQ? Like, are you other Zerg players? Are you stupid? Like, why are you guys not abusing this thing? He just fucking like starts winning everything. And everyone's like, oh, I guess Nidus is broken. It's back when Blizzard was in charge. I remember 2 weeks before that BlizzCon realizing we have the most broken map pool for a Nidus worm that is very broken and has had one very conservative nerf on it. And I was like messaging the Blizzard people and I was like, guys, can we please change the map pool? Use maps from across the whole year. Can we not use a super broken Nidus map pool? And they were like, no, we're using the same map pool from this last season. You mean the one where you've seen Nidus every single Zerg game? They're like, yeah. And I'm like, change it. No one will complain if you change the map pool a few weeks out. It makes no difference. Except for actually allowing players to not die to Nidus Worm every game. Thankfully, Classic saved us from that anyway. Though it was still a ZVZ Finals. Rainer versus Dark. That Rainer's Serral semis. Serral's Ultras trapped behind the Evo chamber wall. They couldn't get out. Back in the day, man. You guys remember Archons and Ultras couldn't squeeze through any gaps? They couldn't squeeze through anything. Ultras still can't squeeze through gaps as well, but I think they're a little better at it. Archons can squeeze through anything now. Archons went on that Weight Watchers, that Jenny Craig diet, you know? Yeah. My man. Wow, the conversation in chat is truly high level, guys. Archon's copied Pig and went on a weight crusade. True that. Dude, I've been eating so much chocolate. We're steadily gaining it back. We're getting there. Day by day. It's a process. Design choice made by Blizzard. Yeah, Rogue doesn't give a fuck. It's been like that in GSL. That's why Maru can't stand playing him. Yeah. I mean, Rogue will throw 100 supply lead away doing the dumbest thing you've ever seen. Rogue will also die to the most basic all-in, and you're like, what the hell, Rogue? And then he'll just blitz the best player in the world 4-0, and you're like, what? It's Rogue.
Thanks for the Bezos.
Rogue, I just don't think he's interested in like grinding perfect play. He's just give him a way to abuse strategies, play the poker game with his opponent. And he's still solid. It's not like he's bad at any of the basics. He's just not as obsessed with being perfect with them as the other players. He wants to win with his choices wherever possible. Ariga, thanks for the 14-month resub. Appreciate you very much. We'll be right back. Quick ad break. Serral versus Rogue, RSL upper bracket finals coming right up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Week 5 should be day 1. Yeah. We'll be right back. Ad break. See you guys in a sec. Serral Rogue coming right up. I think it's because on most maps you can usually just never let them get a 4th base. Dot's turning knobs. She's playing with my titties. What are you? Oi! Oi! Stupid! Stupid Dot! I smash you with mango. Oi! I smash you. Stupid! Stupid! Yeah. Is she here? Is this? Am I getting her? I'm getting her, right?
With that depot timing? Oh my god. Okay, guys. 3,800. He's almost 4K, guys. I just want to remind you, this player is 4K. Activillain literally has the mechanics of a drunk lemur. The build orders of a mentally impinged doorknob. That's right. Not a regular doorknob. That's too much smarter than Activillain. That's not a fair comparison to the fucking doorknob. I'm telling you, the way this man plays games is he just takes the fucking dumbest idea ever from like a pro match, but then he does it 10 times worse than the pro could ever fathom. Oh, Adept's gonna get... Oh! Oh my god, the micro! What am I looking at? I'm not even commentating. It's so well microed by both players. What did I just witness? I wish I commentated that. I just couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Research completed.
Oh my god. Holy moly. I don't care how fancy you are, though. Can you stop that many? That's a lot of Ravagerling Bane, man. That's a lot of Ravagerling Bane. Oh my lord. The Immortal out front. The units are pre-spread, but is that enough? Trying to pick up Ravagers, but only one at a time. The Psystorm. The Psystorm is big, but there's only like 2 of them. Oh, the Banelings. The Banelings in the top left. Banelings did clear out half of that mineral line. Nice Storms on the Link Bane. Zealots going forward. There's more Banes where that came from. Phoenix are getting hit by Biles. The Creator Phoenix Micro is insane. Dude! Creator does it again! Another epic hold with the Phoenix. Unfortunately, the Immortal moves in, but he saves it. Drop, and dodge. Drop and dodge. Oh, the Bile does take out the Phoenix. Creator almost gets 300 IQ style points, but it was still pretty damn cool. You know what? They went too deep.
A creep tumor is under attack. The hive cluster is under attack.
Whee!
Position would completely be blindsided by tank pushes.
Your face is woefully out of position.
I'd say that might be one of the easiest things to fix,
You're one of the easiest things to fix.
but for some reason,
You're a reason. Sorry, guys. This is my new game called Unmuting Other Casters and then saying nonsense at them. It's a fun game. She's all in. To be fair, not really, because he's only on 1 base. She's very committed, is what I should say. 9 Ravagers, 2 Roaches. 10th Ravager is morphing, but it's all the way at home. It should have probably been one of these. Oh, actually, that is the closest Roach. Never mind. He doesn't know. She's looped around behind him, and she's caught the SCV pull. It's a disaster. The SCV is not able to join up with the army. Dude, this fight is an absolute shit show. What is this? The Lings do get in front. All the SCVs die beforehand. No. He had no information. No. So this guy's like, why do bugs always benefit Zerg? And he's forgotten about this. So what you could do is you could make a command center and load up to 5 bunkers inside. So this guy made 5 bunkers on 1 base, loaded them with Marines, loaded them in his command center, and is now sending a goddamn 25 Marine loaded command center to float across the map. Look at its damage output. It's got 25 Marines inside it. Dude, you could not micro any more virgin than this. There's like literally so little sex that is being had by someone who micros a probe this hard. Like, I understand, like, something like, what? So what? Like, how can it be less than me? I don't get laid. I play games all day. Trust me. There is a level of not sex you can be having
if you micro your probe like that, like you don't even have time to light a candle before you touch yourself. That's the level of micro Maples is fucking displaying right now. Like, get the fuck out of my base, dude. Like, fucking get romantic with yourself one day. Stop cheating yourself out of that connection you could have to your own right hand, man.
The U.S. Air Force. Brought to you by the U.S. Air Force. Bombing harder than Maru at an international land.
Yeah, there could be some good opportunities for promo if they're... Still hits pretty early, though. 9 Stalkers. I think it's well worth blinking in for this tank. Actually, it's a lot of Marines. It's a lot of Marines. It's not worth blinking into that, yeah. Because that's like 8 Marines, 9 plus 4... Yeah. That's 13 Marines will do too much damage. Now, he can blink up if he wants, but... Oh, he's going to go for it. Is he going to get it? Oh my gosh, he's ferrying across the building wall. Dude, Max with a crazy move. Gets the tank. It cost him, I think, only 1 Stalker. That was actually so cool. We've been thinking about this tank with this wall off as basically a brick wall that you just cannot get past. But if he has too many Marines on the natural, doesn't have any support, you can do that. And only 1 Stalker for 1 tank. Great trade. Next one's down there, is it? Die! Die! I thought it was dead, so I started going to the next one. Die! Stupid friggin' drop pods. You guys have no defenses in your entire spaceship. Literally everyone starts getting eaten alive and you guys do nothing about it. But that you decide to actually have good defense against? Jesus. You've got really tanky escape pods? You're a bunch of cowards. Didn't realize Protoss are just literally French people. Just retreat and surrender all the time. Jeez. That's what my Terran brethren told me when I... Alright, guys. Well, you know what? Got up bright and early. We've been casting a big 2-hour series before. With breaks, it's taken a bunch longer than that, of course. That was, I think, over 2 hours even. That was 2 best of 5s. Back-to-back, big games, 40-minute game to start. And after that, you know, I just deserve a perk me up. And you guys know what? You guys deserve one too. And it's 10 years of Water Drop. So I'm going to have an iced tea peach to celebrate. Absolutely delicious. You guys know they're my favorite. Check them out, guys. Water Drop's 10 years old. Use my code PIG10years for 10% off any order. And an extra 10% off orders over 60 euros. Yeah, 10% off any order, an extra 10% off orders over 60 euros, another 10% off orders over 120 euros. You can go check out the store in there. I highly recommended their iced tea sets. But they have a bunch of delicious things. Actually, I had the mojito one. There's a new mojito flavor. I just got this, guys. I don't know if this is going to show up on my green screen, but I would recommend. That was actually really tasty. Super minty as well. Look at that. Nice. I like a nice invisible product. If you're not familiar with Water Drop, essentially they're just tasty, sugar-free micro drink cubes. Chuck it in some cold water. Diffuses in there after a minute. You get yourself a tasty drink. It's packed with vitamins. The one we're drinking right now, iced tea peach, I think there's like a whole ton. If you look at like mojito, for instance, what's this got in it? Vitamin C, B1, B3, B6, B12, B5, and you get 12 servings in one box. Check it out. Make sure you take advantage. Those Water Drop 10-year celebration goes until, I think it's the end of September, guys. It's 20th August till 30th of September. So get after it. Please help me out. Get more sponsorships by clicking on links that I do when we say thanks to sponsors like this and allowing us to get more sponsorships like that. So big thanks to Water Drop. Shout out to them for being an amazing sponsor of the channel. We appreciate you guys very much. Honestly, I don't know why. Just having one of those iced tea peaches makes my whole day better, man. Makes my whole day better. Is it good with bacon? Yeah. Adoy. Adore. Adore. It's delicious, man. All right. So we're going to go into the Cyril versus Rogue RSL upper bracket finals, guys. Very fun match. Oh, do you guys know September's on, guys? Oh, it's September. Oh, guess what, guys? September. I totally forgot it's September. Started today. That means if you guys have not subbed before, you guys want to see more fun StarCraft casts, days like this, please support the channel. And yeah, if you are a first time, it's 25% off new 1-month subs, 25% off 3-month subs, and 30% off 6-month subs. Yeah, I know they start it before September. I don't know why September starts before September, and yet it does. Ask Twitch about that one. I have no idea. Calories you save in your beverage you can spend on your bacon, 100%. That's why I'm not a big fan of drinking calories. I'll occasionally do like a milkshake or something, you know, because it's just delectable. But usually I'm like, nah, save the calories for food, man. I will douse myself in chocolate. I will eat 1 billion of this or that, but let's not do. Oktoberfest also starts in September. Oh, does it, Senju? Have we already started Oktoberfest? Have we? Oh no, I mean, sorry, that's a month out, isn't it? I was seeing ads for some Oktoberfest event on social media, and I was like, why are you advertising this already? Hope you guys are doing well. All right, guys. It's time for the RSL upper bracket finals. Cyril in the bottom left side of the map, Rogue in the bottom right. This is a matchup for the ages. This is a really good one. I've had this highly recommended. Unfortunately, I didn't get around to casting it till now because I've been so busy with Pigfest. But I was told this was like one of the best series we've seen in a long time. And to be fair, I think ZVZ is just generally the best it's ever been. You know, if there's one shining light in a rather murky and poopy patch that no one's really happy with, it is that ZVZ has been fantastic. Solar's games are amazing, Rogue's games, Cyril's games, Rainer's games, all have been so exciting. Seen a lot of Mutalisks, Night Swarms, Ling, crazy upgraded Ling builds, like everything. It's just the range of builds, different tech choices seems to be really high right now in the matchup. And yeah, it seems really interesting to see how the openings go. So Cyril, normally a bit more safe and standard as a player. Obviously, Rogue's a bit more of a gimmick lord sometimes, gets a bit excited. Both of them have gone to take the hatchery a bit late. They've both sent their drone down late to take the hatchery. I'd actually taken it a few seconds late. That's kind of funny to see. Rare to see. Rogue, I always talk about being a little lazy with his opening. Like, he's not a bad player, but he just doesn't really care about the tiny details as much. Cyril's a little bit more methodical than he is. And then you've got, like, ultra tryhard obsessed with every single worker shift clicking back and forwards, which is more of a Clem thing than anyone else. Okay, so we've got a quicker gas for Cyril. You'll see they both got a pool at a similar timing. Cyril, a little bit more urgency on the gas. We'll keep our eyes on if he pulls workers off minerals as well and prioritizes that ling speed. I wouldn't be surprised if Rogue just walls off on 2 base on this map and does more of a tech-centric opening. Yeah, so he pulls 1 off minerals onto gas. It's not a big pull, but yeah, he does prioritize the gas. Meanwhile, Rogue 16 on minerals, and he's just waiting for the drones to pop out. So there's going to be a Ling speed advantage for Cyril. He could turn that into Ling Bane aggression. If Rogue is playing Ling Bane aggression, I think this is kind of dodgy for him, but if he's just chilling, playing defensive, mineral focus does make sense. And you can see that reflected, and then he's ahead about 15, 20 minerals here. I doubt it matters in ZVZ, but there is a gold base in the top center of this map. There's also a healing shrine down here, which is most useful for roaches, but occasionally lings and banes. Healing in that can actually be really nice. Air units, of course, can't use it. Ling speed starts up for Cyril as we expected. He pulls 2 workers off gas very quickly. And Rogue goes for the Evo chamber. Ah, this build. The old quick carapace. And actually before Ling speed even. Now you could even start this upgrade earlier than this. I just don't think you need to. I think it's more important to get your drones out. Get it going, get your Overlord building, get the double lava inject as he's doing now. And you don't need to rush the carapace that crazy fast, but it's going to be going carapace, then Ling speed. And of course, that'll open up a potential Ling flood timing that could be very hard for Cyril to deal with as he goes for the more standard 32 supply, 3rd hatchery, rebuilds the drone, goes for a Baneling Nest right afterwards, and should be rallying a 3rd worker back onto gas in the near future as well. Meanwhile, as we said, carapace into Zergling speed. Of course, carapace takes, I think it's about 35 seconds longer to upgrade. Still no 3rd hatch for Rogue, but he's been, of course, droning up a little bit harder, and he will go to that 3rd now. No safety precautions for him. Not a single Zergling, no Baneling Nest. Rogue is playing the opponent. And remember, Cyril is a guy who's very safe, very standard. He's building 10 Zerglings for safety, Baneling Nest, early Ling speed, and Rogue's just like, lol, first 6 Zerglings only build after saturating 2 full bases. I mean, that is a beautiful adjustment to an opponent who is not likely to be very aggressive. So loves to start off a series a bit more reactive. When he's playing Raynor, I think he often mixes in a timing because he knows that Raynor's kind of weak to that. Oh, great scout. Great scout. Cyril sees the carapace. He's got his own Ling Bane coming. Oh, he's making 16 more Zerglings. He's committed. He's very committed. He's going to try and hide a Baneling in the corner of the main. Rogue does see it. And usually the Zergling speed guy gets the first hit off. Let's see how that goes. No, Rogue actually wins the fight. Very nicely done. Zergling's going to pull back. Baneling's making on the front. He's got his own Banelings now. Does he? So Rogue did add that Baneling nest eventually. He's going to add a Roach Horn as well, hiding all of his tech in the back. 2 queens, bunch of Banelings and Zerglings coming over. Cyril poking forwards. Oh, nice focus on one of the onto the Banelings. The Zerglings on this left side have to be careful though. Good focus fire by Rogue. Does trade a little bit there. It's a little messy, but I think a bit messy is better than letting any of these guys into your worker line. Overall, good defense for Rogue. He's got 3 queens. He's up 4 workers. And he no doubt will have a very scary Carapace Roach Bane timing that he could do as a counter attack. Rogue does need to build another Overlord right now though. That's one thing. He's so distracted with this micro that he's not going to be able to build many roaches here, and that's a big problem. All right, it's going to be a massive Ling Bane counter attack for now, but he's got to be careful. You can't be getting surrounded here, mate. Does sacrifice a few Zerglings, or at least sacrifices most of their hit points, I should say. Take out that. I'd love to see this Zergling turn north and lure Cyril's guys away. Baneling's not quite able to get the intercept. Queen's out in the open. Doesn't want to lose the Lings for this, though. These Lings go by on the natural. Rogue, good micro. Gets himself another Baneling. Got 3 roaches building behind this. 10 roaches now. Got to be careful. Good spreads on his Banes. Very nice spreadies. Cyril got to intercept. Good Baneling detonates so far. Can he get rid of them? Nice focus fires. But he's not being able to deal with all of them. There's one more. There's one more. Oh my. He finally targets it down. But he's lost multiple queens here. Actually only 1 queen, right? Because the first queen didn't die. So he's lost 1 queen. Units lost tab almost even between the 2 of them. Cyril is up 9 workers. But Carapace is done for Rogue. Rogue is still massing roaches. And does Rogue anticipate this movement? Cyril looping around the north with the Zerglings. He's going to try and sneak in from that side. And he does go past the Overlord. But of course, Rogue tracks it, splits his Lings to deal with this. He's outnumbered there. He's got to be careful. Roaches do get spotted, but that also allows him. The more he damages these Zerglings, the more his Zerglings can maybe take the fight. That Roach tanks very well. The Zerglings on the left do get overwhelmed. Finally, Rogue is going to win this fight. He's got Carapace, and he's got a ton of Roach Bane going in the front as well. Cyril is only down about 3 roaches, but that Carapace upgrade is the real scary thing. He built another round of drones. These spines aren't ready yet. Cyril maybe underestimating the power of this attack. Rogue is incredibly committed on 36 workers. All the Banes blow up on each other. I think Rogue is okay with that trade. Cyril still running in circles with his Lings on the other side. He's trying to distract those Zerglings to stop the reinforce from getting over here. He's fighting on the healing shrine right now as well. Cyril trying to do some magic. Spinecrawler's finishing in the midst of the fight. It's going to do really good damage, dude. Is Cyril able to hold on? I don't know. Oh my god. I think Cyril might have used that healing shrine to win what should have been an unwinnable fight. Dude, Cyril with some amazing plays, but the Roach Ravager Ling starting to cascade over the top. He doesn't quite have the numbers. He should have pulled his drones into this fight much earlier. Being up 15 workers during this fight, like yes, the spines are finishing, but he could have pulled 15 drones, tanked a bit of damage. Much faster. He pulls them now, but he's got no DPS. Drones are good for tanking, bad for damage, bad for that DPS, that damage per second output. And that looks like Rogue just barely has enough to overwhelm. And Cyril's gonna have to tap out. Dude, we gotta rewatch this fight on the healing shrine to see how much of an impact this made in the midst of all that. How big was this? Looks like Rogue's Lings split. Actually, 6 of his Lings went in the other direction. So this now is going to be whatever this number of Zerglings is. We can just compare to Cyril's number of Zerglings. You can see Cyril has 2 more. So even though you've got the Carapace advantage, 2 more for Cyril. And does he get much healing? He does. He gets a little bit of healing, which is really nice. And Cyril even pulls back into the healing a bit more as well. Oh, dude, that micro for Cyril in the midst of holding it home. Very fancy, very cool. On the other hand, the moment the Banes were gone, probably should have pulled these drones in a little bit earlier, right? Let's try and pinpoint. Because those Banelings all died pretty early. At this point, you can already pull drones. I know it seems a bit crazy, but in this sort of scenario, you just got to not die. Because, you know, Cyril's got... Well, he actually doesn't have an Evo or a Lair. But you are way ahead on workers. And Defender's advantage. If you survive, you're usually in a pretty decent spot here. I do like, though, that his Zerglings run around in circles so much bot time. But yeah, has to pull the drones, because if you keep your roaches alive a little bit longer, then they can do more damage. But once your roach count starts dying, you don't have enough damage output, you just get overwhelmed. GG, though. Great game one for Rogue with the early carapace paying off. Oktoberfest is the 19th of September until October 4th. It's mostly in September. No. What's the reasoning behind that? Black Friday starts on Thursday too sometimes. The world is falling apart. Dude, that's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. They're already selling Christmas stuff in the supermarket as well. I saw they had like a thing with like fruit mince pies and things, and I was like, you guys stupid? It's like, you're over 3 months early. Like, and they're like, no, they ain't gonna buy this thing. Like the hot cross buns for Easter always come out like 4 months ahead these days. They're like, okay, Christmas is over. What's next? Easter. Here's Easter things. You buy some chocolate early? You're like, this is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. I finally made Demon 1. I'm not sure if I got better or everyone laughed louder, says Kitty Cat Attack. Probably a little bit of both, mate. No, I don't know. I don't know how Diamond 1 is. I know the very high level players, obviously there's not as many playing. When I queue ladder, there's still quite a few people playing at a high level on NA, but the Protoss numbers are going down. I would say your verse Protoss matchup might be worse. I'm not sure, depending on what your own experience is. But yeah, I wouldn't undersell your achievement. I think you'd be surprised how well it'll carry over. Do more people play SC2 or StarCraft Remastered nowadays since the patch and all, says Jatana? But even with all the doom and gloom around the patch, StarCraft 2 players can't play StarCraft 1. So StarCraft 1 is a antiquated, old, hard game that takes a lot of skill and mechanical commitment. StarCraft 2 has a lot of like quality of life in it and things that make things easier to do, if a bit clumpy and fast-paced sometimes. So even though there'll be players like, I'm gonna go play StarCraft 1, realistically, StarCraft 2 players can't play StarCraft 1 because it's a difficult game. StarCraft 2 is an easy game for noobs. No, I mean, workers don't auto-mine. The control groups are a bit weird. It's a lot of people can't adapt to that. I can't imagine. That being said, I wouldn't be surprised if there's more people playing StarCraft 1. They're all in Korea though. Not all. I apologize, Artosis and the other 5,000 people internationally that play StarCraft 1 every week. Maybe it's more. I don't know how many people play StarCraft. I'm sure it's more than I say. I'm exaggerating, but it is obviously very popular in South Korea. And yeah. I don't know what game people are playing the most. Capitalism for you, sell seasonal things to make more sales. Oh yeah, what's any Koreans in the chat? There's a Korean day where there's a certain candy you're meant to buy. I'm trying to remember what it is. It happened when I was there well over a decade. They're like, oh, you know, Thingo thing. I was like, it's what? They're like, yeah, it's I can't remember. They're like, it's something day. And I was like, what? They're like, yeah, you're meant to buy these candies and give them to like people. And I was like, oh, what? I was like, is it just made by the company that makes the candy? They're like, yeah. And everyone does it. And I was like, that's insane. I just think like, imagine like there was just a Snickers day. Like, yeah, you meant to buy Snickers and give them to your friends. I'm like, that's fantastic. Any Koreans in the chat? What's it called? Let's use AI. AI makes Googling these things much easier. I don't like AI generally, but yeah. What is it? I'm trying to remember the name of the candy, but yeah, it's because it's on the tip of my tongue. What's the holiday in Korea where you give candy? There's White Day, where men give candy and sweets to women. Pepero Day. November 11th, Pepero Day, where people exchange chocolate-dipped cookie sticks. Pepero Day, right. Wait, is Pepero the same thing as... Oh, is that just the Korean version of Pocky? Oh, it's just Korean Pocky. It's just Korean Pocky, guys. Right, yeah. There's Pepero Day, November 11th, where you're meant to give people Pepero. There's Pocky. It's the same thing, right? Basically. Does look nicer than Pocky. Pocky does look a bit shitter, to be fair. Pepero actually does look nicer with the chunky bits. Looks fancier. Nice. Thank you, Devil Archon. Appreciate the sub. You and Ariga. Appreciate both of you, mates. Alright, guys. Top right side of Fear and Faith. It's horizontal spawns for Cyril. Down one game here. The Carapace pays off despite. I gotta love that he used the healing shrine like that. I count that one as a moral victory for Cyril and Basilisk, while Rogue wins the game. Very effective, committed attack. Now, those Carapace builds are tricky. I do think they're way overused right now. And I think, honestly, Rogue here in this series might be one of the first players to actually popularize them as much, because I have seen so many people using the Carapace before Link Speed Rush. I think it's okay. I don't think it's the worst build. I think it is vulnerable if the enemy Zerg just commits to like a 22 drone Ling Bane timing, which looks like a normal hatch first, but is actually super committed. I don't know if I've seen anyone other than, I think Raynor might have done one of those recently. Very few players commit to that. So it's a pretty safe gamble, you know. Oh, if they do this really rare roll in no one does, I could be in trouble. That's usually a risk you're happy to take. Hatchery goes down for Rogue. Couple seconds later for him. Now, interestingly, did Rogue take a 16 hatch? I think 16 hatchery first only makes sense if you're going to go gas pool. Otherwise, 15 hatch times out better to build both queens at the same time. He's going to go gas pool. Okay, good. Yeah, he goes 16 hatch, 18 gas, 17 pool, whereas Cyril goes for the 17 pool and then takes the gas after. Cool. Slight gas advantage, gas lead for Rogue, and he's happy to have his queens out slightly later. I'm gonna check. Like, is it 3 seconds delay on the queens? 5 seconds? 1 second? What is the actual difference here with the 16 hatchery? And is he actually gonna? Oh, it's pulled off gas pretty slowly, dude. Guys, Cyril's ahead on gas with the more economic opening. Oh no. Cyril's build is just better. I'm like, what was the point? I don't know if Rogue messed up something in his build order, but I'm like, wait, look at this difference. So Queen's gonna come out, and you can see, yeah, 5 seconds, yeah, almost 6 second lead on the Queens, and yet Link Speed's at the same timing. Feels a bit awkward for Rogue, guys. I think 15 hatchery, very solid build order there. Cyril does start Link Speed, pulls 2 workers off gas. Rogue starts Link Speed as well, but he doesn't start at the moment he gets 100. Definitely a slight advantage to Cyril's build. Now, obviously, I'm splitting hairs, guys. Just always interesting, because on a new patch that changed everything like this, that completely changed the whole game, you get that more than ever, where just tiny little differences and inefficiencies stack up for different players. Cyril doesn't... I mean, he'll enjoy that, but of course, I don't think Rogue cares, because Rogue is very good at just winning games. There's Baneley Nest before third base. Interesting. We're just talking about Pocky Sticks, guys, or Pepero. They even have Pepero Day in Korea. Basically, these, like, you know, little pretzel sticks in a box that are covered in chocolate. And there's a day where you're meant to buy them and give them to your friends, apparently. I was like, damn, that's some good advertising, that is. Apparently, in chat, Tetracyclone says the German version is called Mikado. Oh, really? You guys have them as well? Everyone has their own bloody chocolate-covered sticks. We just have Pocky. We just have the Japanese one in Australia. They are enjoyable. I do enjoy them. There are some absolutely demented Pocky ads. If you go look them up on YouTube, the Japanese Pocky ads. Carapace again for Rogue, it looks like. Could be +1 range, but it does look like a Carapace. Could play melee as well. Gonna play a very aggressive Ling style, but Cyril gets in, man. Same time, Cyril just denied his scout on the other side. Rogue Zerglin couldn't breach the wall off. He saw the Baneley Nest, but nothing else. Good economy, though. So I don't think either side is, like, super committed to anything. Lair goes down for Rogue. Does he drop extra gases? He builds a Roach Horn in the wall. Carapace does start up. Cyril already sending a whole pack of drones out to his third, and he's going double gas. Why, hello, Cyril. Is Cyril going Lair? Oh, he drops a Roach Horn. Triple gas Roach Warren. I think Cyril's going for a Roach Bane timing. I think Rogue punched him in the face and he wants to punch back. And I said that and he starts a lair. Never mind. He's also on 48 drones, so looks like a Roach battle in this game. Either player could still try to go Spire here. Of course, long term, +1 range into +2 range is the more important upgrade, but early term, oh, Rogue just can't get in, can he? Early term, short term is I think the way you'd normally say that. Short term, Carapace is very nice because it helps your Zerglings as well. So long term, Cyril with this timing will go +1 range, of course. It doesn't make sense to go Carapace this late. But in the short term, the Carapace is better. Long term, the range will end up being better. But Rogue is already going to Mutalisks. Yeah, it's a fake Roach build. Very nicely done. And he's being quite greedy on the third. A lot of players, when they're playing Mutas, they're kind of afraid of a Roach attack. Rogue is a gambler, and he's playing one of the safest players in all of StarCraft. Safe also means predictable, and in a game of chance and odds, the poker-style game of StarCraft, which ZVZ right now seems to have some element of, especially when you deny scouting, I think he's just kind of like, look, you're not going to do an early Roach Bane. I think I have time to get up to 6 gas. I'll build a few defensive Roaches here, but essentially I'm banking on Mutalisks keeping me alive in this game. Zergling goes in for a scout, runs away to the south. There's a lot of Roaches building. If they were to go across... Oh, he's going to Nidus. Oh, Cyril's going to Nidus. He knows it's Mutas, does he? I think he senses. He's like, I know who I'm playing. Oh, he saw the 6 gas. He saw the 6 gas. That's the tell. 6 gas tells him it's Mutas. He's going to Nidus Roach Queen all in. Great counterplay for Cyril. 55 drones, 5 gases. This is exactly how he used to counter Rainers and other players' Mutas back in 5 years ago or so when everyone was spamming Mutas against him all the time. Roach is moving across the map. It's a bit of a fake out here. Rogue's trying to scare him. He's waving his arms around. He's saying Oogie Boogie. And Cyril, thankfully for Rogue's case, does not have Roach speed yet. Otherwise, he could jump on these Roaches and kill them all. He's coming across. Spine Crawlers may need to go down. Rogue's trying to take 8 gases right now. The greedy bastard. I love it. It's disgusting, but it's beautiful at the same time. His Lings are going to go in and do counter damage. Third base is probably the best target. There's a few Banes there. Few Roaches in the Nidus Worm as well. Nidus Worm throws up at the front. Mutas are going to come out here. If Rogue can deny the Nidus Worm, the Mutas can eventually clean everything else up. But man, that is a big eventually. It has a lot of heavy lifting to do. Roaches pop out at home. Links go into the main base at the same time. Third base drones running away. Nidus Worm does go down, as does the Overlord. Where will the next Nidus Worm go up? I have no idea. Links get cleaned up in the main by Banes. Rogue's already lost 10 drones. Cyril is heavily committed, and he throws up another Nidus Worm on that left side. Does Rogue divert to deal with it, or does he accept that this is simply just Roaches are a higher priority and he's got to deal with them? He does go for it. He will clean up that Nidus Worm. He can't let the Queens get out. There's only 3 Queens, guys. There is not that many Queens that can pop out of this. It's more Spore Crawlers building in his base that's the real threat. He's got to go deal with this. 17 workers have gone down. He's got a 4th base mining down there. His 3rd base is still alive. He can rebuild pretty damn quickly. I am very impressed with how Rogue's scrambling right now. That's a lot of Roaches that got in his base, but he holds on. Mutas are going to clean up the Roaches there, and dude, he's alive. I don't know if he's really alive, but he's technically alive. There's 5 Queens. 5 Queens are going to pop out here. But actually, there's not many Roaches left. Maybe there's a lot in the Nidus, I'm not sure. Nidus not going to commit. Cyril has to pull back to 3 base, but he's making Hydras, he's making Infestation Pits, 6 more drones as well. It does feel like Cyril should have a pretty solid lead here. It's just, can he get to a 4th base, I guess. Oh, there's 16 Mutas out. He just lost a Queen. Whoa, 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 whoa. Cyril was not expecting this Muta count. Oh, no. He's gone out and fought away from his Spore Crawlers. Cyril with a blunder. A blunder. I was not expecting that, guys. That was a big, big mistake there for Cyril. Oh, my lord. And he's just lost all of his Queens for no good reason. He just didn't have spores ready. He was keeping Rogue pinned with the Roach aggression, and he thought he could move out there and secure that area. Roach is trying to run in right now. They're going to be sacrificial. There's no burrow for these either. Rogue is back to 60 drones. He's making a Baneley nest. He's making more Mutalisks right now. Cyril does not have a 4th base nor a way of getting to one. Pig, why doesn't Rogue just use scan? He's a noob. You got to remember, he's a noob. He doesn't like using orbital scan. He doesn't enjoy winning. What a dum-dum. Great questions, get great answers. As always, guys, Overseer does go down as well. 22 Mutas on the map against 9 Hydras. Infestors are coming in. If you can get Banelings as well, this could be massive. Rogues up to 69 workers. He's on 8 gases. I'd love to see 5 to 10 more workers. And a 5th base as well. But it looks like Rogue. +1 melee, Bane speed on the way, +2 fire attack. He could just look to deny the 4th and just swarm with Mutiling Bane. Pig, is this an all Serral night? Yes. Lots of Serral today. I didn't realize we'd see so much Serral in the team league. I should have realized all kill format earlier today we were casting. Turns out you can get a lot of Serral games in a team league that allows you to revive players and also allows you to do an all kill format in one part of it. Roach Hydra infested, gathering on the front, spores coming forward. Infestation pit is on the way. Rogue's been a bit slow to drone up, but now he's up to almost 80 workers. Baneling's hiding. I think Ling drops in the main would be massive. Ooh, Muta's gonna find just one Roach for now. I'd love to see a 5th and 6th base though for Rogue. He's gonna go 2nd Evo infestation. I imagine he plays ultras from here. And the fact that Serral's stuck on 3 base, 65 workers, he's basically waiting for Rogue to just screw up. Only one Baneling gets through there. Lovely defense. Look at that. Immediately builds a new Spore, does Serral, realizing he's got to keep replacing those. Spore Crawler's very fragile these days. They can get one shot by that many Mutas. He honestly could have committed in there. Like, I know it seems like a lot, 3 Spores, but once you've got this many Mutas, you could just click on them and we'll take care of it. You can try to roll Banelings in here, and then also into the 3rd from this side and this side, but you can see Serral's ready for it. He knows that's the play. So Banelings can't really get in. There's 2 carapaces on the way. 5th base finally building here for Rogue. The problem is all the units he's invested in are garbage against Fungal Hydra. Unless he can surprise him and get on top of the Hydras with the Banes. Fester lands a nice Fungal. Unfortunately, it walks back into the Banelings and will die. Bit of a mistake there. Couple Lings get inside the main base. They do see the Lurker Den being built. And the Queen barely survives. Nice hold there for Serral. Nidus Worm has nothing inside anymore. 24 worker advantage for Rogue. It's what we refer to in the industry as a rich boy. Oh my, that's so dangerous with the Infestors around. Serral does remove the Changeling. Banelings try to roll in. They don't do much. They get a couple Roaches and that's about it. But you can afford some sloppy trades. 5 base versus 3 base. Overseer going down to the bottom left. A couple Vipers coming out. Fungal Power Bomb, of course, ruins Mutalisk. But if your Mutas spread out, those spells won't kill them. It's the Hydras that kill them if they spread out. Creep needs to get respread. He needs to get to this 4th base on the left. Pack a Hydra Infestor there. Look at this Baneling spready. Look at this Baneling spready, guys. He's coming in with Banelings from 2 sides. The Roaches on the south completely defend it. But here, coming from this side, will they get to the worker line? The answer is, yeah, he's going to kill like 2 drones. All right, that is Rogue throwing away like 30 Banelings for nothing. He's now down 3,000 resources in the units lost. He's mining so much more it might not matter, but you can see a Nidus in the bottom side. So trying to keep some map presence. He is so far behind in this game, but he's holding on with the Fungal Hydra efficiency. And as I said, Mutiling Bane, really bad against Hydra Infestor. He's going to trade some Roaches out down here. Lings will come in. Denying this base would be massive. Serral should have stayed spread up there. Big mistake for Serral to leave that base undefended. These Roaches deny one of Rogue's bases, but Rogue's Lings do not target the hatchery, and that's a bit of a misstep. I think he could have taken that down if he clicked that straight away. Still gets 5 drones. Lings are free, essentially, when you've got this much economy. New base number 6 goes up on the bottom side. Base number 7 being rebuilt. Ultras, Kindness, Adrenal, +3 flyer attacks. Still no Overlord drops into the back or Nidus Worms, but Ultras are going to be really powerful. To make Ultras great, you normally want Vipers. You can use Infestors for Microbial Shroud. Blinding Cloud is amazing on Lurkers though, but you do need detection. You need to bring Overseers with you or a Fungal to actually reveal those Lurkers and let your Ultras kill them. He's not got either of those yet, and this is letting Serral get to late game. Rogue is normally so confident in his late game, but sometimes he just plays slower than he should. He was so far ahead in the momentum, and he's given time for Serral to take the slowest 4th base of all time. Serral's going to mass Lurkers, spread with Spores, Lurkers, Roaches, Hydras across this. And as Rogue, the pressure's on you to find an opening. And I really worry that he's letting Serral get to late game in a game where he never should have been allowed to make it this far. Chat has a good line. Somehow, Serral returned. Yeah. I mean, Rogue, we don't want you to play StarCraft here from an advantage like you're writing the really amazing latest Star Wars series of films. Some of the best writing we've ever seen. Of course, Serral is a bit of a Palpatine-style character. We used to call him the Night King, back when Game of Thrones was popping off, when he was first coming up as a player. When he first finished high school and started dominating the scene, I should say. Serral's just that good, man. He's going to deny another hatchery here. These mutas are garbage supply. I mean, they're not garbage, but they're so hard to get value out of. But look at that. Oh, he borrowed Lings in the main. Nidusworm's going to come up, but no, Serral realizes. Serral's too good for that. He does realize he will stop that Nidusworm and clean these Lings up. Nicely done. Ultra's trying to break these rocks. Evo Chamber Lurker wall off. Oh, so smart. So smart. He doesn't have creep there, unfortunately, to full wall it. But definitely, yeah, Evo Chambers, Lurkers. I mean, this is so smart for Serral, guys. He is playing Defense Simulator. Serral's playing this like it's a campaign mission. And look at the banks. They're actually not that different. They're not that different, I should say. Armor coming in now that +3 attack is done on the Mutalisks. Still 23 mutas, and how do you trade these out in a non-garbage fashion? Ling's popping inside the main. Rogue still playing very active. Overseers and Ultras coming in from this angle. The Overseers have to be careful about dying. Oh, those Lurkers hold really well. The Ultras kind of line up and get wrecked. These are Adrenal 2/2 Zerglings. They do massive damage. Serral using Burrow to save individual units. Trying to find efficiency wherever he can. That Lurker's going to get popped. You can see the way the Ultras all lined up after moving through that area. He's got Vipers now. 3 Vipers are on the way. Looks like another Nidusworm goes down there. Let's look at Serral's vision. I think he's lost most of his map vision. He lost a Changeling there. And Serral is just stuck in his corner. And he's got a few Roaches and Hydras. Dude, the Great Wall of Serral. Oh my god. Look at that, guys. 7 Evo Chambers there. No, goddamn Mongolians. They just keep on coming over. We're going to build a wall to stop those Mongolians, man, says Serral. Apparently, yeah, learning from ancient history, guys. This ain't no half-assed Roman Hadrian's Wall garbage. This is a proper Great Wall of China, man. Ultra's popping out in the main base. That's a good Ultra pop out. They're going to be really good wherever the Lurkers aren't. You know, a handful of Roach Hydra's not going to trade too well against them. But on the ramp... Oh, dude, he just bungled the Ultra. It does no movement ability because the Ultras have Frenzied. They ignore movement affecting abilities. But look at this. Oh, wait, there's not enough spores. He finds an opening. The Mutas find an opening. All the Hydras got pulled in the main. He actually breaks the 2 or 3 spores, kills a few Lurkers. Hey, Muta's actually giving value. And I'll tell you what, there have been times where even in late game, Rogue will swap back into Mass Muta against like late game mech and make these, like he's always thinking about the clever unit swap or way to pull you around and get you out of position. And he's been the Nidus King for 7 years, right? We were just talking before the series started about how Rogue was right at the peak of his Maple Story addiction, which for those who don't know is a really bad MMO game. It's absolute predatory garbage. He's quit it now. A few years ago, unfortunately. It's kind of I say unfortunately because it was really funny basically watching him sign up to tournaments to fuel his addiction and then crushing them. But yeah, he came back in 2019 when he had a little bit of a break from the game, came back and just destroyed everyone with Nidusworms. None of the Zergs were using it correctly and he just dominated, went into BlizzCon, barely got stopped by Classic there. Big part of his story as a player, and I think ever since then he's been the king of the Nidusworm. But right now he's playing against an immovable object, you know? And you might think you're an unstoppable force as Rogue, but if you don't get a move on, I feel like eventually if Serral breaks out and secures the bottom right corner or something, you're in trouble. Then again, how the hell does a Lurker Spore Crawler army ever get to the bottom right corner? Well, Nidusworm's a start, I guess. Roach Nidusworm is being annoying. Like, he could spread his creep out from here and slowly get towards this base. But look, there's even burrowed Zerglings blocking hatcheries. How often do you see that, guys? Roach is getting some really good damage. Oh, Bang just appeared in the chat. For those who don't know, Bang with 14 A's is a VTuber streamer famous for playing Turtle Zerg. Literally every game is like Spine Crawlers, Spores, Infestors, Lurkers, Evo Chamber Wall-offs, you know, the dirtiest stuff you can think of. And it's a very rare style because normally it's not considered good, but when you are behind, it's a good call. Oh no, Serral gets caught in the open. Wait, what? Was that a misclick?
Did he just misclick burrow? Rogue catches Cyril's army in the open. He gets excited, drops a single parasitic bomb on the enemy Viper, and then burrows his ultras in his face. Rogue. Oh no, I don't know how many more of those opportunities you're going to get. Cyril ventures out of his base, gets caught. Massive mistake for him. And Rogue, a huge misclick on the burrow. I've done that a few times, man. I've done probably many times in my career that I get too excited and I just mash the keyboard and hit the wrong button. Ultra's trying to run up the ramp. Oh no, Rogue, not like this, bro. Dude, Cyril's just taken his main base. You can't move up a ramp into that many lurkers unless you've got like a ton of blinding clouds. And he's got mutas there. Wait, how many hydras are there? There's only 18 hydras on the map. Ultra's thinking about going up that ramp. It's a very dicey call. He's not started rebuilding. He's going to try and break it. He does have a lot of power bombs. And actually, the mutas fly on top. He does take a power bomb into the mutas, though. I don't know if Rogue realized. He takes a fungal as well. Another fungal. The mutas are all getting popped. But Cyril's army does get breached there. The blinding cloud looking really good. How many lurkers died, guys? Only 8 lurkers died, but he's lost a bunch of hydras as well. Now, unfortunately, I don't think there was much rebuild on the tech. Like, there's no lair rebuilding till just now. Really, Rogue has to be careful to rebuild this tech because these are going to start to bleed out as well. But Cyril is starving, guys. His main, mined out, natural mined out, third, mined out, fourth base has 45 workers on minerals. And he's got nowhere else to mine from. He is long distance mining through the worker tubes, guys. If you're long distance mining through the worker tubes, you are truly desperate. And look at this, it's a muta remax. Okay, Rogue's actually an idiot. I love it. I mean that in the best way possible. Who makes a muta remax? He doesn't even have enough gas to like keep doing that. But he's like, you know what? You're so broke. It's actually not even an idiot. It's just a genius move. Like there are so many set paths to victory in this game for Rogue. But he's doing it in the most stylish and fun way possible, which is I am going to remake mutas knowing you are so committed to Mass Lurker and Roach and anything to try to barely hang on against the Ultras. The bad thing is now the good thing. And most people don't have that sort of problem solving on in the midst of the action. They think, man, mutas are so countered by the Vipers and the Infestors that I know you have out. That would be a ridiculous choice. Rogue says, hold my beer. And he flies on top. There's only one Infestor and Viper. There's only one Viper here. That Mutalisk spreads away from the pack. And Rogue butchers the entire army. What a tricky way of dealing with it here in the late game. Takes out the Viper. Takes out a bunch of the Lurkers. The long distance drones. And Cyril absolutely getting massacred. You can see the drones. Long distance miner getting hit. There's another Nidus Worm on the other side. There's spines all over trying to defend things. And Rogue doing things in style. He finds the Infestor. He's going to drive on top. It's a lot of Spore Crawlers. It's a very dangerous dive. There's just not much mobile anti-air. He does. Oh, careful. Oh, this is a little bit of a crazy move. But every Hydra that goes down is irreplaceable. Cyril is a poor boy. Rogue is a very rich boy. And this is the equivalent, guys, of solving your problems with your Amex. It is absolutely, yeah, he's going to pay his problems away. It's okay, guys. You know, Rogue may have been drunk driving and driven into a storefront, and luckily no one was killed. You know, he probably should get a bunch of prison time, but it's okay. He's a promising young man from a well-established family in the neighborhood, and luckily they have the best lawyers in town. That's essentially what this is. He is drowning Cyril with money. And Cyril cannot compete in this legal case. The Nidus Worm's getting focused. He can't afford more Hydras. Yes, the Mutas go down. Another desperate Lurker attack on the other side. He's still building Mutalisks. This one Mutalisk over here has been hitting these long distance drones for the last 5 minutes, slowly stacking up damage as well. I love this one Mutalisk hitting these drones. Inside there, yes, there's no protection. Don't ask me how the physics works. The Glaive Worm just slides right through there, okay? You guys shut up. Why is he not brooding the Broodlords? Broodlords get abducted by Vipers and they're very slow. So Broodlords are very bad. If your opponent has Vipers, they can just abduct Broodlords into Hydras and kill them. But you can sometimes just make a bunch of surprise Broodlords and break like a defensive position before your opponent has a chance to answer it. And yeah, you could have done that as well. But very cute way of doing it. Rogue right now, guys, there's winning games and then there's styling on your opponent. I feel like Rogue kind of styled on Cyril there, which is a very rare thing to do, but that's also just how Rogue plays StarCraft. Admittedly, I would, on paper, if I was to like criticize this, I'd be like, bro, this should have been game over at like 11, 12 minutes, and you let Cyril drag it out for another 14 minutes. Like, I think he probably, if he started like Ling dropping the main and stuff earlier,
I went for like big ultra committed attacks earlier or something like that. I think there was probably a path to finishing this game. Maybe committing with the Mutalisks on these 3 spores when there was no anti-air units around as well. I think there was definitely some way to finish this game earlier, but at the end of the day, Rogue may not have taken the most direct route, but he still was so good at utilizing the Nidus worms, all the little details. Just excellent play for Rogue. It's the slop angle. Oh, it's the arc slop. Ah, okay. Because the arc slop buff, that's why the tunnel doesn't protect them. Great lore explanation. Well, you haven't heard about Mutalisk? They're evolved by Avatar to have the greatest arc slop in the entire world. The greatest arc slop in the entire world. Oh my. Speaking of that, guys, get yourselves some bloody Peppero, I guess, because we have to do an ad break. Ad break's about to autoplay. I love that we have Peppero open. GG, well played. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Next series coming right up. You with next game. You guys know what I meant. Next game. Rogue's up 2-0. We'll be right back. Rub them together. It's a little bit like trying to create fire without having a spark. You know, you've got to use a lot of friction, and that's essentially Sal off racing as Protoss. It's, you know, he's basically just there with 2 sticks in the woods for like friggin' 3 hours, rubbing them together, trying to get some sort of flame to catch.
If we can get him again, we can optimize.
Okay, I guess I just don't do damage this game. It's a scouting banshee. Guys, he upgraded Cloak to scout. He's like, this, I have an observer too. Look at me, Protoss player. I have an observer as well. It's just, it runs out of energy after a while. Has to go hide in the dead space and come back later for a second scout. This is something where you can go back to early Legacy and like Storm into Tempest and stuff was really big. Oh, that Ghost barely got out of Observer Vision. Snipes the High Templar. Oh, he's gonna get another one, is he? He doesn't have enough for Snipe. Clem just running forward, clicking with his absolutely huge canister rifle. My God, Clem, well endowed with a big canister rifle there. He's gonna take out another one. Oh my God, that Ghost just killed 3 High Templar. Remember when Protoss late game was actually 20 Tempest with a few Stormers? Oh, I remember, No Pret. Dude, that's when I loved playing Protoss. And then the Terran would pick up 4 drops and go in your main. And do you remember what we'd do, No Fret? Do you remember? You select your mothership hotkey, you double tap it, and you fucking turn on 8 pylons and turn them into cannons. And all 4 medevacs get shot down. And you go, ooh, how's it feel, Terran player? Eat my fucking balls, you idiot. My 2 supply hero unit just killed 40 supply. Eat a dick. You weren't looking for 2 seconds because my Tempests are fucking give you 50 attack alerts, making you walk into my storm. Oh, the good old days. They were so fun, man. Guys, Protoss teammates in 2v2s are just the worst. I'm like, how can you have more gates than gateway units 10 minutes into the game? Like, and that's total gateway units built in the entire game. That is ridiculous. Like, what are you doing? He's like, it's okay, I've got my fleet beacon now. I'm like, what? oh, that's what we were waiting for. I don't care. I take it all back. Protoss Fever Attack is the coolest Protoss I've ever seen. Fever Attack was waiting for 5 minutes for Blink DT to finish so they could blink across the back door into the base. I don't care if your macro is total ass. You got Zealot attacks hitting, you got DTs running into the base while you guys are distracting on the front. Unfortunately, they're on move command. Is the Queen gonna kill both DTs? The fight on the front's going really well for the Protoss and Terran, though. There are still a lot of Hydras there. Those DTs are actually dying. I can't believe it. The DTs are dying. Oh, no. Escape. You guys remember there was that real deranged psychopath in this? At some point, I remember I was trying to impersonate the guy because the guy was a super fucking weirdo. He's like, you sound fucking Asian. Like, he was just real, like, you know, the homeless guy that shouts at people to go back to their own country really aggressively. He kind of had that energy. Oh yeah, there it is. That's it. I think it was at this point where, while editing this video, I was like, I think I need a haircut. Like, This was me impersonating him, the player, and I really feel that should be a GIF, by the way, guys. I should really. Oh my god, she doesn't see. Is she gonna? Hope you guys enjoyed that beautiful display. Hope you guys having a good weekend. Saturday morning here. Start to the weekend if you're elsewhere. Alright guys, he might be patient, he might have built the great Evo Chamber wall of China, but it was not enough. And he's now down 0-2 in the top left of Eternity's Edge. Rogue with a great start. He's been a bit gambly, he's been a bit loose. If I was Cyril, I would hit him with a sharp all-in. I would probably do a Ling Bane pressure or a Ling Flood into a Roach Bane attack. I would absolutely not be letting Rogue get away with anything. Because Rogue is such a greedy boy, he's such a gambler, and I think you need to put a bit of fear in him. Otherwise, he's just not going to respect you, and he's just going to out-greed you in the early game. Oh, look at this, by the way, guys. The selection circle goes under the creep on this map. That's kind of cool. Doesn't work on the minerals. The minerals are all normal. Hatchery? Hatchery's kind of under the creep as well. Oh, very cool. Very cool. This side as well? Yeah, this side as well. All right, so it looks like we are going to be seeing pretty straight-up openings. Rogue's going 16 hatchery again. Cyril's going 15. And we'll see if this works. I think 15 actually is a little tighter for the queen timing. But oh, hello. Oh my. Oh me, oh my, guys. Rogue is going gold hatch first. Well, like I said, there's a reason why when you've played a series like this where he's just doing the greediest opening ever game one, straight to carapace ling speed, no safety early, goes into the pretty heavy muta commitment off of 3-base. 3-base muta is so dangerous. In the other game, I mean, you got to punish this stuff. And no, the rehatch before pool and a gold base. Have you guys? Sorry, have you heard it? There's this term I learned the other day. It's called unnecessary greed for Rogue. The gold base alone is greed. What's the third hatchery gonna give you? I guess the ability to spend the money on it. But man, that is a wild decision for Rogue. I guess, okay, the way this works is the Overlord sees it and thinks it's pool first. Oh, and then Cyril might play a bit safer because he sees what looks like a pool first hatchery time. Downside, he might think you're doing like a gas pool hatch. He might think you're going to Ling Bane timing him. This might press Cyril into playing greedier. Not greedier, but more aggressive. You actually don't want him to be more aggressive here. So even though he doesn't know about the gold base, Cyril sees that and he's like, oh, that's an odd pool time, hatchery timing. Okay. Must be a pool first build order. It's pretty late though, even for a pool first, I feel like. Right? He's like, that's a really oddly late hatchery there. Like, what is this? You know, it has to be like gas pool into like 18 hatch, 19 hatch after gas pool. Making Ling speed. Cyril, we're on his camera. He does not know this is 3 hatch before pool. Can he infer it? Guys, he's still got 3 workers on gas. He makes a Baneley nest. Yeah, he thinks it's a gas pool. Rogue's mind game's working against him. Oh no. Honestly, I think this would be better if he just didn't see a hatchery and just was a bit confused maybe. Then again, maybe that makes him build units really early as well. Either way, 3 hatch before pool just seems unnecessarily greedy. And it doesn't really achieve much other than pressing Cyril into stopping at 27 drones and starting to make Banelings. Baneley nest and Zerglings. Comes in here. Sees what looks like a pretty normal opening. Does Cyril realize? He's like, what is going on? Why do you only have 1 queen? Seeing only 1 queen's a huge tell. It tells him there has to be a 3rd hatchery. So he scouts down here. He's like, wait, where is it? And he's like, oh, you cheeky bugger. You've taken the gold base, haven't you? He's put 2 and 2 together. Cyril takes his own 3rd. He's massing Ling Bane, and he's getting ready to attack. Gold base does have the Baneley nest up on it and a spine crawler. I love this little defensive setup. 6 drones on the gold minerals. He's going to force this into a messy spot is Rogue. Cyril is the mechanical, the better player mechanically than Rogue. Rogue is not really a clutch micro multitasking guy. He is more of a strategy guy, a build picker, a trickster. And unfortunately, he's not quite ready for this. Good micro. Baneling's on the front, but oh, he just doesn't have time to get his own Banes up. 3 hatch before pool and one of the hatcheries on the gold base. You could not make a sillier build order than this. And I think Cyril very, very happy to get himself a nice hard counter here. Whoa! Bunch of Zerglings dying that Banelings as well. And Cyril already cleaning up the gold base. I mean, the worker count's still pretty close to even. Wait, Rogue's actually up a worker. If Rogue wasn't getting minced so badly in these fights, this might actually be fine. Wow. The greed was so crazy that if he didn't lose the fight at almost 2-1 KD, this could have been okay. This actually could have been okay for Rogue. That's crazy. That just shows, wow. But he is losing the fight really badly, and he loses a bunch more Zerglings to a Baneling. Oh no. He does get a good Baneling of his own, but just a hit like that's not enough. Another great Baneling for Cyril. Cyril's Banelings have just been off the charts. And Rogue! Stop clicking your Zerglings on the Baneling cocoons. He has no idea when the Baneling cocoon started, and he just clicks on it and hopes. That is such a gamble, and it's not gone his way multiple times. If you don't see when a Baneling cocoon starts, it is very risky to target that with Zerglings because it could pop out at any moment, and he just keeps clicking on it. Zerglings getting overrun here, and Rogue has to tap out. Cyril with a crisp counter to Rogue's insanity. Three hatch gold base. This is some glitch. This is some glitch. One of the best quotes Tricon. I love that, man. It's so funny. All right, guys, he gets a win on the board. Catches Rogue out in the midst of his craziness, but Rogue is still up 2-1. And now we're going on to Voidstorm. Now, all these little dots on the map, guys, are just minerals that kind of create minor obstructions. They slightly narrow a lot of choke points, create a bit of obstructions, but they can be mined out. I forget how many minerals each one is. I think they take a few trips. So more often than not, they do end up blocking things. Other than that, it's been a while. Sorry, excuse me. It's been a while since I played or watched a game on this one. Pretty big map. There are bases that are exposed out here on the edges that are really hard to defend. But yeah, generally speaking, pretty standard map. Healing Shrine in the middle. Does have the air blocker on it as well. The minerals are just 5 minerals on this one, but 25 on that one. So some of them are really easy to open up. Others will take 5 whole trips. I'm going to see Cyril, 15. Rogue, once again, on 16. Loving that 16 hatchery, but he's sending the drone down super late. The fudge? Guys, what is he... Okay, Rogue's drunk. Guys, Rogue is officially drunk. Rogue is building a hatchery in the corner of his main base. He's secretly going 3 hatchery before pool again. But this time, his first hatchery is in his main. So he's doing the exact same trick as last game. It's the exact same trick. But he's hiding the hatchery in the main, so there's not an easy attack angle. You are an actual madman, Rogue. Dude, I love it, though. This is one of these things. I didn't think this would be possible in ZVZ, but I always thought, like, okay, the extremes are going to be more extreme in the openings if you just start, you know, with these these different situations. I mean, you could do 3-hatch pre-patch as well, but I guess Rogue's creativity is just being piqued by the chaos, honestly. This is such an insane build order. I'm so fascinated. Sometimes people would go 3rd hatchery in the wall off, but it would give away what you're doing. Like, he could do a very powerful Ling Flood off this. And the thing is, there's no reason to scout over here with an Overlord, right? I don't think so. Oh, Cyril is committing really deep. Guys, there could be a queen out. Guys, Cyril just took a crazy... That queen dies. If this was a pool first, that Overlord is dead. That Overlord is... I'm pretty sure that dies if this is a pool first. But now he goes all the way in. And he's got to be like, why is there not a queen hitting me? Your hatchery is later than mine. He's got to realize this is 3 hatch before pool again. Does he once again cut workers and go all in? He does. Yeah, look. He's making nothing but Zerglings. He's gonna just do a Ling Bane all in. He's like, okay, Rogue's being a greedy bastard again. Let's go even more all in than last game. It was like 27 drones. This time, he's going to do it off 19. And it makes logical sense with what he's seen. Was it a greedy scout? Yeah. But he's pegged Rogue, man. He said, this guy is basically just doing crazy build orders today and hoping he gets away with murder. He got away with murder 2 openings at the start of the series. But now Rogue is pushing his luck. If you're nothing but tricks, sometimes the best way to deal with someone who's doing something bizarre and weird in StarCraft is to just go effing kill them. The classic Day 9 quote where he's like, look, if their build doesn't make sense, there's too much weird stuff, it's, oh, what the hell does this do? Sometimes just go do a big attack. And it's going to kill a fair amount of things that are a bit too fancy. Rogue has no idea what's happening. He needs to react very quickly with an Evo Chamber wall. 2 queens come out. He's got to react right now with the wall off. Those lings are going to come any moment now. Ling speed's almost ready. Ling speed. He moves this Overlord forward to try to compensate. The lings are sneaking out. 1 ling got spotted, but only for half a second. Only for half a second. The queens pull back. The lings. Oh my god, he sees him. Yeah, he's not going to hide it any longer. Rogue, he's got a wall off right now. That's not a wall off. No, you need a full wall. You can't have a queen in the wall, mate. You need a full wall. Rogue, what are you doing? Rogue, mate, show some respect. This is an insane amount of units coming in here. He's trying to build 10 Zerglings of his own. There is no way this is a good enough wall. He needs another Evo. It's not up in time. No, he spent time fiddling with the queens. Oh, he's got double the work account of Cyril. But that was always going to be near impossible to stop with only 2 queens behind the wall in. Oh man, that was absolutely brutal. Rogue getting way too fancy for his own good. And Cyril able to tie up the series. So, what was he going to do if this went on, guys? I guess he was moving out to take a third. He was going to go, I guess, probably Carapace or something like... He was going to, like, flood Lings while taking a third and going to the next step, which probably was, like, Mutas, probably, I would imagine, but not 100% sure. GG's. Hashtag varieties. Yeah, unfortunately, Rogue's idea of variety pie involves him going to a slot machine and trying to jam his junk inside it. Sometimes. I'm like, mate, you gotta calm down there, bud. Like, you put money in that hole, brother. Like, calm down, you fucking psychopath. And he's just like, bro, I want to gamble everything. I'm like, this is not a glory hole. Alright, guys. Cyril on the bottom left side of the map. Rogue in the top right. Rogue's going to have to go back to basics a little bit because he's been getting way too fancy. It's cross-map Old Sun Temple. Great map for Mutas. Great map for upgraded Zerglings. These are both great options. Kind of bad for anything else. Nidus Worm can of course make it work. Cyril's a safer player. Often ends up in roaches in these situations. But now that it's tied at 2-2, I think it would be a great choice for Cyril or Rogue to go upgraded Zerglings or Mutas. Upgraded Zerglings are very good against Mutalisks. Because you can kind of just avoid fighting them and counterattack a lot and deny your opponent's 3rd or 4th base and just make it really difficult for the Mutas to do anything to you. And then you can either go into your own Mutalisks, offer superior income, or you can go into, of course, the Hydra Infesta, work your way up to Hive Tech. We don't see much Roach Corruptor these days. I've always been a hater of it, but I know Cyril used to play it a lot. And 15 hatch versus 16 hatch, as we are accustomed to in this series. Rogue, of course, enjoying the old hatch gas pool. Cyril much more focused on getting the 2 queens out at a very crisp timing and having a almost 6-second lead on those 2 queens every game. It's not a bad thing, man. Those lava injects coming in earlier does make a difference. And of course, we see it's normally hatch, pool, 1 more drone into gas, 17 pool, 17 gas, and Cyril continues building drones afterwards. Now that later pool for Rogue, he needs to put on gas immediately if he really wants to have like a quicker link speed off of this opening. See a slightly faster gas, but because he doesn't often pull off minerals immediately onto it, the build order doesn't really flow that nicely in that regard. The advantage only for him is that he gets a bit more minerals earlier by fully saturating his mineral line, right? Whereas you can see Cyril slightly undersaturating his for a little bit longer, but it actually gets him the same gas timing or even slightly faster. And his queens are out earlier. So it does feel like Cyril's opening is just a little bit cleaner. That may be a matter of opinion. Both players going for the 19 Overlord. You can see the 2 queens starting up a solid 6. In this case, what? Dude, that's like 7 seconds earlier on those queens. That's a big lead. It's a big lead. Cyril is down 1 drone so far, of course. Rogue did squeeze another worker out, which is not too bad. Drone's moving out to the natural. How many workers did we pull off gas? Cyril pulled 2 off gas. Rogue hasn't pulled any off gas. Okay. I think we're going to see an Evo chamber. I think he goes either melee or probably carapace in the back. Won't be as fast, but I think it'll happen pretty soon. I think he'll build an Evo here sometime before 3rd. 2 Lings chilling at home for him. No, he goes Baneling Nest. Okay. Okay, Rogue's going to do some Ling Bane pressure. Interesting. All right, drone's moving forwards. 3rd base on the way as well. Zergling's going to try and sneak in. Cyril, what does he see? Does he see the Bane Nest? Oh, good scout. Spots the Bane Nest. He goes, whoa, that's a quick Bane Nest. And it's hidden in the back. And you know what's so good about that Bane Nest? Rogue hasn't actually committed to build any Banelings. So he's not even building Zerglings. He's actually gone an Evo chamber. He's droning up and he's just going to take a 3rd. Cyril's like, I got to build Zerglings, man. My Baneling Nest's later than that. Oh, I'm in trouble. And Rogue can kind of chill here. He's just going to not commit to it. Cancels. Oh, he even cancels it. Canceling the Baneling Nest is a wild decision, guys. This is like Rogue. Rogue just loves canceling things. I'm telling you, man. If you scout his tech, he will almost always cancel it. It's like SOS and Rogue. There's certain players where if you've seen their tech, they will cancel it and pivot. Is it the most efficient thing to do? No, they might already be halfway committed to that thing. But they're like, nope. If you've seen it, I am going to go in a different direction. It's a very fun way to play StarCraft. I do really enjoy it. No lair just yet. Thought after seeing no lair get scouted, he would start a lair and 2 more gases and go mutas, but Cyril's kind of built a few more Lings. And he's making a lot more Zerglings. Looks like Cyril wants to do a Ling Bane pressure. Got some Zerglings hiding on the other side. Oh, here we go. Gonna have about 30 Zerglings coming behind these guys. Zergling comes in. Once again, Cyril is so good at blocking those scouts. Baneling's morphing on the other side. And guys, remember, Rogue, his carapace is not done. He's got no roaches. He sees the Lings coming. I think his Lings should probably loop around and counterattack, and he's probably got to give this 3rd up. Moving the Queen out to the 3rd, a very dicey decision. He just built 5 drones. He's building more Lings, not roaches. Rogue the mad lad. Oh my gosh. Well, Rogue's in trouble, guys. I mean, this might just be a win for Cyril here. Rogue's being so greedy, and he walks all of his Zerglings into a Baneling. The moment he saw those Lings coming, he should have looped around. Now he only does it. He was not expecting such a delayed Ling Bane attack. It's such an odd move. And I just don't think Rogue had it anywhere as a possibility. He's like, no one attacks at this timing. Cyril's caught him out with an oddball pressure. Rogue's trying to make 1-1 melee carapace into roaches. He's taking big damage. His Lings on the other side will get taken out. Nice Baneling. Second Baneling unnecessary, but that's okay. Cyril has a lot to focus on right now. He's going to breach the base, but the roaches do come out. But of course, it's 2 base against 3 in favor of Cyril, but the Evo chamber upgrades are there. I don't know why he's going melee, though. Going melee in this scenario, he's got a macro hatch, which is very cute. Rogue desperately needs overlords and to rebuild this 3rd base. Lava does end up going down there. Zergling's trying to pick off Banelings in the middle of this map. Zergling's hiding in the top left. +1 range is now coming in, guys. Why are we making +1 melee? I do not know. I mean, this is such an odd choice for Rogue. Macro hatch gets scouted. He's not got a lair. Cyril is going Spire right now. Now the lair starts up. He's like, okay, you see everything I'm doing. I kind of have to tech up and drone up here. Cyril has a very impressive lead in this game, and it really feels like Rogue has just been playing overly fancy ZVZ. Like I said, the Baneling Nest cancel didn't give him that much money. And if he could have just made a few Banelings defensively, he would have been fine. He's wanting to win with tricks. And there's a point when a solid player like Cyril realizes you're trying to win with tricks. He starts mixing in these tight pressure timings to catch you in the middle of this. Like, if Cyril knows that if he was purely defensive, Rogue will just run circles around him. He's playing more aggressive now. It's a very good play. Cyril's Overseer does go down. Spire is almost finished. If Rogue brings this back from here, I'll be very impressed. Like, yeah, he's got a good upgrade lead, but I still think this is a very hard position. Unfortunately, all the roaches are clumped. Yeah, you really want to have some of the roaches guarding that natural as well. Does see the Zerglings up there as the Overlord find them. Quite a lot of Lings active on the map. Muta's coming. Oh, Cyril's playing Virgin Mutalisk. So this is the European Mutalisk style, guys, where you just build 5 Mutalisks to deny Overlords, get map control. No fun mass mutaling Bane play. And then you just commit to mass Roach. It's the safest, most solid way to play Mutas. It's also the least interesting because it does become a Roach war. Just you have Muta map control. This is, yeah, it's not a bad way of playing. Like I said, it's the safest. It's probably the best on paper in terms of it has the least chances for you to die. He is down in upgrades though. And Rogue, only down 6 workers, which is not too bad. The problem for Rogue is going to be like, why is he building Zerglings right now? I think it's because he thinks it's mass mutiling Bane. But Cyril's actually building a lot of Roaches. The Overseer sees that. The Zerglings do quite well against mutiling Bane in terms of like running around and taking map control, but yeah, massing 2/2 Zerglings there is such a crazy choice. Rogue is such an oddball player, man. I think there's a bunch of vibes-based gaming going on, and I love it. Cyril getting his 4th base up. Got to catch up on the upgrades, but because Rogue's not making +2 range, he's actually going to lose his Roach upgrade advantage. And Rogue's going to try and go like Hive Ultra off this, maybe. Such a weird situation. Cyril's scouting is really good, man. Saw the infestation pit. Not sure if he noticed it. There are a few things going on right now. Remember, does have a double upgrade advantage on the Lings right now, so these Lings absolutely smash Cyril's Lings, but the Roaches of Cyril should still do well. Baneling speed. Ooh, Cyril's going to play Roach Bane, guys. Oh my. I mean, the Zergling's going to be very weak to the Banelings, but the Roach Ravager. This is, so the thing is, Cyril's countering what should be Hydras out of his opponent. His opponent's not making any Hydras. If Rogue maxes on Roaches, this gives him a chance to get back in it. The problem is he didn't make +2 range. Making +2 melee was such a weird choice, and these Lings need to counter it, and he's just so outnumbered. There's double the Roach count for Cyril and the Banes. Okay. So what you're about to see, guys, it's a mathematical impossibility for Rogue to win this. Even though his supply looks decent, I just don't know how he could. He's got a bunch of queens that can maybe help a little bit. He's got to hold this choke. He's got to fight in the choke. He's got to use corrosive biles. He needs massive corrosive biles, but look at the Roach Bane count. Look at the Roach Bane count. Cyril is going to swarm over him, man. The Bane's rolling forwards. Not the cleanest engagement for Cyril. Bit of a derpy engagement with the Banes there. The Roach is off on the left side. He does kill the hatchery. But actually, pretty decent defense so far. At the same time, Mutas are in the main, though. 17 drones do go down. Did Banelings just clear this mineral line? Oh my god, I think they did. Rogue loses a lot of units there. Cyril finding massive damage. I love the pull home. He's got 2/2 on the way. He's making more Roaches. He wants to wait for those Roaches before going to the next step. He's 4 base against 3 base. He's up 20 workers. Oh, these Roaches just got caught, though. A little bit of a mistake there. Looked like he A-moved all of his Roaches. He does it again. Twice. Cyril F2 A-moves. Trying to deal with these Zerglings and get some Roaches caught. A little bit of an error there. Rogue. Ooh, Rogue's actually behind on army supply. He will take out the hatchery, putting it back to 3 base versus 3 base, but Mutalisks are going to make him pay for that. Not to mention the Roaches chasing after him, dropping a few biles on the army that's chasing him. Going to have to drop it right on his feet if he wants these ones to land. Muta's getting a massive amount of damage here. Rogue getting chased all the way home. Oh man, I wonder how this mass Ling upgrade commitment would have gone if Cyril played normal Mutiling Bane. Because then you could run the Lings around the edges of the map and kind of transition upwards in a very different form. But Cyril going straight Roach Baneling. It's really funky. It's worked out very nicely. Roach Ravager pushing forward on this right side. He's going to come in. The Roach Ravager trying to defend. Oh, here we go. Nice bile spread across the front line. Roach Ravager dancing with each other. Biles landing, taking out a bunch of Roach Ravagers. The Mutalists are in the back at the same time, guys. Just picking off those workers on the gas. Queens will come over to deal with it eventually, but Rogue is just too far behind. Cyril's got that 4th base almost back up behind this. He's picking away at him, taking efficient trades, not overcommitting, because his name's Cyril and he refuses to pretty much ever overcommit. It's all about efficiency. As per usual for Cyril. Muta's still alive. Is it the same 5? He built 6 Mutalisks. Oh, looks like they had to do a pause, guys. We are resuming there. Thankfully, no lag during the midst of a big fight.
Muta's circling around the backside. It's all been mind games today from Rogue, but the last 3 games in a row, he's been punished for them. And it really worries me because he had such a good start to the series, but doesn't seem to feel confident doing any straight-up play. It's all mind games and pivots and twists, and Cyril keeps finding the aggressive timings that shut him down. Mutalisk in the back, dancing around the backside. Rogue might need to play very standard in the next game. It's looking like it's inevitable that Cyril will push him out here. 2-2 versus 2-2. Flyer attack upgrades coming in for Cyril as well, just in case he wants to go heavily into mutas later on. Biles trying to punish the retreat of Cyril. He does eat some big Biles, but his own reinforce comes forward, and Rogue tries to dive on top, ends up losing almost all of his Ravages for it. Really good micro for Cyril, man. That is so nicely done. So nicely done. Wow. And the mutas dance around the back. The Hydrogen goes down as well. Rogue running in and out, running back and forth. Dude, what a messy and fun series this has been, but Cyril has started to just lock things down, and the super safe Roach after Muta option, it might not be the most exciting, but it's there for a reason. It exists for a reason, because stable, solid play is where it's at. GG, well played. Rogue has to tap out Cyril up 3-2. He's only 1 game away from taking the series. Hey, yeah, this is the RSL upper bracket finals. I hadn't cast this one, so I really wanted to hop on and see. Everyone said this was such a fun series, and Rogue has been playing very cool, just a bit too cool. He's backflipping over himself at this point. Like, yeah, we've all been in that scenario where you're like, oh yeah, let's do some tricks. But at a certain point, they start to backfire on you, don't they?
My man.
Hey, Laufert, how are you doing, man? What's going on? Hey, what's up? What the what? I play as Zerg. Do you have any advice for when a Protoss comes to your base early game, takes both your gases and puts a pylon in your natural? Okay, so you can block them taking your gas if there's a probe coming in by just standing next to it or taking your gas first. Protoss should never be able to take both of your gases and block your expansion. What the what? Or something's gone quite awry. Generally speaking, you can just build a hatchery off-center on the natural or as a macro hatch, or go take your third base and you should be pretty good. That's a crazy amount of money for them basically to throw your build off. As long as you keep spending your money, keep building drones, make an overlord, as long as you have a spawning pool down, you should be good. In general, you should expect to get blocked in PvZ. So you should either always go pool first already on like 15, 16 supply, or you should already be sending the drone to the third base, and then when your overlord or your drone sees the probe, you go, yep, confirm we are going in third. Oh, there's no drone, there's no probe blocker? Okay, I can take my expansion. This should be something you're kind of naturally planning for. They should never be able to take both of your gases in the main. If it happens, you're playing gasless. All right, so that's fine. Just build, yeah, a couple lings when you can, plus the queen. They'll clear one of the gases, and then you can take gas from that point, but play gasless till that point. Your opponent spent so much minerals on their garbage opening, and if you think about it, not taking gas, it's annoying because you can't take ling speed. Other than that, though, what does it change in your build? It just means you've got more money in minerals. It means your economy should be better. So as long as you stay focused on spending your money, I think you should be in a very good spot. I'm sure there's idiosyncrasies and differences depending on how your opponent's playing, if they're cannon rushing, but yeah. So you see it schedule back on track? Yeah, I got up at like 5 a.m. today, a bit early, but overall it's pretty back on track. Definitely still feel some jet lag. Randomly in the day, I'll just be like, ugh, sleepy. This is my sleep time, but, you know, it passes pretty quickly. Dark Matter, thank you for the 10 month resub, dude. I appreciate you very much. Almost 4 years. Wow, here's to 4 more years of good, better SC2. Intern will probably not show up at BlizzCon, hey.
I mean, he probably will. I'm not going to BlizzCon. I imagine he'd be at BlizzCon, but who knows? I don't know what the fuck Blizzard's doing, man. Gasless is death past 5 minutes. Gasless opening doesn't mean you're gasless past 5 minutes fresh germ. It just means you don't have your ling speed starting at 2 minutes or whenever you normally start it, right? If you just build 4 Zerglings and kill the assimilator and then take it, or you build it on your natural, or your third base, if you have to take your third base as your natural, you can just take the gas there. Maybe your gas is 30 seconds later than normal, a minute later than normal. Like, it shouldn't, you know, as long as you just map out, okay, I do this. As long as you keep spending your money, normally you'll be okay. Obviously, in these sort of games, your opponent's normally doing a 1 base all in, or sky toss, or some gimmicky bullshit, has a hidden base in the corner. So scouting is a bit more important than normal against these sorts of players, but I think first step is like, just deal with the basics and you should be good. Yeah. Poor intern, only guy at Blizzard working on a C. Yeah. I have a lot of thoughts about the patch. But essentially you've got to you're gonna make big changes. You do need to inspire trust and confidence. And I don't think Blizzard's done that with this patch, unfortunately. Low communication, a PTR with a bunch of bugs and broken things, and also some very questionable / dumb changes from the start, which they took 3-4 weeks to fix. And then a few changes that a lot of people didn't really have faith in as well, the moment the game dropped as well. So, kind of is what it is. It's a real bummer.
My man.
What's up, Fresh Dream? We're casting the RSL upper bracket finals. This is kind of the preview to the BlizzCon match coming up in 2 weeks' time between Cyril and Rogue. I was surprised as Protoss you could build a gas on my crate. As you can tell, I'm new. Yeah. They can't build anything else on creep. But the gas is like, there's no creep on the gas itself. So yeah, they can gas steal. Say hi to Jimmy Rayner. No worries. I'll pet him. Give him a little scratch on the back of the head. Thank you, Shadow Drizzt. How you doing? Thank you for the big 43-month resub. Let's get into the next one. All right, guys. Going into game 6, 1 game away from reversing the train completely. Lost the first 2 games, is now won 3 in a row. Cyril in the top right of Celestial Enclave. Rogue in the bottom left. And if there was ever a map for 3 hatch before Pool Greed, this really is it. I wouldn't be surprised if Rogue is like, lol, hatchery here, let's do something crazy. This is the map for it. This is also a good map for Mutas, good map for Nidus all in. And Ling Floods can actually be powerful as well, because people tend to be greedier here. So sometimes, even it's such an easy map to wall off. It's a map where people push their greed more than ever with the interior base. And as a result, sometimes the most basic all-ins basically become stronger just purely due to the surprise factor. And the fact that people are pushing their greed so much that they're like, oh, well, that build's weak on this map. You won't do it. I don't need to be safe against it. And we do see that play out. Hatchery does go down there for Cyril. Rogue. A little late getting that drone to the natural. Does get it down on 16, though. And it's going to be hatch first versus hatch first. No early pulls in this series. No super early aggression. I'm trying to think if there's like a special tactics game plan we haven't really seen from Rogue yet. Like, oh, okay, he actually goes pool here on 16 or 17. 17 pool this time. Much better build order if he gets the hatchery on 15 supply. Just gets those queens out a little bit earlier, but is what it is. I do think, you know, Cyril's going to be conditioned to expect silliness, so if you do something a little bit more solid, like he's not really going to be expecting a +1 roach game. Then again, if we just look at Rogue's +1 roach timing stats versus Cyril's, I imagine Cyril's a much scarier player in a standard roach versus roach game. I just can't imagine that's Rogue's forte. I'm going to see a quick third hatchery, so it's a hatch pool gas hatch build. So it is still a greedy build for Rogue, but I think makes sense on this map. Obviously, you can't afford a queen in the main, so you only build it on the natural. Remember, his natural hatchery was a few seconds late. Builds an overlord on 19 now. Hatchery finishes. Queen starts, surely. He starts the queen on the wrong hatchery. Rogue, mate. These drones are meant to be popping out down here. Sloppy. This is one of the basics with a hatch pool hatch build. You always want the queen here because you want those lava injects to pop out here where you're actually sending the workers. Also, easier to damage or kill the overlord since you're closer to the front. Unless you want to go creep tumor first, which I can't see why you'd want to do that in CVC. Serral's already up 4 workers in this game. Faster third hatchery can give you more production, but you need a bunch of time with that third hatchery for it to really pay off. First queen injects inside the main base. Serral's injects have been going for a little while. That queen will push this overlord away from Serral's back door. Serral comes in with the second overlord, sees the third hatchery, and he says, yep, I am playing rogue. He is a greedy boy, as expected. But I think on this map, I don't expect big frontal aggression. And in fact, no link speed, so Serral should be starting up that lair yesterday. There we go. 3-minute 30 lair for Serral. Third queen on the way for Rogue. Now, Rogue took a gas early, guys, but he's only had 1 worker mining it. This build strikes me as grossly inefficient. It feels like there's no point making a gas that early, killing one of your own drones, when it could have just been mining minerals. Even if it was just triple stacked on one of these patches, surely that's way more efficient than just having 1 worker mine this whole time. This feels like a build order Rogue's figuring out on the fly. He's got an idea, and I like the idea. The execution, it's lacking a little bit of polish. It's not like there's any huge mistake, just a little bit of polish. 3 gases going down for Serral. This is a 2-base roach setup for Serral. Big thank you, Dark Matter, for the biddies. I appreciate you very much. That roach horn there, that Evo chamber as well. These queens are coming together. Holy moly. Is this just a roach build for Rogue? Second Evo, but he hasn't started an upgrade on the first. We'll see what he does with this 100 gas. Extra gas is going down. Does he start +1 range? 100 gas. Carapace, range. Okay, he's going range. Serral, already out on that, but of course, he's playing 2 base. Rogue's on 3. Serral does have a third on the way now, but it's much later. Rogue's already got those 5 mineral patches mining, and his 5th gas coming up. If Rogue can defend the roach timing, he's in a good spot. Honestly, though, if Serral just stopped at 39 workers and did nothing but roaches and +1 in roach speed, Rogue loses this game. Rogue just lost 2 overlords. Rogue just lost 2 overlords, and if there was a flood of roaches coming, he would have no answer. He's gone to 60 drones blind. He has a really good wall off to keep him safe a little bit. All that does is buy you a little bit of time. And this is a crazy greedy build for Rogue. Yeah, again. He's been called out for his greed a couple games in a row. And yet he continues. The man just does not know how to hold back his insane greed, but he gets away with it. Serral played a bit conservative. He didn't build many roaches. He tried to drone up himself. Serral probably feels like he's played quite greedy with how fast he's droning this third. He doesn't realize Rogue is such a sicko. He's been mining that third for like a minute and a half. Fully mining on its minerals. 4th hatchery already on the way as well. And like I said, I don't think Rogue has a good chance in a Roach v Roach game. This is not just a standard Roach v Roach game. This is a Roach v Roach game with a whole bunch of Rogue greedy pizzazz to start things off. And if I ever want to see Rogue play a Roach game against Serral, it's off of a super sick greedy start. That's what this is. He's got that 4th hatchery coming up. Serral's going to take his 4th. You could already see the supply lead telling us about how much that early game has paid off. Like this looks similar. You're like, oh, you both have 15 roaches. Like, what's going on? But we can see in the supply, there's quite a few more units in production for Rogue. But crisp +2 timing. And I don't think there's going to be enough Overseer energy to deny that with Contaminate. I don't think that kicks in time. Overlord speed's on the way for more scouting. Spire goes down for Rogue. And Rogue does build a round of drones for that 4th base as well. Oh, Serral. Serral gets 4 men to throw tennis balls at a helicopter, and somehow the helicopter crashes. You know what's funny, guys? If Rogue didn't react, if Rogue just kept moving, I think it escapes. But literally, Rogue reacting and moving it sideways in panic actually got him hit there. Double Overseer comes through. Doesn't quite have Contaminate energy, but Serral will see the Spire, which is the most important part. And he's going to lose Overseer, though. He doubles back and Contaminate. Going to give him a big advantage there for Serral. Ooh. For those who don't know, guys, this is Celestial Enclave. On this map, there is the doodle forests. So you'll see there's volcanic soil, which is very fertile for doodles to grow in. Very cool map feature, very normal, not weird at all. Changeling's in the back, Rogue scouting pretty well. Dude, Rogue is up 16 workers right now. What in that? Wait, he took both gases on his 4th as well? Holy greed, Batman. Cyril's going Hydroden. He's just built drones for his 4th base only now. He just built 11 drones. He's still down 4 workers after that, but Rogue's been mining with these workers earlier. And Rogue, I mean, he could maybe hit a 1-1 timing. I don't know, the supply is still too close. And there's flyer attacks on the way. Rogue has not actually built any mutas, but he's thinking about swapping into it. I'm so curious about what both players are going to do. It's such a standoff. It's a Celestial Enclave game. This is Cyril's camera. You know Rogue's making ravages right now. Cyril's scouting. This is Rogue. Yeah, Rogue's getting ready. Rogue's going to go, guys. He's going to go Infestation Pit behind it. Cancels a Spine Crawler because he'd accidentally locked a worker in a mineral patch. He's going. It's go time, ladies and gentlemen. Cyril does not have vision. Oh, this Overseer was his only map vision. He doesn't see the roaches coming. He doesn't see the roaches coming. He might get caught out of position. Cyril has his last 12 roaches building right now. He should have the numbers. He's got a slight upgrade advantage, but he's got very few ravages. He's got 5 versus 7. Actually, it's a pretty close ravage count, but he's got to be careful. That army goes to the right side, and that could be a bit of a fake out, right? Rogue's army on the left could be really powerful. Cyril with a really good split of his units, though. Rogue making this a stressful situation. What can he find? Breaking the rocks down. Gonna shove this left side. That's where Cyril needs to defend. Cyril will move over there now. Overlord gets corrosive biled. Well played. Roaches on the right side. Run away for now. I think they're going to try to dart back in on that side, though. The Hive, Hydroden have started for Rogue. Rogue jumping forwards. Gets a great start to the engagement. Takes out 1 or 2 roaches. And he's just got an amazing position right now. Plus 2 carapace is going to kick in for both sides. It's going to be 2-2 for both. Problem is, once again, Cyril's dragging out to late game. Unlike on Fear and Faith, Rogue does not have the entire map. Rogue does not have a big advantage. He's got a small resource advantage. But look at that. Cyril ambushes him, takes a great fight. Roaches on the right side, going to gather up. Rogue's going to try and take the angle here. Tries to push forward, but he's got to dodge the biles. Both sides taking a few hits, a few roaches going down. Units lost tab pretty similar, with Cyril slightly in the lead. We all know that Cyril is the king of efficiency. I think this one's just going to go to Hive Tech. Cyril's Hive is later. It's just started. Trying to land some biles. Ooh, Rogue actually lands a few good biles there. Nice little skirmish. And oh, he's looked around. He's looked around. He's also got tunneling claws and burrow, guys, which means these roaches could do well. Good fighting retreat in the middle of the map, allowing the roaches to breach the main base. Is that going to do much, though? Plenty of roach hydra coming in. Whoa, tunnels to the left, tunnels to the right. There are spores there. He could pop up and deal with those hydras. These roaches going to try and split up. Quite a few of them do go down. Not the best tunneling claw roach usage here. Feels like it's just going to buy a bit of time, but not really kill much. As these roaches in the back finally pop up. And yeah, Cyril cleans this one up pretty handily. Those roaches go down. I guess these roaches maybe can pop up later. It's 12 more drones building. So Rogue is trying to make spines, make more gases. Cyril is the king of tunneling claw roach multitasking. But look at this. Rogue goes for a drop. He's still got these 2 roaches there that could unburrow and do some damage. Gonna kill a few drones. Cyril with a nice burrow maneuver to try and hide from that. Same time, Hydroden upgrades coming in, lurkers morphing, spines building everywhere. These roaches pop up, they get killed over there. These roaches try to burrow. They're getting a lot of damage on them. Finally, Cyril uses his roaches on the bottom right. Pops up, finds some big damage. Top left side, Cyril's going to lose the hatchery if he's not careful. He has 4 roaches arriving. I don't know if they can save it in time. Rogue trying to scramble to this right side, but that's his whole army, and there's a push coming through the middle at the same time. He's got to get ready for that. This is a really tense game 6 in this ZVZ upper bracket finals right now. The lurkers, they burrow in position. But of course, the Ravagers could drop some biles, but it looks like Cyril was not watching. Just throws the biles in front. Wasn't sure what he was aiming for. Tunneling Claw Roaches sneaking in again. Now, there's no Vipers right now for Rogue. Hive Tech is all about the gas count and the Viper count. Notice there's no gases on this 5th, and it's almost dead. Rogue has the 10 gases mining. So Rogue's up 2 gases mining. But Cyril's the one making 3 Vipers. And if you have Vipers and Hydras, you can do really well. Right now, there's 20 Hydras for Cyril, only 7 for Rogue. And Rogue, even though he's got a bunch of Lurkers, he doesn't actually have any Vipers. 5 Hydras. So he needs to get his Lurkers in a good position and then make that hard to deal with. Because long-term, Viper Hydras are more agile comp, but the Nidus Worm
Roach run by in the top left, denies the base at 4 drones. The Nidus Worms, the great equalizer, as they so often are. Rogue's specialty ability, the Nidus Worm, creating a tunnel network, just trying to bore that tunnel into your back door, pop up from behind and surprise you there. He's got Tunneling Claw Roaches scouting left, right, and center. These guys are going to get taken out by that Roach Hydra Ravager squad. Serral just trying to clean this up. He's already been 2,000 resources more efficient. Remember, this is exactly like back when they played in 2018 in BlizzCon. Rogue's going to throw the kitchen sink at Serral. It's Serral's job to hold on and stay calm in the face of a guy who's just going to throw problems at you. And he's going to look for that one moment where you're out of position and then suddenly a Nidus pops, Lurkers are in your main, Roaches are running in the left, Roaches are running in the right. It's absolutely a smothering, overwhelming style Rogue plays in late game, as opposed to Serral's precise and efficient style. Right now, Rogue is trading much worse. Long term, he's losing this game, but he's looking for knockout punches. And if he lands that one knockout punch with the Nidus, with the Lurkers, then it's all worth it. If he doesn't, and Serral continues to play the perfect defensive game, slowly shaving you down, taking efficient engagements, over time, Serral will break you down. Got another drop going the right side. It's going to be a Lurker drop. I do love a Lurker drop. Roach Hydra on the left. Game's about to get very scrappy. I love this push for Serral. It's a 2-pronged push. Doesn't have any Hydras on this right side, but he's going to get forwards there. Lurker drop goes in behind. Oh, nice Lurker Burrow. Overseers there as well. Rogue's going to just go across the map. These guys probably should have full base traded, but actually no, there was Lurker spine in front of it. Good pull away. Lurker's doing good damage here. Roach Hydra comes in from the left. Serral does force a burrow on some of those Lurkers, and he's doing pretty big damage on this side, but oh, he walks into these Lurkers. Rogue does leave some defense behind. Oh, Rogue, very nicely done. Gets some good damage with just a few of these Lurkers, really causing a ruckus. Serral overcommits, and now he's the one getting surrounded. Serral needs to get these units out of here. Remember, Serral's dealing with 2 Lurkers in his base at the same time. There is a lot going on. Serral needs to preserve these valuable units. But, oh my god, he's running into Spores and Spines. He's got nowhere to go. The Vipers and Overseers get shot. His Roach Hydra gets cleaned up. Rogue finds himself with a valuable win army versus army. Cleans up a lot of Overseers as well. But, keep in mind, loses a hatchery. So Rogue loses a hatchery, gets a good army versus army fight. He's actually ahead in the units lost, though, which is a really big turnaround, considering how much Serral was owning him earlier. I remember Serral has only just started mining these gases in the top left because he had to rebuild this base, whereas this base with its gases, it's already mined about 1,000 gas. You can see the gas differential. 4 Vipers versus 2. He's a little lower in Hydras still, but he's a bit higher in Lurkers and more gas in the bank, which is really important. Now, Serral's the one who's turned it is to start throwing Nidus Worms. Unfortunately, being Serral, he's not even got anything inside. He's like, oh, I don't know, I'm just doing this to distract you. It's not really going to be good enough. As that gives away that you're playing Nidus Worms, allows Rogue to take defensive measures, and the first one that got up as a surprise really doesn't afford you anything. Why so little creep? ZVZ, not much incentive to spread creep in ZVZ. Speeds up your opponent's army as well as yours. So, only advantage is the vision it gives, which is very minimal. Ooh, nice power bomb here. Oh, nice power bomb on Rogue's Overseers, but Rogue abducting the Lurkers. Very nice abducts. Gotta watch out for the Vipers. If the Vipers can abduct each other, that's always a good move. Hydras do take down one of them. Oh, dude, that power bomb is huge. Oh, a bunch of Overseers do get taken out. You gotta be really wary, man, of these power bombs in the middle of the mass Overseer Viper. It will kill them eventually. 5 Vipers versus 6. Keep an eye on the killed Viper count so far. Serral's lost 2. Rogue's lost none. Nidus Worm goes up in the main. Lurker drop 2.0 gets in here, once again causing problems. Should be able to take out that Spore Crawler. More abducts coming in on the enemy Lurkers. Even taking out Overseers here. Not the best value target, but hey, a target's a target. Lurker gets to the top left side, causing some trouble there as well. Spore Crawler is going to come forward and will allow these Roaches to unburrow on top and deal with it. That Lurker does get taken out over here as well. Serral holding the mid. Units lost tab, still ahead for Rogue. Rogue's calming things down. He's gone from a smothering style to a rather technical one. It's a really good mode shift. I didn't think he had it in him with how he played the earlier stage. One of the Vipers does get abducted though. Nice pick off for Serral. Serral may have to give up this rich gas base as Rogue is encroaching on it and he's looking for anything that's exposed. Nidus Worm goes up on the other side. Beautiful power bomb on the clumped up air units there. Really good power bombs by Serral to wear these units down. Nidus Worm goes up on the other side. Nice Roach counterattack here for Serral as well. Attacking this with drones is a crazy move for Rogue.
And look at that. Roach Hydra pops out behind Serral, causing chaos on the Rogue side of the map. Rogue is going to try and get over here. Lurker on the high ground should be really nice. That looks like it will stabilize this. And even if Rogue doesn't have defensive vision detection, which actually he does take out the Lurker, he would have killed it with the splash damage eventually. Roaches on this base, though, killed 31 drones, and Serral just killed so many drones. Rogue fighting with his drones there and not pulling these drones away. A bit of a disaster for Rogue. Loses his entire economy. Serral is miles ahead economically now. But Rogue does have a gigantic army. Is Rogue just looking for an all-in? He's got 47 Hydras and 5 Vipers. Who needs Lurkers when you've just got mass Hydra Viper? If he gets around you and you don't have enough Lurkers to stop him, you could be in trouble, Serral. Serral's going to lose his middle hatchery. He's still trying to counterattack and wear down Rogue's economy here. You might not realize just how big the army supply is. Oh, look at that. He abducted 3 Vipers, but he's not got his own Hydras. Serral, big mistakes, guys. Big mistakes. Serral has no Hydras in his army, so he abducts 3 Vipers, can't even kill a single one. He has to build more Hydras, but this is a chaotic game. Late game ZBZ is one of the most stressful scenarios in all of StarCraft 2. Rogue now rebuilds his drones after quite a delay. At least he's got good base control, and most importantly, he's prioritizing those gases. He knows this game's all about the Vipers. Let's check in. 4 for Viper. 4 Serral Vipers have died to 2 of Rogue, and 1 more Lurker has died for Serral as well. 13 to 12. Another Nidus Worm goes up in the back. He's got Spine Crawlers everywhere, so if you throw these Nidus Worms in random spots, Spines will kill them. 9 Vipers coming forwards. Holy moly. He's just going to abduct anything he sees, I think. I think I would not be surprised to see Rogue just abduct everything. Okay, abducts 1 Lurker there. Surprised he doesn't have an Overseer with his Vipers on the hotkey. I feel like that seems like a no-brainer, but Rogue microing them separately right now. He's going to move to that right side. Hydras can turn and fight this. Oh, one of his Lurkers gets abducted. Serral comes forward. Hydras take out a few of Serral's Vipers. Serral's Vipers not being microed as well as we're used to seeing. Serral's going to lose this middle base yet again. Rogue's slightly behind in the trading, but look at that. Another counterattack comes in for Serral on the left side. And Rogue struggling to find that game-winning engagement. He's going to move a Lurker forward on this right side. Could find this base. That'd be a really nice Lurker. Very annoying to deal with. Nidus Worms, the Lurkers, the Vipers. What a chaotic game so far. Lurker takes out a Hydra, gets popped. Hydras, Ravagers, and Vipers over here as well. 9 Vipers versus 6. 44 Hydras for Rogue. Guys, Rogue just doesn't take half measures. He's not got a single Lurker on the map. He's building 4 more. He's going to go to 48 Hydralisks. So not a single Lurker. He's just got a gigantic blob of Hydra Viper. There is solid macro play, and then there is just clicking with your ding-dong. And honestly, I feel like right now Viper has more Viper ding-dongs and Hydra ding-dongs than anyone ever imagined. This is a crazy army. Serral's going to counterattack down the bottom right. Should be able to clear through that forest. The Lurkers, the Roach Hydra, going to do well against the Spines. If there was a defensive Lurker or 2, might have been different, but Rogue very quick to pull those units away. Dude, 47 Hydras and 9 Vipers. I don't know if Serral can stop this. It's so many units. He keeps throwing Parabombs on the Overseers, which is a very cute idea, but he needs a lot of Hydras as well to try and push this away. It's just such a scary situation. Rogue goes forward on the right, snipes the hatchery with these Hydras. He's got such a mobile army. The beauty of Mass Hydra Viper is just how mobile it is. But the Lurkers represent so much splash damage, and that is one of the big advantages for Serral right now, is these Lurkers can just trade so well when they're not being abducted or blind and clouded by Vipers. Rogue has to find the perfect engage, and it feels like it's near impossible to do so. Serral back in the lead now by 3,000 units lost. Yeah, he's lost a few hatcheries here and there, but it feels like he's just playing so well. But wait, he's going to escape in the bottom right as well. Oh, brilliant move. Abduct's coming in, does save. One of those Niduses. One of those Lurkers barely got inside the Nidus in time. Rogue's actually going to kill this top side. That is massive. 3-3 of course, done for both sides. They've both got Hydra Lunge. Lovely hatchery snipe there for Rogue, but at the same time... Dude, the Vipers just flew over a Hydra. Oh my god, he just lost a bunch more Vipers. He's up to 8 dead Vipers. Serral just blundered. He has no gas. Guys, Serral, he's not mining gas in the middle. He lost this base. He lost this base. He's got no gas mining, and he just flew his Vipers over a Spore and a few Hydras. He's only got... he's still got 7 with 2 more building, but that is very costly. Serral right now can't build any of the good units. This is a really scary situation. Now, Roaches, of course, kind of trash into Lurkers, but decent versus Hydras. So I think they're a nice budget, low on gas option here for Serral to be mixing in. But Rogue, 152 army supply, 48 workers. He's also got no gas mining.
He's got a big scary army though. Massive blinding clouds. Oh my god, he abducts every single Viper into his Hydras. Every single Viper, blinding clouds the entire ground army. Serral should not be fighting into that many blinding clouds. Holy moly. He jumps on top of him and takes him to tick down. These lurkers on the left side, Serral's last hope. But Serral just gets butchered there. I guess Rogue lost a lot of Hydras as well, but at the end of the day, Serral's lost 15 Vipers, Rogue's lost 2, and that's the real story of ZVZ. 15 Viper losses to 2. There is still 9 Vipers up with 27 Hydras, only 2 Vipers and 3 Hydras for Serral. Serral, he's in trouble, man. He's got no gas income. He has to stabilize, but he can't. He's building Zerglings. He's building 0-3 Zerglings with no Ling speed right now. Serral at wit's end. Can you believe it? I really thought this was going to be the sort of game where Serral just shaves him down over time, but that fight in the middle was excellent, and so many snipes on all these bases that were mining gases. Serral maybe should have built a few more spine crawlers, as it was like Hydras diving in. It was a random Nidus worm here, Hydras diving on this base. Not to mention Rogue's frontal pushers kept denying this middle one, and that is just such good damage that he's done. Bottom right side, 0-3 Zerglings coming in, guys, against +3 armor drones. It's kind of hilarious how little damage they do. A few Zerglings of his own. Rogue is also building slow Zerglings. Guys, it is 23 minutes into this CVZ, and both players are building slow Zerglings. This is what peak StarCraft is all about. It's you know, they say, they call old age second childhood, right, guys? Where you start pooping yourself, acting like a baby, not knowing how things work, going goo goo gaga. Well, apparently this is the second childhood of ZVZ, where they've gone back to the 2-minute mark, and it's slow Zerglings on slow Zerglings. What the hell am I looking at? Rogue does have +2 melee, though. Rogue has +2 melee. Oh my god. Okay, Rogue Zerglings are way better. He has +2 melee and adrenal glands. Oh, his Zerglings are actually good. They don't have Ling speed, but who needs Ling speed? He's got +2 melee and adrenal glands with no Ling speed. He's not even correcting it. I love it. These slow Zerglings are legitimately good units, guys. Dude, this is like if you had a medieval regiment of like men-at-arms, and you show up and they're like, mate, why do all of your soldiers have chainmail underwear? And you're like, well, I mean, why not? You gotta protect their junk. And you're like, they don't have shoes or any weapons, like, but they've got chainmail underwear, so you know, like, I think your priorities might be in the wrong place. Still no Ling speed here for Rogue. He's got a big army. I think he can win this. There's just no Hydras. It's Roach Lurker, which can't deal with Hydra Viper. 9 Vipers for Rogue, none left for Serral. Blinding Clouds here, of course, going to be good as well. The Hydra damage output's good enough. The Blinding Clouds meaning the Roaches can only attack in melee range, and shockingly decent fight for Serral, considering how screwed his position was. But even abducting these Lurkers out of the ground, and the Hydras of Rogue will overwhelm the slow Zerglings on the right side, killing the hatcheries. And that has to be game over. Wow. Serral not able to keep his gas mining up and bleeding out too many Vipers. And yeah, his Hydras as well, right? How many Hydras did he lose? 105 for Rogue, 44. He never built as many. He built a lot more Roaches. Serral built a lot more Lurkers. I think the 31 Lurker losses actually ended up being worth a lot more than we probably realized in the moment. Just the random Lurker getting abducted, getting picked off here and there. Rogue outfought Serral in this game, and that's very impressive. Most people think of Serral as the much better late game player. He's definitely more methodical. But Rogue just hung with him for long enough, kept fighting, kept skirmishing, and a heavy Hydra Viper commitment. It's an army which I tend to favor in this match, but it's incredibly dangerous because you don't have the power of those Lurkers to deal with your opponent's army, but when you do it right, it's a very agile, very fun comp. And Rogue looked amazing. Focuses the hatchery rather than the drones. Bit of an odd choice. I guess he wants to get in and get out as quickly as possible. The Ling speed kicks in, but remember that upgrade differential +2 melee and adrenal. The Zerglings of Rogue are so much better. But when you're outnumbered 4-1, I guess it doesn't matter. Still does get his Zerglings taken out. Serral's Zerglings coming in now. Serral still not having melee. No adrenal. 20 army supply difference is not as big as I thought it would be. Income? It's almost nothing for both sides. These drones do unburrow. Burrowed Roaches here getting cleaned up. Serral's only long distance mining though. You can see whenever these guys start mining, that's really good. Quick burrow there for Rogue. It's going to split some units to the right side, some units to the left. If he can find these guys, he can just start abducting Roaches and Hydras in one at a time and clean them all up. Serral's last ditch army on the left side of the map. Vipers can clean that up, honestly. Yeah, you just A-move, Blinding Cloud, abducts if he tries to run away. You can put your drones in here as well. The Hydra DPS is unmatched.
Sarah last to tap out. Rogue with a fantastic game 6. That was very cool. The early late game when he was just throwing units away, I was like, oh no, Rogue's dead. Epic or 5-minute final game? I have no idea. Let's find out. We got to play an ad break really quickly, guys. We are going to go into game 7 in just a moment. We'll be right back. Oh my god! Oh my gosh! She's scared now. Running out. They just don't have any hit points. I mean, you've even got barracks dying here. This is game over and lights out in game 1 of the semifinals. Because his mules are mining on the left, that's why Q is still in this game. Sorry, guys. I thought I timed that GG perfectly. I was like, he's 100% about to GG as I say that. You could tell I kind of just left it hanging because I was like, I am confident on this one. But there we go. There we go. The earliest. So, because we had harassed him, it should be a little bit later. We recall now, he shouldn't be able to get me, but we distracted him. Oh my god, again! Again, that's so... do you know how hard it is to actually get that picture perfect 2 games in a row? 2 games in a row, I got the recall bugged out by the perfect grenade timing because I'm leaving it too long. That's actually wild. Normally that's like 1 in every 15 games. And what I really want is StarCraft to be like this again, guys. I gotta say, I don't want this to be balanced for more than a few months, but I want a new patch every 6 months that puts stupid stuff like this in the game. And then 5 months in, we're really sick of it. It's overpowered. It's dumb. And then they remove it and they put new dumb stuff in the game. I mean, wouldn't this just be the dream? I love it. I don't know. At this point, and one of the, I'm like, screw making it a sport that never changes and never evolves. I'm all on board with this. I used to be like, give us a stable game that never changes for 20 years. These days, I've completely changed camps to just give me fun toilet button. Because that is friggin' hilarious.
Talk to me, boss. I'm going in. Not a problem. All day long.
Mineral field depleted.
Waiting on you. Bandit.
That's the dumbest game of StarCraft I've played in a while. This guy didn't believe in spore crawlers, man.
Come on, come on, come on. Let's go, lads. Let's go.
Warning. Class 10 Zerg flyer detected.
Yeah, class 10 dick in my butt.
Scanners show the largest Zerg file signature I've ever seen, and it's headed your way.
Holy shit. Oh god, with that infestor, he's got to be so careful, mate. Don't follow the army, Rainer! Rainer! Oh, he does pop up. Fungal parasitic bomb! Oh, that's big! That's big! The medevacs are getting blasted, but the bio pulls behind the mineral line pretty effectively. Is it enough to keep it all alive? 2 medevacs save a few of the ghosts. A bunch of SCVs and bio do go down. Liberators coming in to try to save the day. The Hydras do take out one of those Liberators, but I think they should pull back now, as I think this push is probably over. Oh, he's continuing. Rainer's horny right now. He wants to get in there. He wants to rip this Terran apart. I think maybe chasing a bit further than he needed to, though. A lot more Hydras did go down there. That cost him a lot of money. Zealots getting caught in the rear. In the rear. One Immortal has gone down in this series as well. Not sure if it was over here or if it was from earlier in the game. Stalker's trying to blink back. Max Pack. Stalkers are just not as good in a pitch battle, but that is huge. And look at that. Dark Templar and the Natural Hero trying to chase down the army to punish him. He says, okay, you're going to kill some economy. Oh, dude, he's got no detection. Hero's dead. Hero's dead. He has no detection. He's trying to build 2 more robos right now. Oh, no. And look at this. More stasis traps freezing his army up. He's attacking in a column right now. A conga line of units. The Stalkers of Max Packs massed together, fighting, backing each other up. The Immortals unable to do anything against the Zealots in the north side. The Archon goes down. Max Packs running a stasis trap Blink Stalker masterclass. While Hero here, he played a good game. He looked so good in the early stages. I loved his opening, but he just wasn't quite able to lean on top of his opponent. Max Pax is so good at getting out of trouble. He's so good at fighting back in these longer games. The Dark Templar in the main base as well. And that's about all she wrote.
Tom, just
Oh, micro. Should we leave it like that, Dot? Should I leave it? I kind of want to leave it, yeah. All right, guys, I've done negotiation with my wife/producer. She's allowed me to agree to let Raynor's face cam stay like this. We had it cropped from when he was using his phone at the internet cafe. He's back on his proper webcam, but she's allowed me to leave it for game 1. We are going to see into the eyes of Raynor here in the bottom right side for Basilisk because he plays against Showtime in the top left. And, but especially if you pick up 16 Marines and move out, which a lot of Terrans would do right now, that could be really bad. But look, luckily he heads in the direction of the Lingbane. This is good. Maru's finding him. Serral. Uh-oh. Oh, he just burrowed. He was in vision for a second. Did Maru notice? Maru didn't notice. It was in vision. He was in vision. Oh, Serral burrowing the army. Dude, those guys would have been trapped there otherwise. But he hides it. He unburrows, and now he moves out. Serral, you dirty genius. He's waiting for the Banelings to lead the charge. Banelings in front so he doesn't give away what's happening. And there we go. Banelings are going to burst through. Oh my god. At the same time, he rolls Lingbane on the front army and clears half of the front army and clears everything on the rally at the same time. SCV's trying to evacuate right now. The SCVs are trying to evacuate. Baneling did burrow in the mineral line, by the way. That Baneling blows up on the gas randomly, dropping into the main base. Serral's going for the attack right now. Serral's bringing more units to the front while defending with his rally. Do you know how hard that is? He's trying to run. But he's still coming forward. Nice moves, bro. He's gonna siege a few lit. Bungo. Yum, 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 yum. Yum, 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 yum. Any plans for an 8 worker start BDGM, Witch Doctor? Apparently there's meant to be a patch after BlizzCon in 2 weeks, Witch Doctor. After that happens, we will see what the state of StarCraft balance is and what educational guides we will do going forward. There has been a lot of calls in the community to fully revert the patch from the higher level players. I myself, quite early on, was like, ooh, I don't know, there's so many things going at once. You know, I'd passed on the message saying you guys should either revert the 8 worker start or revert some of the other big changes, try to simplify so we can kind of hone in a bit and simplify what's going on with this patch. Unfortunately, those words were not heeded. So I'm worried to make guides that get immediately made, you know, not useful, essentially. So those rumors that we're going to change the worker count again. I hope that's not true. It's either go back to 12 or leave it on 8. I think leaving it on 8 is fine. I think going back to 12 is fine. But I think you've got to really simplify a bunch of the other things going on. It's either massively wind back the other changes or wind back the 8 worker. One of those two probably has to happen. So we'll see. We'll see what they do. Communication from Blizzard has been very sparse. The only reason we know about this post-BlizzCon patch is because there was like a leak, supposedly. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Compromise and go to 10. That would be very bad. Let's make people learn new build orders again for no reason, you know? Alright, guys. Game 7 to decide it all. Serral in the bottom right, in Acropolis. Rogue in the top left. Okay, I've not been looking at this map recently. Let's try and remind ourselves of the architecture, guys. We've got the 3rd out here, 4th over here, 5th over here. Okay, so pretty standard expansion pattern. Middle areas, you've got some rocks that will decay on their own. This usually disappear in about 8 minutes. You've got these kind of paths through the middle. There's low ground with some sight blockers in that middle low ground gully. You've got watchtowers on either side, right and left of the map. Okay, pretty standard map. I don't see anything too crazy here. I think many different styles could work. Now, knowing how ZVZ works, one of these guys is going to Ling Flood, probably Rogue, and it's either going to win the game or lose in a very anticlimactic fashion. Epic ZVZ series. When you've had this many great games, I don't think it ends with a bang. It'll probably be more of a whimper. We'll see how it goes. There are some rotating crystals on this map, guys. Where are the Protoss players? They left their pylons here. Bloody pylons everywhere, brother. Serral going to go for the hatch pull. Hatch pull for Rogue as well. This time hatch pull into gas. Interesting. Drones be building. Greedy muters, game 7, doesn't feel right. I'm thinking about options. As Rogue, you're the guy who's making plays. Serral's kind of being a bit more reactive. I don't think Serral gambles on something crazy aggressive. I think you can go back to being greedy, just not insanely greedy. So far, very standard opening for Rogue. Except one drone. Not sure how he got that slight drone lead there. Maybe by delaying the Overlord or something. You can see the Queen timing is much more competitive this time. Rogue actually maybe even a second ahead on the Queens, which I do love to see. Link speed almost identical for both sides. Proper mirror matchup. Normally what Rogue's looking to avoid. Rogue wants the asymmetry. He wants there to be differences so he can lean into odd decisions, tech switches, that sort of stuff. He doesn't want to have Roach versus Roach, Muta versus Muta. Anything like that is usually going to favor the guy who's a bit more just solid on the basics like Serral is. Obviously, it's not a huge gap between the two, but definitely not, you know, I don't know if we want to be playing that late game again against Serral. I think he probably would correct the mistakes after playing that last late game. Third hatchery goes up for both sides. Bailey Nest for both sides. This is as solid as it gets, man. Game 7. And it's just a rock-solid Necropolis opening. Okay. Very brave play. Neither side's lost any units. Rogue has not built a single Zergling till just now. So very greedy. The Queen's trying to fight. Liesling's going to run around there. Going to run into the main and the natural. Rotating around. Ling's going to see what they can do. Oh, that Zergling barely gets out of there. Only 4 hit points. Roach Warren and second gas on the way. Serral's going to go for an all-in. Maybe not all-in, but massively committed Roach Bane timing. That's why he's hiding that Roach Warren. Meanwhile, Rogue, he's like, oh man. Me and Rogue thought the same thing. We thought there's no way Serral will commit to a big timing in game 7 of a series. But no, he's read the play perfectly. Oh, wait, do we see the Roach Warren? No, Roach Warren's hidden in the natural. We don't see a lair, but that's pretty normal at this stage. Now, there is a defensive Roach Warren, which is really good for Rogue. As long as he can defend the Ling Bane pressure that Serral probably leads with. Serral's going to morph 2 Banes and then lead with Ling pressure, I think. Yeah, so he's going to try and distract with Ling Bane pressure, and then he's going to follow up with Roaches. This is a massive commitment for Serral. Rogue was trying to go for the fast lair, go for the mutas, but he needs to realize what's happening right now. This is not just a Ling Bane pressure. So if he rushes Spire, it's actually not the right play. He needs to build Roaches behind this, but he might be too preoccupied. This is going to be a real multitasking issue, a challenge, I should say, for Rogue. Ooh, already one Baneling goes down. Bad Baneling! What is he doing? Rogue not controlling his Banelings at all. Oh no! Here come the Roaches. He's building a Spire and 2 more gases. He's so focused on the next step. Rogue botching the basics. 6 Zerglings for a single Baneling. Oh no! He's losing to the Ling Bane pressure, let alone the Roaches that are coming from behind. He's just built 5 drones. He was so busy staring at that while he mismicroed, he didn't even notice the Roaches. He's only seen them now. Oh, Rogue! As I said, whimpers not bangs, guys. Whimpers not bangs. And right now, it's the Rogue fans who are whimpering. He was so focused on the next step. He never even got a chance to focus on the basics of this part of the game. He's got nothing. He has to tap out. Oh, man. I mean, it's a very committed attack for Serral, but it's not completely gambly. He can always transition out of that if it's not looking like it's going to work. But at the end of the day, that was the right way to play. You got to go back to when this first pressure came out, guys. This was just a little weak on the micro for the defense. I got to check some things here. Like, did Rogue not control group his Banelings? What was he doing there? Normally, you put your Banelings on a separate control group, guys, and you always make sure they have a move command. But I think he A-moved them. They were on A-move, which you never want your Banelings on A-move. They were on the same command as the Zerglings, and then those ones he just let blow up and whatever was next to them. That's really bad. He was throwing a Spire down in the middle of this. Remember what I was saying is he needs to realize this is a real pressure and there's a serious attack behind it. But he was like, oh, he's trying to distract me with Ling Bane. I need to get my Spire down, because obviously getting mutas at a good timing is important. In this scenario, all he needed to do was swap to Roach production. But the fact that he was going home and building a Spire at that moment and not control grouping those Banes, really unfortunate mistake for Rogue. And yeah, and then he starts droning in the midst of... The Roaches have already left the base, guys. The Roaches have already left the base. He builds 5 drones. If we go to his camera, this is his camera in real time. And he just glanced at the rally, saw the Roaches and went, oh crap, I need to survive. Starts trying to build spine crawlers. He should full Evo wall here. You can see he doesn't have the money. He should have cancelled his drones. If he quickly went around and cancelled a bunch of those drones before they popped, he could have got some of the money back, turned those into spine crawlers. It wouldn't have given him the lava back, so he still couldn't build Roaches, but maybe he could Evo chamber wall, get 3 spines started, maybe pull off some magic, but this is just a little sloppy for Rogue here. And I think Cyril learned his lesson early in this series, which is Rogue will play greedy. Do not let him get away with it. Force interaction, force pressure. Rogue is famous for dying to a lot of aggressive builds, even against lower rated players, where he just tries to be very greedy at certain moments in the game. And that is, I think, the counter to him, is you've got to be aggressive, get in his face. You don't have to be all in with it, but you've got to check that he is not getting away with murder, because Rogue will flip a coin on being extremely greedy and see if he can get away with it. And sometimes his micro under pressure is a little bit lacking, as we saw just there. Great win for Cyril. Fantastic series from both players. I loved Rogue's build orders. Kind of unfortunate it ended in the way it did, but at the end of the day, Cyril goes out on top. And of course, guys, we do have the BlizzCon finals between these two to follow this up, as it is the rematch between the two players in the next match. GG, well played. Oh, damn, man. Crazy series. Sarah like a guy trying to manipulate, win, lose. Sarah, I just want to play a few more games. Play a few more games as possible. Yeah. Pig is not dating the SC2 in time to that patch, contrary to what most believe, says Scoogax. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Some people do live on Reddit too much. Like, a guy on Reddit said it. It must be true. It's a guy on Reddit who also claimed to have 2 dicks. What can I say? When in my younger days, I believed it. You guys remember 2 Dick Guy on Reddit? I believe that AMA. Is there a World Championship for SC2 this year? No, there is not. There is a massive tournament, a Home Story Cup next year. Home Story Cup 30, which is in like April or whatever in Germany. The RSL finals between Cyril and Rogue is being played at BlizzCon as well. Best of 7 finals between those two. Yeah, there's a bunch of other tournaments, but it's all kind of disparate right now. Different events all over. What kind of Reddit are you on? You don't remember that? You don't remember the 2 Dick Guys at that AM? It was great. That one went super viral. Everyone in the world saw that back in the day. Yeah. There's a guy who just did an AMA on, I don't know what Reddit it was, but it went viral on the homepage. Yeah. Apparently it was fake. It was great. So basically, a guy did an AMA where he's like, you know, I was born with a rare genetic abnormality or whatever. I have 2 penises. AMA. And he committed to the bit. He's like, oh, it's kind of a shame I can't get in a relationship. Like, lots of women want to bang me, but it's kind of like they don't want a relationship. They just want to take advantage of me and experience the weird. Yeah, like he full stuck with it. Yeah, it's crazy. Apparently not real though. Was the Reddit AMA guy with 2 dicks a fake? Let's see what the AI says. The famous double dick dude Reddit AMA from 2014 was widely exposed as a fake and elaborate Photoshop hoax. Wait, they Photoshopped it? Okay, I never saw the picture. He must have posted a picture as proof. I did not see that part. I only saw some of the answers. I opened it in an incognito at least. Hopefully, yeah. The condition is real though. There is a real medical condition called dysphalia, penile duplication, affecting roughly 1 in 5 million live births. Yeah. He convinced millions, but later, internet sleuths and medical experts later pointed out major inconsistencies. There are escalating claims. Over time, the user posted subsequent photos where the sizes, proportions, and symmetry of the organs changed drastically, and the anatomical details he described in later updates in his self-published book conflicted with medical reality.
this one. I am the guy. This is it. I am the guy with 2 penises. AMA. Both are 100% functional. What I was born with is called Defalia. I did not absorb a twin. It's not genetic or... It's the thread. The famous 2-dick guy. It's so funny. Hey, Piggy, if you're interested, KSL and Patches mod is happening. Oh, they're doing Patches mod? I didn't even realize. Oh, that's so cool. Where are they playing? Are they playing right now? Did they just start? Or they're about to start? Or what's happening? It looks like... Oh! Patches mod bringing back StarCraft. I see Patches. And when I say bringing back StarCraft, I mean bringing back PvP. Because we all know that StarCraft in the last 5 years, 6 years, it's all about the bracket being green. And that's why this patch is dead of the live game. It's because the bracket isn't all green. Patches mod making StarCraft green again. No. I appreciate. Oh, cool. Beyond Hero. Oh, you're playing as well. Oh, you're gonna play Shin. Give it to him, Patches. Give it to him. SOS on Mono. Cool. Yeah, I was like, this is my plan for the day is done. So I was gonna finish up. Do they let anyone cast KSL? They do, right? I think they let anyone on. So I guess I should go Korean server, right? If I want to hop on. I might cast like 1 series. I kind of want to cast Honmono SOS. Wait, do you guys start in... Oh, it started 30 minutes ago? Alright, I might go see what's up. I was thinking, you know, because I've got family coming over in a little bit, and I should eat before they get here. I also need to make sure Dot eats. But that's the end of our plan. We just had 2 big series planned for today. And, yeah, I'll try to hop over to Asia and see if I can hop on, maybe cast a game or 2. I'll just make sure Dot's eating her food. Dot's been a bit sick, so I gotta make sure she's eating food. And actually, I think I gave her way too much food, so I'll probably just help her finish whatever she doesn't eat. Give me a sec. Shin should be afraid of me. I'm seed number... You're seed number 2! Holy Patches. Nah, no worries. Imagine if you were born with 2 Ds and the surgeons fixed the condition by getting rid of the bigger one. GG. Unless it's like comically big, Lambert. That could be a problem. Is it just KSL for the chat channel? Yeah. Alright, I'll play a quick ad break while we wait for that next game, guys. And we'll see what matchup we get. Then I'll change the title once we know we got ourselves a good game. Give me a minute, we'll be right back. Against the Mutalists. He's got to unsiege these libs. He's got to unsiege all the libs, I believe. Nice spread on the Mutas. Is it enough, though? I think the Mutalists with the 2-3 upgrades should be able to take them down. But, dude, nice spreads on the Mutas to try and minimize their splash damage. He's killing quite a few of these Liberators. Is this Beyond's second vaunted Liberator push this game? Mass Transfuse going down on those Mutalisks. The libs are falling. No way! Oh, Beyond overcommits. He overcommits with his Liberators for the second time. How many pylons do you need to shake off here? At a certain point, standing at the Ultra Love urinal, shaking your pylon, it's not just shaking it, you know? They say shake it once, yep, sure. Shaking it twice, no worries. 3 times, you might just be playing with yourself. I think that's how the old lyrics went, and I think that's what Max Pax is doing right now. Raynor is trying to shame him into leaving this game with this beautiful Lurker Hydra Corruptor just picking away at him. Max Pax showing great micro, but he's done for. He's cornered, and it's just a matter of time. And here we go, Ultra Link Bane, man. The snipes are so good, though. Clem's in and out micro. He's back and forth. This is the difference, man. When I watch Clem doing this, I'm like, if I stim towards that army, I lose my whole army. Doesn't matter how much I focus on it. It all dies. There's a giant army in the main as well. I don't know. Without Infestors, without any comeback units, I don't know what Raynor could possibly do here. The man needs to pull a rabbit out of a hat. He needs to pull more than a rabbit out of a hat. He needs to pull Cyril's pet guinea pig out of a hat. He needs to pull
something absolutely insane out of a hat right now. Man, that'll do it. What? What? No. What?
Okay. So he's decided he needs Tempest to pick up Protoss from afar. Baneling's going to go for the clumped up cannon battery. Bit of an Artosis pylon does get taken out. And the Baneling's going to go after that very stacked mineral line. For sure, you're an N-word. Homophobic slur, racist slur, homophobic slur, racist slur, homophobic, racist, threaten violence, threaten violence, threaten violence, threaten violence, homophobic slur, racist slur, homophobic, racist, threaten violence. Oh, look at that. It was a Stargate, it's just hidden, so this is what. Oh my gosh, jump scare. Sorry guys, I didn't realize once again we'd be looking into the dead eyes of a Terran player up here. He's got bubbles coming out of his head. Is that because he's breathing? Do they think sharks have a blowhole, guys? Why are there bubbles around his... Is it a whale? It's not a whale, it's a shark, right? Wait. Either way. Anyways, let's go back down here, shall we? Clem in the top right invading the mothership. I'm not sure how he got through these shields you can see on the top right of the screen, but... Oh my gosh, is the mothership on fire? Okay, this mothership may actually be wounded, guys. Is this like a... It's like a Battlestar Galactica situation, or what's going... Actually, maybe... Are we like... This kind of looks like an entry burn, right? Like kind of like on the shield. It kind of looks like... Are we... Oh my god. Okay, guys, don't go to the edge. The planet bugs out. Pretend we didn't see this. What? The planet bugs out. Ah, crap. I missed Beyond Hero starting. Sorry, guys. That's my bad. I don't know if anyone's casting it. So is anyone casting today? Like, is Dave casting, or is he AFK as well? The slur, threaten, violence thing is just a recap of my Deadlock games. Oh, slur, threaten, violence. Yeah. Salt mines, right. Yeah. How you doing, Snimitive? What's up? Okay. Dave's in Honmono SOS. Let's watch that for a little bit. Let me just tell Beyond. I'll be like, sorry, I missed. I join next game. All right, guys. So we've got SOS here. Up in workers. Oh, dude, he's playing mech? Honmono is so fun. Oh, there's a prism in his base, though. He's screwed, eh? He's got... What's he got 4 ravens for, guys? Wait, why? Is that for interference matrix? Wow. Very cute style. Obviously, guys, we're just watching off Dave's stream for a minute. Don't know if we can cast much today, because like my brother's coming over soon, family, but... Shall I message him and see what time they're coming? Alright, Archon Zealot moves to the right side with the Colossus. Hellions rotating. Mech setup defensively is pretty good. SOS is very much a small scale player. He's not like a mass army player. Like a medium timing attack player as well. Ooh, this is a bunch of stalkers there, but Zealots come in from the left. Tankin Widowmines actually clear a lot of them, but it only takes a few to murder a mineral line. We've all experienced that, haven't we? These Zealots will get taken down by the Cyclones. Honmono is doing a really good job defending this. Wouldn't it be for the repair drones? Right, this is Patch's mod. Sorry. Yeah, it's just to heal the mech. Yeah, you're totally right. I'm not really up to date on Patch's mod. I'll completely forget everything. So I know Hellions can move and shoot. Cyclones with the move speed upgrade are still going to be slower than live game Cyclones. No, a bit faster than live game Cyclones, right? Oh, hold on. You try and take the forward base. SOS blinks forward. Oh, the Archon Stalker Colossus Immortal. There's no Zealots in there. The repair drone's healing the mech army pretty nicely. It doesn't have many of them down. Tank sieging on the front line. Oh my god, Zealots just distracted him. The Ravens throwing down a lot of these repair drones, but funny thing is, like, what are they repairing? Yeah, now he throws down auto turrets, but a bit too late. Zealots are so good when they get on top of the tanks, man. So good. Holy moly. Who's Classic playing, guys? Alright, we got Classic Cure here, guys. Alright. Classic Cure on Patches mod. I'm going to completely forget all the changes, but we'll have a go casting it and see how we go. And see. Get a fun match. See if I can squeeze a little best of 3 in here. Aliens can move and shoot. You got to get an upgrade for it. Everyone gets sick upgrades. Yeah. You're a Protoss player, aren't you, Pokey Gamer? Dude, your Zealots can become insane. They start with 10 extra shields. And that is not where it all starts. Or finishes. There is many fun changes. Yeah, you got about a billion changes all over, man. Alright. So you got Protoss is here. There is a massive bunch of changes. Oh, there's a conduit pylon now? What is this? Allows units to warp in with shields. Oh. And has strategic recall. What the fuck is this? Oh, you gotta pay a ton of money to upgrade it. Ah, okay. It's the cheese pylon. Am I right in thinking? Is that the cheese pylon, brother? That might be the cheese pylon. Alright, guys, let's go. Cure in the bottom left side of the map. Classic in the top right side of the map. It's a PvT for the ages. We are going to be seeing how it lands. It's wash out to start things off, guys. So, it's going to be interesting to see what choices the players make. Cure going for the double gas here. Classic going for the gateway gas with an early probe across the map. This is, of course, Patches mod. 12 worker start, about 50 different changes. It's a very fun mod. Really enjoy it. And we'll see exactly what the players bring out. Of course, mech a bit more viable here. Protoss does have... I'm trying to remember, actually, how Warp Gate versus non-Warp Gate works on this mod. I think it's similar to Greener, where you have an exclusive path. I'm not sure. Maybe not. There's a bunch of different upgrades. I know you can make Stalkers into, like, Dragoons. But if you do that, they can't use Blink. Pretty sure you have the Blink heal upgrade where they can heal for a few seconds after using Blink, which is really effective with good micro. Obviously, Terran has improved Stim. Takes half the damage on those units, and I think lasts even a little bit longer as well. A bunch of really cool things that just add a lot more follow through. Obviously, Reapers can get different upgrades. There's just a lot of adjustments and little upgrades that give little power spikes that aren't there otherwise. Now, Reaper's going to run forwards. We do have the Nexus, of course, coming out very early on Classic side of the map, and that early Stalker coming out. Reaper will head forward. Now, Mass Recall is not on the Nexus, guys. It's on the green pylon. I believe it's also on the regular pylon, isn't it? I know you can upgrade a pylon to be a green pylon, the cheese pylon. It allows you to recall to it, but it also, I believe it allows you to, the conduit pylon it's called, it also allows you to warp in with shields. Normally in this mod, if you warp in, your unit spawns without shields. Also, Dark Templar, when they're not at full shields, are revealed. So There's a few interesting kind of mechanics with like warping and stuff, but if you upgrade it for 100 mineral 75 gas to a cheese pylon, a conduit pylon, you can actually warp in with full shields, which is quite interesting. Lots of Protoss players in today's tournament. SOS is playing right now, Hero is playing right now. Bunch of other players are all trying things out and seeing what happens. Starport's on the way, Widowmine's coming in. It's just a 3 Reaper, 2 Alien, a very standard pressure. Stalkers and batteries, I do feel like Classic should be pretty solid. Just got to get that Stalker back to safety quickly. Doesn't get isolated. Q doesn't even try to fight it, he just goes for the probes. Gets one probe. Stalkers, oh, he's going to get inside the main. Got to focus the Hellion. One Hellion down, Reaper goes down. And the other Hellion, oh, he tries to fight, but Hellion is, of course, going to be a little slippery. He does finally fall there. These 2 Reapers on the left side. So essentially, it's mining time in 2 probes. Not a massive amount of damage. Robo goes down, as well as that second gateway, which is already coming up. Meanwhile, behind this, we've got Tech Lab's second barracks. Cancels the Tech Lab because he realizes, wait, I don't need a Tech Lab. I can make a Raven without one. Of course, Q is still learning this mod. Realizing Ravens build faster, they're cheaper, they don't need a Tech Lab. They've got Medevac boost on them now as well. It's a bunch of cool things they do, but they don't do interference matrix. They repair mech units with a healing drone. They can drop an auto turret, which I think is kind of like a crappier or more fragile auto turret. I'm not 100% sure on the auto turret differences. But you can see, because you don't have to have the Tech Lab, getting the Raven out itself, much easier to build these as a support / detector unit. Actually, look, it does have interference matrix, right? Oh, I didn't realize. So it still has interference matrix, but it has repair drone instead of anti-armor missile. Okay. Medevac boosting in here. He's going to go for the mine drop. 2 Widow Mines, just going to cause as much delay as possible. And it'll slow to send the probes in here, honestly. Guess he's waiting for Blink. Ah, goes in with the Stalkers. And the Unburrow. Bit of an odd choice there. I feel like for Q, you just want to keep changing targets here. And there we go. Finally will fire the Blink to dodge it. Classic, though, loses a good 30 seconds of mining. Third barracks on the way behind. Very early reactor on the starport. I think that's way too early. I think you still want to build a Tech Lab on the starport and swap the units over onto it. But you can tell Q is still trying to figure out the build orders here a little bit and kind of get used to things, as that starport is essentially just idling for a very long period after building the Medevac and then the Raven. Ravens, you can see, are very slow, guys. It looks like they don't have Medevac boost anymore. Ravens are pretty clunky. I guess you can build them quite easily now, so a bit easier to squeeze in. Robo Bay and 4 gateways coming in, so Classic does want that classic warp gate style. Third Nexus gets chronoed. Probe's going to be pulling away there. Reaper dancing around, but it's going to go down. Shouldn't get another probe. Really good micro by Classic to shut that down. Oh, Medevac tries to return home, gets caught. Great Stalker catch here. Really well played. By the way, guys, is that Observer smaller on this mod? Is it just me, or is he smaller? Did they make the Observer smaller? I think they did. Looks tiny. I forgot that at one point they made the model much bigger, so it's easier to see invisible observers for your other opponents. Ah, interesting. Oh, look at this, guys. He's going to go not for Colossus range. He's going to go Scorching Flame. Thermal Lance deals an additional 15 damage over a short duration. Not sure if that's as good as the range upgrade. I feel like it's a cute bonus upgrade. A little bit of bonus damage. Maybe there's a breakpoint where it allows you to kill Marines one shot earlier. The turret comes down. 4 probes do fall. Not too bad, considering there was a shield battery there. Yeah, the OBS model size increase was reverted in this. Interesting. Third command center is almost finished. What is this? Ooh, he's going to go enhance munitions. Wait, what? Grants Reapers a powerful anti-structure attack. Increases the P45 Gauss pistol damage versus damage bonus versus light hurt by 3. Tims out, gets the Observer. Stalker's picking off a few of these Marines as well. I think that must be a misclick. There's no way he wants to go back into Reapers at this stage, is there? Maybe there's like a mid-game Reaper comp you can play. Alright guys, Scorching Flame is done for the Colossus now. I don't know if it's a damage over time on the ground effect, or if it's just units they hit get affected by this as like a status effect. I don't know, man. Big bio push up north. 4th base incredibly vulnerable. There's no way Classic can defend the 4th. But if he could pick off some units and make this a costly attack for Cure, it might be worth it. Stalkers come in, and that's the start of this. He's got force fields he can defend this ramp with. Oh, he goes pretty far forward with the Zealots, but you know what? Not too bad. It does look like it's a status effect. You could see a lingering flame animation on those Widow Mines. Stalker's going to hunt down a bunch of SCVs. Triple drop goes in towards the main base. He's got 8 gateways, though. He's going to turn this into the cheese pylon, guys, the recall pylon. So he does pay, turns that into the conduit pylon, and then recalls his army from it. But he's going to lose a lot of units in the meantime. Perhaps should have just walked up here or something like that instead. Nice pick up in the main base, taking the triangle third at the front. Always a little bit risky. Colossus with the battery and the Zealots should clean this up. Very nicely done. Oh, very nicely. This is a lot of army Q is losing. He did good economic damage, but if Classic's quick to rebuild his fourth and probe back up, he could be in a great spot. I do really wonder if, surely at this point, getting a Stargate is worth it. Like when your opponent's got 2-3 medevacs and a Raven in the back, guys, it feels like it's a must. However, I get it. He spent all of his gas on Stalkers and Colossus. He's not got any money for it. It looks like Classic wants to go do an aggressive timing. There's only a few Marauders and Marines inside those warp gates available. Might be confident. Order turret's going to take out 3 or 4 more probes. Not too bad. Order turrets do run out, though, and the workers do return to mining. Double drop goes back into the main base. The Stalkers are no longer there. A few Zealots and Stalkers will warp into the main base. And they, of course, will warp in range of this conduit pylon, which means they warp in with shields as well. Stalker's going to get a bit of damage on those medevacs, but not a crazy amount. Moving forward right now is Classic, sorry. He's going to be able to kill Cure if Cure's not careful. He's not got an answer to the Colossus just yet. Only 3 Vikings. Oh man, that command center is going to die. Just click the commands on it. It does go down. And that means this is already kind of a victory for Classic, as long as he doesn't get his whole army completely wrecked. And I may have spoken too soon. Yeah, he's done big damage, but you've lost a lot as well. Oh no, and these Zealots come in way too late to the party. Widowmine does a little bit of friendly fire, doesn't kill anything, which means it will heal up eventually. Classic, a little bit slow to bounce back. Kills the third of Terran, loses his whole army in the process, and I don't know if that's very good. He's got Extended Thermal Lance and Scorching Flame, but no Colossus on the field. And this is feeling like it's going to be really good for Cure, who's just got such a big army. And with no Colossus to scale, that's a real problem. Sentry did just get energy recharge, guys. I believe the Pylon does that ability. It's a very slow over time ability, though, and he uses a single force field, which means he's not going to have Guardian Shield. That's a real problem, man. Guardian Shield in this fight really hurts. The Stalker's fighting as well as they can. Colossus gets some good damage, but, man, the Marauders just jump on it. Stalker Zealot, though, diving forward. Can Classic hold on? This is a really action-packed game here. Both sides punching at each other. It's chaotic. It's messy. Cure has not No, he's rebuilt his third command center. It's almost back up behind this. I think this is a good enough fight for Cure to be okay here, but it wasn't the game-ending fight that he was really hoping for. You can see there, Widowmine. Oh! He didn't blink that Stalker. Maybe it wasn't quite ready, or he misclicked. Fourth Nexus comes up. Classic trying to reprobe. He's got another Colossus rebuilding. Got +2 attack. Wow. Pig, it's not the size of your observer, it's how you move it. That's true. Perf, 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 perf. Oogie boogie. They say, more perving? Yes, me lord. I don't know why that's how the observer talks, but apparently it's like a bloody peon on drugs. More work? Yes, me lord. Some weird voices. Those are not Warcraft 3 voices. Second Colossus is out, third one's on the way. Double Robo coming as well. He's got the minerals mining on the fourth base. This is 4 gases. Classic's got a solid setup, but the Ghosts have now joined the fray for Terran. Problem is, where's the armory? It is up, but no +2 weapons starting just yet, which means Cure's upgrades are going to fall behind, and it's been a really messy game. It feels like it's starting to scale now in Classic's favor. This Colossus, very powerful, man. The damage they've been doing is great. They also have a total of 350 lives, sorry. Is that the same as the live game, guys? 250 hit points, 100 shields on the Colossus? This seems very high. Maybe they're normally like that, though. Disruption field's on the way. Increases the Disruptor's Purification Nova to leave a disruption field for 8 seconds. Units instructions inside will be unable to use abilities, and construction progress will be halted. Wait, what? You can shoot a disruptor at their building and it like stops it building for 8 seconds? That is bizarre. So disruptors get like a bonus effect on their attack. Okay. It's gonna be a silence in that AoE as well. Very cool. 2 disruptors building at a time. 4 more gateways coming in. It's gonna be the mass warp gate. Classic loves using. What a turret. Missile turret, sorry, does shoot down the observer there. 5, 6 more gateways building. That's gonna be 14 gates. Oh, hello. With Nexus goes down here. Factory floating on the left side. Zealot Stalker Colossus moving through the middle. 6 more gateways are coming. Double disruptors are building. Classic would like to finish this game soon. Doesn't want to let Kua drag this to 2-2 upgrades in late game. Just Kua hanging in here right now. No 300 mineral command centers for him. It's feel very expensive for him to get to that next step economically. With Nexus is here as well. There's a Zealot down the bottom. Marines are going to jump on it, take care of it. This army's not scaling very well. I think Classic's wasted a bit too much time here. Not going to lie. I think he should have been poking and prodding during this, but I imagine it's very dangerous with the EMP available. Poking and prodding with disruptors also could be really good. Kua doesn't know he's there till now, and oh no. Command center. Easy pick off on the command center. You can just zone with disruptors, but actually the Colossus go down. Dude, that disruptor graphic is crazy. Oh my god, that's so crazy to look at, the disruption field. Kind of like the Corsair web ability. I think it is actually that, just modified color-wise. Colossus will take big damage. I don't think he killed many Vikings. Well, 9 Vikings have died this game. Maybe got 1 or 2 there. Classic dancing around. Disruptors going forwards right now. Oh, Stalker's focusing the orbital down. Oh my god, it takes a lot of damage. Really nicely done. Stalker's dancing. Disruptor shots going out. Zealot Stalker Colossi having a bit of a party right now. Vikings, Bio moving around. And you can see Classic hanging out on max supply. Poking and prodding, just looking for those disruptor shots. He's also got... Oh my god, disruptors take so little space inside prisms now as well. That's crazy. Disruptors go forward. Gets 2 ghosts. Very nice shot. Needs libs or tanks to deal with the disruptor range. Not quite able to. Oh, disruptor on the north side, getting big hits on the Marine Marauder. Tries to jump through it. This is a really weird situation because Kua, once he gets rid of the disruptors and the Colossus, Zealot Stalker cannot hold a candle to mass fire. 2-2 upgrades have now kicked in. It's a mass Zealot engage, but all from one side. If you full surround with Zealots, it's not too bad. Look at these Zealots, they do nothing. I mean, yeah, he's getting a few ghosts, but oh man. I mean, the Bio's going to die from overstim, to be fair. This is one of those situations where actually the Bio will just die from overstim. 4th command center does survive. Base 6 is on the way. Mass Zealot warping in over there. +2 armor. Almost done. +3 attack is done. Dark Shrine coming in as well. I think there should be no way for Classic to lose this game, but we'll see. Kua's taken some good defensive fights. Classic's very far ahead right now. Bunker, of course, is only going to buy a couple of seconds before it goes down. Oh, hello. Zealots running around. Fire's running back, man. They're going to be able to clean up these Zealots. I'm surprised Classic isn't poking on the front at the same time and just taking pot shots, you know? He's trying to rebuild his Colossus right now. Zealots get cleaned up in the back door. Extra command center goes down. 2 more command centers even. He was got to hang in for the late game, but it's so hard to protect that economy as Terran at this stage. And Classic, he's maxed out. He's got to be going, man. He should just keep going. He's got to keep active. I feel like Classic's activity rate is a little bit low, and I get it. It's Kua. He's not quite Maru when it comes to late game. You've also denied his 3-3, so your upgrades are significantly ahead. Ooh, he's about to get Tachyon emitters, guys. +1.5 range to Stalkers. Really good upgrade for those Stalkers. Their ability to focus down Vikings and things like that. Oh, here we go. Stalkers blink forward. Disruptor throwing out the ball. It's a Widow Mine. These Zealots going to run in from the left side. 3rd base wide open. Look how far those Zealots charge. What the hell, man? Zealots charging after it, trying to get on top. Drag some Widow Mines on top. Really good angle for the Zealots, actually. Good micro for Kua to minimize the damage a little bit. Still losing a few Marauders. Very costly in these situations. +3 armors on the way for Classic. He's getting the Tachyon emitters for those Stalkers as well. That'll help them out. It's going to make it so much more powerful. Stalker Zealot moving forward. Nice blink south. Couple libs go down. Beautiful disruptor shots. Oh, big disruptor shots, but not actually as big as I thought. He gets some units, but not as many as I thought he was initially going to get. Does clear a bunch of the Vikings and the libs. Tries to blink away. Widowmine says, no, no, no. A classic. Loses a massive amount of army. He needs to get home and rebuild. He's got the minerals for the Zealots. He's going to force another blink out of the bio. By the time the bio comes across the map, it's going to be so wounded. There's still no fusion core, still no Caduceus reactor. It means the medevacs aren't going to regen energy enough. He scans. I just don't think he could fight his Q. I think his Q, you just have to go back, try to get this planetary up, repair it with one SCV back to full, and try to hang in there. But this gives plenty of time for Classic to take more gases, which he's been a little slow to do, not going to lie. But now that these gases are all coming up, he should be able to rebuild pretty quickly. He's actually made a lot of Stalkers, 15 Stalkers, but he's got Tachyon emitters. That third Robo coming in. So many Nexi all over the map. Fusion cores coming in now as well as 3-3 for Cure. He desperately needs these upgrades. Once he's even on upgrades, has Caduceus maxed out, he's fine. But he's not there, and I don't think Classic's going to let him get there. Look at the range on those Stalkers, by the way. 7.5 range Stalkers. Absolutely hilarious. They shoot from so far away. Oh my lord. Very powerful. Zealot's running into the left, getting some good distraction. They just barely outrange the planetary. Because they're kind of a chunkier model, the Stalker, I'm not sure if they can actually hit it without getting hit in return. Ooh, Marauders try to dive the Colossus. That is a dangerous move. I think one of these libs just needs to inch its way forward a little bit. And a few SCVs obviously need to repair. These, of course, thinking about doing that. A few units run in from behind. The Zealots get cleaned up. Surely one of these libs just needs to go a little bit further forward for Cure. I get he's worried about getting blinked on with no lib range, but this feels like these Colossus are going to force him to engage. If he doesn't make a move soon, he will get overwhelmed, but the Zealots are on the rally again. Oh man, that fifth base, I should say, getting really damaged by the Colossus. Zealots on the counter. Oh, and he goes forward and loses a bunch of Bio Ghost. One Colossus does die to the libs. Another Colossus inching its way a bit too close potentially, but the Zealots are causing so much havoc. 4,500 minerals, 1,200 gas. Classic just looking for these mistakes. You can see the burning animation, and when you get hit by a Colossus, you take 15 damage over the next couple of seconds. And I think that's a very significant amount of damage. 15 damage. It's almost like an extra Colossus beam has hit it. No range buff for the Colossus. They just set units on fire when they hit them. Scorching Flame upgrade has been upgraded. Stalker's 7.5 range looking really good. Stalker dancing around. I don't know in this army what's increased in strength. Ghosts only have 85 hit points, so remember they're not as good a core combat unit as they used to be. But let's do EMPs. Ooh, those EMP graphics look cool. I don't know if EMP is any different to what it used to be. I feel like it's the same in this mod, just looks different. Bio coming down, as do the ghosts. It gets overwhelmed. And Cure has to tap out. Classic. With an overwhelming game one. Ooh. Infinity upgrades? I feel like any mod could use infinity upgrades, and it just makes the game fine. Give players things to keep committing to, yeah. Yeah, the EMP circle looks cool, but is EMP exactly the same? Find out. Looked like it did the same thing as normal. Like infinity upgrades, it's like 3-3, 4-4, 5-5, 6-6. So you can make like 10-10 upgrades for your units eventually. They just get progressively longer and more expensive to upgrade, you know? The infinity upgrades is pretty cool. EMP is the same. Oh, okay. I mean, the Ghost, oh, there's accelerated training as well. That's funny, I forgot about that. There's less snipe leash range, snipe damage. No light tag, but 85 hit points. Right. Yeah. Classic ghost damage. Sorry, one sec. Let me Change the stream title really quickly so new people know what they're getting. All right, guys, hectic game one there. Q does come out on the worst for wear. He was so close to breaking Classic in the mid game. Classic hangs on. Utilizes a lot of the new tools very well. Does look really awesome there. Not a patch without a load of ghost changes, says Skull. Well, I mean, these just make the ghost less of a direct combat unit, right? A bit less hit points. It's got the old snipe that can be interrupted. Kind of the ghost we're used to, but not as tanky at 85 hit points. No light tag. Just generically can be sniped down by different things. With a lot of these mods, they obviously revert a lot of the recent changes, if not all of the recent changes. Oops. Mashing my keyboard. So obviously, yeah, they're going to be reverting all the things that have changed recently. Ghosts being one of those. Nexus into Cybercore. Oh, Cybercore into after the Nexus, actually. Nice eco build. Good call. Q does like to skip the Reaper a lot, like me. And guys who like to skip the Reaper, you punish by going for that early Nexus. Very well played. Q was probably like, what the fuck is all this shit? That wouldn't surprise me. So many pros seem to not read patch notes or look at a new map before playing in a tournament with it. Definitely not. Yeah. Player queue into game, figure things out on the fly. That's why I say, actually, if you want big changes in StarCraft, like, it's good for them to test it on the live game. They need to actually show leadership, though, and clearly mention, hey, we're doing this, and then at this point, we're going to revert / change whatever doesn't work and do this and this, you know. And then stick to that schedule or as close to it as they can, communicate if they can't do that schedule for whatever reason. But unfortunately, we are stuck being beggars, not choosers. And so StarCraft kind of just has whatever random stuff happens to it. We don't have much say. Marines at the front. Adept's going to come forwards. Thankfully, when Patches is involved, usually it's a bit better. He is constantly updating this mod. Thank you for the sub, Dave. Appreciate you, mate. I'm not going to cast much today, man. This is just... I don't even know if I can finish this series if it goes game 3. Because my brother's coming over in a bit. Ooh, okay, we'll get dumplings. I'll be coming over probably a little bit later. We should have time to finish this series, but I don't think I can cast anything else. All right, so Raven Cyclone, interesting. So Q has done a no scout build. Cyclone for just a little bit of map control, a little bit of safety. Stalker arrives and is like, oh god, run. If he recalls it now, he's fine. Ah, the Adept takes one for the team there. Good call. And even then, doesn't die. Not bad. Tanks building. Remember, guys, Raven does not need an add-on. Only costs 100 minerals, 100 gas. Should be good. Is your brother known as Hog? Yeah, my other brother's called Hole. Whole Hog. No. His gaming name is Totrasmack. It's my middle younger brother, and my youngest brother is Piglet, the one who is a very good Terran player. Won a few local tournaments a few years ago. Got to go play in Valencia. Now works. Let me see if I can remember what his job is. He helps companies meet financial regulation guidelines and not do money laundering and stuff. I think. I don't know. Some stuff in the financial regulation something. Made the smart choice. There's a bit more money in that than being a pro StarCraft player, unless your name's Cyril. Can you remember what your job is? He better. I'm the guy who'd shit talk his play when he was coming up as a player. I'd be like, oh, he's so shit at this. He's really good at this. Oh, he's so shit at this, you know? Financial lawyer, says Crispy. Yeah, I think part of his degree was like law business or something like that. Commerce law, maybe? Something like that. Nice little snipe there on the Observer, guys. Raven Marine tank push out's going to come. No stim, shields, or +1. We'll be ready in time. How much you want to bet I could throw a StarCraft over them mountains? Well, you better watch out, Tupai. StarCraft's wearing these bad boys. I don't think you want a roundhouse kick to the face from these bad boys. Gotta watch yourself, man. Marine tank moving forward. Here we go. Whoa! Very nice. The depths, sentry goes down, pylon falls. It's a good surprise push. Classic did not see it coming. I love Q is so good at doing these pushes. Is this a good push on paper? No, it's awful. Is it a good push if you snipe the Observer and move out at a time that makes no sense because your opponent's going to be completely blindsided? Yes, it is. Probes being pulled into the fight is a crazy choice. You've already killed the base. Classic's giving him the double combo by throwing the probes into the meat grinder. And that is a fantastic start here for Cure. Really all over it. On paper, bad push. And that's specifically why Classic, even after losing the Observer, was like, nah, man, I've seen your base. There's no scary push that comes out here. Army arrives, tanks the siege. No time to pick at it with the Blink Stalkers. No time to get the Zealots out. It does take big damage. Interesting that he's decided Scorching Flame is just the better upgrade than Thermal Lance. That's, or Extended Thermal Lance. That's actually really cool. I mean, 15 damage over time for units that get hit. It is a significant it's like a massive bonus upgrade for the Colossus on their attack. It's kind of like getting a free +2 upgrade or something, I guess. Big drop in the main. Classic really struggling with his map control today, man. And I think Cure. That early momentum, you can see he stimmed across the top of the map as well. Oh man, probes transfer back, and it's like, dude. Oh no. He's losing even more probes. Third base is getting overrun. Classic has to tap out. Cure. An opportunistic dive, and he smashes it. You think anyone thinks I'm a failure because I go home to StarCraft every night? Exactly, Tupai. Also, that impression I'm not as good at. That's a tough one. It's tough to talk like you are a man who's lived so long in the backwoods of Idaho that you, as a chicken farmer, that you have no teeth and people can't understand your words anymore. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. Yeah, is it me or did those tanks destroy those stalkers? Yeah, absolutely. They got super clumped. Hotkey profile is a conflict? What? Oh no. It's alright, it's just my observer hotkeys. Should be fine. Fortified Towers, Reign of Chaos, bring him back. Ooh, I'd take it. I'd take it, Tupai. How long does the damage over time take? And does attacking with another Colossus refresh the damage over time duration? Yeah, I think it would, right? I would hope so. Or if it overlaps, do you need to wait for it to finish and only then a new one activates it? I have no idea. I think it's like 2-3 seconds. Looks like 3 seconds. 3 seconds, 3.15, and it does refresh it. Okay. So it's like 5 damage per second, basically. Okay, 5 DPS is not bad. Yeah, 5 DPS bonus. That's pretty solid, man. All right, guys. Game 3. Cure in the bottom left side. Classic in the top right. Buddies. Caw. Oh, too far out of vision. Can't see them anymore. You got any other critters? Dude, that probe just headbutted that friggin' sheep. What the hell, dude? Have some respect it, brother. Gotta have some respect it. Oh, look at that. Skulls and shit. Yeah, let's go, son. All right, probe scout's gonna arrive, guys. Those birds are crazy detailed. Yeah, I mean, this is not the 90s anymore. The critters in the 90s were often just a few pixels moving around. All right, so One Rax Reaper expand for Cure. Classic's gone for a Cybercore before Nexus. Very safe opening. Viewer this time does check with the SCV, sees the Nexus and says, ah, okay. All quiet on the northern front. Okay, Reaper heads forward across the map. We've got an Adept about to pop out. Ooh, what do we got? Factory there. Hello? Reaper's going to jump inside the main. Adept is ready for him. The Abe Simpson, one of my favorite maneuvers. And of course, cancels the shade. As knowing Kua would just jump in the base if he did shade out there. Now that the Stalker's almost out, you can take the second shade onto the map if you so choose. Reaper sees the Adept. Adept goes past. That's Twilight Council opening. Very standard. Classic is the most standard Protoss player. If you give Classic the ability to do the exact same opening 40 times in a row, I think he'd take it these days. Back in the day, Classic was a bit more of a cheese, a bit more of a cheeky bugger. Mix in the cannon rush, mix in the 2-base timing. But, he's really found his stride as a defensive powerhouse, you know? I feel like something happened. Went to Paris, something like that. He's like, oh, I love this European style. It's just something about macro. Makes me feel good. Second gateway coming in. There's a Robo on that left side as well. Solid 2-gate blink Robo. Ooh, Adept gets jumped on. Classic a little slow to react on that Reaper grenade. Like that. Forces him to move south. Marine Hellion shuts him down. Medevac's on the way as well as a Widow Mine. And I think I just saw a 3rd and 4th gas. 2-base Colossus. Classic really favoring that. I think he just figures, hey, this Scorching Flame upgrade's OP. Let's just do this every game. It's kind of funny because there's so much cool stuff in this patch, but I really think if there's one thing I've learned about StarCraft in the past few years, it's that there's only, like, basically, this is how you get pro gamers to try new things. You give them the exact same things they have, and then you add new things, and they get rewarded for branching out. But it's got to be a little bit at a time. Like, you guys ever have a friend and they're like, I don't like spicy things. You don't take them to the spiciest Vindaloo shop on the corner. No, you don't take them out there and go to a Thai place and say, give us your spiciest friggin' level available. You give them a little bit of pepper flakes. You give them some shin ramen. You give them some little baby steps. You know what I'm saying? Pro gamers are no different. One thing at a time. Don't need to be trying to make them relearn everything at once. Oh, Classic already used a blink. We'll sacrifice the Stalker, but that's okay. As long as you clean this up nice and quickly, it's pretty good. And oh, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Medevac's going to go down. Then he can move out there. And interestingly, guys, this is actually Storm. Now, Storm on this mod exists in a state that I believe is much closer to Storm from like 2 years ago. I think. I have no idea. Dude, I can't even remember. I don't know, man. I get Green Arts mod confused with this mod all the time. I know they have, like, sometimes they're the same, sometimes they're different. If someone wants to look it up, you guys can let me know. We'll find out when the first Storm lands. I think it's slightly longer duration, slightly lower DPS than the old 80 damage over 3 second Storm, 3.4 seconds. But I'm not sure how different it is. Raven gets 2 probes to start. High Templar says, oi, dickhead. I mean, if he actually goes to the edge, you might see him. I guess maybe that's on high ground, technically, which is why you can't see there with the pylon. These pylons do have good vision. Hellion goes down. Reaper's going to try to get away. Stalkers say no. These saying gamers are slow learners, especially when people have been playing the same game for as long as StarCraft 2 players have. If you guys want to see brain atrophy in a StarCraft community, like look at all of us. We've been playing the same thing for a long time with very minor changes. You can't change everything at once. That's like can you imagine if like Windows or whatever or Samsung just did like an Apple? They're like left click is right click now, and you're like, what? Like you can't just change left click to right click, you know? First, you got to introduce small concepts like, oh, we made it so everything breaks on purpose now and you can't fix it, because so you have to come to our store and buy a new one. You know, like you gotta slowly introduce people to the Apple philosophy before getting them on board fully. You can't just do it all at once. That's just standard stuff. Yeah, there's a ton of changes in this mod, but you can still do the same stuff, right? Very familiar stuff. Then you can add as much stuff into your play as you want. I mean, I've always been a bit more of a hater of Patches mod, where I've said, this is fun, but you're too conservative, Patches. You should be more ambitious. But over time, he has become a bit more daring. He's added a bit more crazy stuff. And yeah, that looks like pretty high DPS. I think that's about 4 seconds. That storm, it looked like, guys. And even before that, it was kind of good because you could play pretty normal. You'd just get rewarded if you used the one supply roach upgrade, if you use this or that. So it was kind of cool that you know, you could do what you thought, you know, was comfortable, was there. And you just get rewarded for using some of these extra things. But I think also a lot of things like just adding a little upgrade here or there are such no-brainers. Like, they're just fun little ways of mixing up the gameplay, adding a bit of depth to this or that. Really cool. I feel like I eat spicy food, regret it the next day. I'm like, that was great. Can't wait to have it again. You know, it's weird because I can eat a ton of spicy food, and it's only a few certain things that I get like the spicy ring of fire for. I don't know if it's just is it just if you're used to certain types of spice that doesn't affect you that way, or because I know there's many different types of spice. I can eat massive amounts of and not have it. I think maybe it's just the spice that I'm not used to, where I'm like, oh, I got Ring of Fire from that. I'm like, oh, okay, I guess that's or maybe it's just different types cause Ring of Fire and others don't. But yeah. Dot says, I thought you were done casting. Oh, sorry, I just hopped in for another bonus series here of the Patches mod for funsies. I can hop off right now, though, if you need me for something, Dot. I was just going to wait for this game to finish. Oh, Storm Drop! That's a good Storm Drop. Yeah, because I didn't realize KSL was starting on the Patches mod, and there's a bunch of good players playing it, and I was like, oh, let's just take a look at some games. All good, says Dot. No worries. Yeah, I'll come say hi in a minute. I can go pick up food for them before they come as well. No worries. Oh, Raven goes down. It's 5 probes though, not too bad. And Ravens are pretty cheap on this mod, remember. So one of the things, guys, so my brother's coming over with his wife and our new little baby niece. Dot's going to take some baby photos and stuff. But as well as their little son, who's a friggin' 2-year-old unit. Friggin' absolute machine. I'm telling you, man. That kid does not get tired. I'm going to have to take him and like run him around the block for like 6 hours. I swear he will not get tired. He'll just eat more food. I'm just like, Jesus Christ. Like, kid does not, it's insane. Anyways, sad thing is we live in a neighborhood with like the best Chinese food in the city, and there's so much variety of it, and they're pescatarian. They only eat like fish. It's really sad. There's not that much great only seafood. Like, there's so much good meat variety Chinese food in our neighborhood, and whenever they come visit, I'm like, oh shit, I've only got to give them bloody fish. Kids will eat meat, but yeah. Here we go, Storm Drop. Storm Drop to start. Nice engagement by Classic. I think it's about 4 seconds. Pretty good damage. Oh, Patches is in the... Patches, what's the exact damage? Is it? It's 80 damage over 4 seconds, right? Or is it slightly higher damage on this? But I know it's longer duration. Remind me of the Storm stats if you can remember them. Everyone's too lazy to look it up in my chat. I keep asking Jamie to look it up. Jamie doesn't look it up. Apparently I don't play as well as Chode Rogan. Taki Namid is coming in for the Stalker range. Scorching Fire is coming in as well. This is actually a really good setup for Classic. Classic loves Storm Colossus. Oh, it's just completely old school, just with a new graphic. And is it because you think this graphic is a more clear representation of the area it's on? Just the new graphic makes me think it's different, but it's just the old 80 damage 3.4. Oh, it is slightly slower, slightly less DPS. Okay. That's slightly more radius. Oh, okay. So yeah, it is what I thought. Okay. 2.8 was the old Storm, I guess. 2.8 seconds. Okay. Oh, nice snipes. High Templar go to Dicktown. Oh, Storms are pretty good though. Oh my god, he's gonna shove. He's gonna shove. He's gonna shove. He's got the Searing Colossus beams in. The Stalker's blinking forward. A bit of a crazy shove for Classic. But I think it was a bit too late to commit to such a move. And it does cost him big time. Then again, his Stalker micro is really good. Oh, this is a big chase overcommit with the Vikings. That was a lot of Vikings he just lost. That was a lot of Vikings he just lost, guys. Youchies. Are Vikings changed at all? I don't think they are, right? Oh, repair. Q is on it. Acua's got a really solid economic setup, and Classic's just building Colossus Storm. Ah, +1 armor. Right, +1 armor for the Viking. And 135 hit points. And you didn't revert any of the micro ability stuff? What do you just think this unit should just win everything? What the hell, man? Viking's been buffed so much already. Got buffed 10 hit points, got buffed micro ability, all both a few years ago. Now you give it an armor as well? Holy wait, does Vikings in the live game not have any armor? I thought they had 1 armor. No. I mean, it was buffed by on like a few years ago by the Balance Council. They gave it 10 hit points. Back when there was the Terran favored patches. You guys remember the Terran Council? When they were like, we took 1 range off the Liberator, we need 17 buffs to compensate. You guys remember the Terran Council. Because these used to be 125, they're 135 hit points now. Ooh, SCVs need to pull away. Nice engagement here for Classic in terms of the angle, but he's got to be careful. He's on 92 workers, his army's very small. The moment his storms are out, he has to get out of here. I think he's got to leave now. He's only got 1 storm or 1 High Templar with 2 storms on it left to fall back on. Good time to get out. 14 SCVs in a command center is really good. Oh, they added 125 hit points in 4.3 a long time ago. Wasn't it Balance Council? The 10 hit points for the Viking? When was 4.3? I don't know all the patch dates. 2018. Oh, was it that long ago when they gave the 10 hit points to the Viking? Okay. Balance Council just gave it the attack point, where they made it much better to micro, I guess. Okay. I guess that was the only change to the Viking then in the last few years. Okay. Which is like the massive Clem buff, right? Clem's Viking's just ridiculous. Ooh, guys, he's getting rapid deployment. Medivacs can deploy loaded troops twice as fast. Very sexy. Also, guys, he keeps making the Reaper upgrade. Do you guys think he knows what it does? Or is Kua just doing that thing like when you're playing a new RTS where you just click all the upgrades, but you don't have time to read the tooltips? Oh, that's the Marauder upgrade as well. Oh, it's a combo. Oh, that's the Marauder and Reaper upgrade together, isn't it? Or am I? No, it's not. I think it's only Reaper. No, Concussive is separate. I'm thinking of Green Nuts mod again. Command center goes down. Oh, don't push it. Dude, did he just blink into Mass Lib Ghost? Oh my god, Classic just stuck his... Dude, he just... There's only... The only thing... That was absolutely... The only way I can describe that blink forward is a man walking into a public restroom and unreservedly using a glory hole without asking any questions. Just like, nah, seems like a good idea. I'd like to stick that... You know, let's just see what happens. Like, there it's some real roulette rolls you can take in life, decision-wise. That's one of them. Classic only has supply for 1 Stalker. Can he get the medevac? Yes, no, he doesn't quite get the last shot off. Oh, no. Oh, my God, big storms, but the Colossus are going to get wrecked. Colossus got caught out. Stalker's out in the open. Classic in complete disarray. 7k minerals, 1500 minerals. 1500 gas, sorry. But his army just gets absolutely shattered. He has 16 gateways. Surely he can warp in a few units in the main to deal with it. He warps in a Zealot. Most units on the front. The Colossus stutter stepping. Colossus are both about to go down. Surely... Indeed they do. The Vikings doing some very good damage. Stalkers picking off units here, there, and everywhere. Medevac starts to fall away. He does have the cheese pylon down here, guys. The conduit pylon. It can recall units. Clever position to have it. Try to get conduit pylons on either side to do those aggressive recalls would be really good. Like building a forward nexus, you can do it much quicker. Guys, what is this upgrade? Accelerated training coming in on the Ghost Academy. It allows all the barracks units to build faster. Stalker's taking out orbitals. Dude, very nice. 550 minerals. These are not the live game 450 mineral orbitals. And look at the recall. Look at the recall, guys. Strategic recall. Warps in around his zealots and says, welcome to Dicktown, son. Kua didn't know that he had that there. Oh, that's such a nasty way to find that dude. I thought Kua was going to win this game, but Classic running circles around the planetary fortress right now. That being said, what's the income? Kua's still mining well. This game could still go either way. He's going to deny this base back here. He sees the cheese pile and he's like, what the hell does that do? That looks kind of munted, right? That kind of looks like a pylon whose mum did a lot of drugs while it was in the womb, right? You know what I mean? Anyways, Stalker, Zealot, Colossus going to be roaming through the middle, looking for that left side again. A few of these libs are exposed. Does he have lib range? He does. He's got a lot of good upgrades. Rapid deployment goes crazy. Yeah, the quick unload is really fast. Do buildings have more hit points? I don't think there's any reason they would. Oh, Storm does come in. Storms. Lib sieging up there. Stalkers take out one or two of these libs. Remember, these are 7.5 range Stalkers, guys. They got tachyon emitters. He's going to go for the purification or disruption field spell for the disruptors. I think the real power of the disruption spell is that it looks scary. I kid you not. I think the main effect of it is to make Terrans shit their pants as they walk through it. I think it might be a bit too visually disruptive, personally, but see how it goes. Stalker's taking out of the libs on the left side. Colossus doing great damage. The EMP graphic looks fantastic. Stalkers take out the lib. Moving in this left side. And I think Classic, his movement has just been too good, man. Such good movement in this game. The lib's repositioning on that side. Trying to gather his forces together. Q was like, come on, man. I've got so many bases. But I can't hold my main base. Oh, even a Storm landing on top. Dude, great libs from the right as well. The Vikings doing well. The Storms do great damage. Dude. Oh, don't you guys remember Storm when it had DPS? Holy moly. Very nice there for the Protoss player. Classic. Stalkers blink to the low ground. Take out the libs. You can target the Medivacs next as well, potentially. Zealot's just trying to headbutt up that ramp. The Cloaked Ghosts, no answer to them just yet, as there is no detection. Really good play by Classic, who just got to that mass position, has the whole map, and then just smothers Kua. GG, well played, man. Kua played a good series. I feel like he had some really good moments. But, Classic looks really confident on this mod. Those burning Colossus, the Storms, being a bit more effective again. He's really confident. Zealot Printer goes brr, indeed. Remember, the Zealots warp in without shields unless he warps them in at a cheese pylon, right? Wait, why are these warping in with shields? I thought that only worked if they were, or is it? Oh, okay, so it's a conduit pylon or one near a nexus or a gateway. Warps in with full shields, right? But if it's a warp prism or a regular pylon, they warp in without shields, I believe. I think that's how it works. I'm still learning. Gonna recall back. This is a bunch of units. Recall is much slower on this mod. You can see you kind of pay a price for doing that in combat. Wait, how does he have energy recharge on multiple High Templar at once? Is that an AoE? Or can you use that multiple times? Oh, it's just chrono. Oh, you just can chrono boost them. Oh, okay. So you can just chrono boost them when they're near a nexus. Oh, and can any nexus chrono them? Or is it only that nexus that casts chrono on them? Or is it like they're near a nexus, global ability, any chrono can go on them? It's like a way weaker energy recharge. Right, that makes sense, Patches. That makes sense. That's cool, man. GG, well played. Hats off to Classic there. He's looking all over it on this mod. Absolutely destroying. You can chrono anywhere. Oh, you can chrono on the other side of the map as well? Wow, that's powerful. But yeah, I mean, I guess it's just a bit of increased regen is what it is. GG. Hot damn. All right, well played. I gotta go, guys. GG, well played. I gotta run, but good luck with the rest of the event. Thanks, hanging, guys. I guess we'll raid up like Dave or someone. Who else is casting? Is it just Dave, or do we have anyone else? I think we can just raid Dave is fine. Assuming he's still alive. There he is. He's casting Hero versus a barcode Protoss. Is this Hero versus SOS, guys? Oh me, oh my. Oh me, oh my. Hero has 3 Immortals and a Prism, and they're all deep in the orange and red. There's like 20 Adepts in his base, but he's 2 base versus 1 base. And the Adepts have to run away. The 3 Immortals and the Prism kill an unlimited amount of Adepts. PG, well played. Very glad to hear it, Dark Matter. Sending you love, my friend. Sending energy to you and your mom, mate. Sounded gross, but you know what I mean. Thank you. Have a good night, guys. Have some fun with Dave. We'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.